This course gives you everything you need to succeed in digital marketing. Like our student Leslie, who says he would have paid over $1,000 for the course alone. You'll develop skills to get a job, boost your career, and grow your business. Like our student Alexia, who made $850 creating one website for a client. Or Daniel, who with our templates made $1,000 a day in sales. So join us today to learn digital marketing with the world's most complete course. We'll see you inside.
Yeah, that's the intro. So I own the Federal Reserve. I just want to let you know that, okay? And because I own the Federal Reserve and I'm very warm-hearted and kind, I'm gonna give you guys as much money as you need, but you're gonna have to bring references at least. I want to know what you're gonna do with that money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would like to help you whatever way I can. Give you as much money as you need to help you if you need to build a house for your family. You know what I'm saying? And then you can come in. We could do the interview and all that, and then I'll give you crazy money. But if you're like a gangster and you want to go kill everybody, you ain't getting no money. But if you're like super nice, you know what I'm saying, and you really want to make a change and all that, then great. I own the Federal Reserve, and I'm gonna give y'all as much money as y'all need because I'm sharing. That's what you call sharing is caring. You see how that works? Sharing is what? Caring. So I'm gonna share all that money that I print with everybody in this room, and don't worry about it. Everybody will have their piece of land. Okay. So that's why I should be president, right? Real talk. That's why I should be president because I'm gonna give everybody everything for free. And if you went through some drama in your life and you grew up in the third world country ghetto slum and you had that hard life, well, you know, you could change. And hey, that's what's up. So I can still help you out. You know what I mean? But I just hope you're not like MS-13, like so far gone. But anyways, that's what's up, y'all. I own the Federal Reserve, so if y'all need some money, I'm gonna hook y'all up. Okay. All right. So what y'all need? I'm gonna send you million, trillion for you. Okay, trillion. There's a trillion for you right there. Trillion. Oh, you want a trillion also? There you go. Yeah, dog. Easy, man. Shit. Easy. Shit, man. Once you inside that Federal Reserve building, I'm telling you, you got connections. Y'all want a piece of the action or what? Piece of the pie? Hey, watch. I know you make it. I know you laughing at this, man. I be doing these jokes, man. I be trolling like that. Funny, right? But yo, imagine if I did though. Imagine if I did own the fucking Federal Reserve. You see what I mean? I'd be like, yo, you're cool. You're okay. Fuck you. Nope, not even close. Yes, you're cool. You're cool. Nope. Nope. Get out of the line, Charlie. You're cool. Like you. That's cool. Like your hat. Nope, you're not. Yeah, baby. That's how I be laughing. Yo, for real, right? Funny, right? Gotta make a joke, man. This life is insane, folks. Insane. Insane ass life, man. I tell you. Holy shite. I say shite because I hung out with a couple Irishmen a few days ago. And that's what they say. Shite. Anyways, yeah, man. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Fucking,
it
I
was
own the
some good
Federal Reserve. Y'all
trolling.
gonna have
It
to
was
deal with
some
that.
truth trolling, but it was some good trolling.
Thanks.
It
Thank
was
you. Thank
truth
you very much.
trolling.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, sir. It's a
Yeah,
dragnet,
a lot of people don't know that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
How the Federal Reserve work. They will print if you come with the right shit. You get away for them to support you. They will print it.
It was like I was in front of the Federal Reserve, right? And the door was closing, right? You know what I'm saying? It was just closing, but it didn't close yet, and it was like just about to close. I slid right in between that shit. I slid right in, yo. They didn't even, man. Now I'm in. Now what am I supposed to do? So obviously I called you guys. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm on Clubhouse, and I'm like, I'm in. I'm in. Now what do I do, guys? Does anybody know how I'm supposed to do this? You see what I
It was
mean?
so funny that you brought that up. We were actually talking about that in the room earlier. What you came in here trolling about. We were actually talking about that earlier.
Oh
So
yeah, I think that a trolling about serious subjects, it really opens it up for discussion. You know what I mean? It really
yeah,
does.
because I had brought up how about Rothschild, how he got his stuff going and got to support the government with his whole promissory note collateral idea and shit like that. We were actually talking about that. Well, I
Yeah,
guess I
yeah,
was
yeah.
talking about
They
it.
always talk about the money is the root of all evil, but I want you all to acknowledge the fact that it's the mind, okay, that existed before the money came into existence. It's the mind behind the money. Whoever thought about that shit? Imagine I made a joke. I laughed at myself a little while ago. I imagined myself right waking up right this out of the blue, like in the middle of the night. You know what I'm saying? Cold sweats. You know what I'm saying? Dripping, soaking wet. The soaking wet pouring down. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, I woke up and I'm like, first word that came out of my mouth. I don't even know what language it was. All of a sudden, taxes. And then the next word was like money. You know what I'm saying? Then I was like cash, paper. And then I was like ink. Then I was like, and the shit kept on going, And I was like, every time I said that a new word that was connected to the Federal Reserve, the sweat drops got bigger. The sweat drips. You know what I mean? This got bigger, you know what I mean? It was like, and then all of a sudden, right? I'm stepping back and I'm going, wait a minute, this shit's for real. Like somebody actually had to come up with that idea. Imagine going outside, walking through the park and looking at an apple tree like $5 a pound. Let's see, that's pretty good actually. But what about like, I could have like a sale, like it won't be $5 a pound all the time. So it could be like $4 sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And people will be all happy and like, yeah, $4 is on sale today. And then everybody would jump up, be all happy and shit. Like, plus they got the double coupons. You see? Yeah. Right, Tony? Tony Tone. So yeah. But anyways, what y'all talking about the Federal Reserve? Other than, I mean, obviously, if you got that connect, you ain't never gonna become homeless. I ain't never gonna see you on the sidewalk or underneath somebody's staircase in a project building with metal doors.
Well,
I ain't never gonna
we
see you
weren't
like that. You
talking
know what I'm
about
saying?
it, but we were talking. It came up. I had brought it up earlier this morning when we was having a room about some other shit.
So yeah, so don't you think that since y'all was born on this earth, that you have a right to all the resources? And since the Federal Reserve is a main resource, don't you think that we should all get that for free, y'all? And that we should all join together and fight against the common enemy? You know what I'm saying?
Yo, that lady. Where's that lady that came in to tell you to go to Coursera? Where is she?
We talking about
Man,
Peg
fuck, man. Where is
Sty
that
and
lady?
she's gone.
Yeah, man. 'Cause, I mean, this is a little bit suspicious. I'm not saying I'll do it. So I'm in the electrical industry, right? I just have a degree, but I'm looking here Coursera saying masters in engineering. Yeah, masters in engineering and engineering management. And I'm
That's
like,
what you
wait,
want to
so you
do. You
can
want to
do
get you want to go into
it?
engineering.
Fuck, man. Fuck, I'm not here for you troll ass niggas, man. I want to be something in life. Oh, fuck. Shit.
Yo, can you
Man,
afford to be something in life?
yeah, no, I can't, man. I'm not like you, Reserve.
You see what I'm saying? Me neither, bro. I ain't fucking rich. Shit. I'm doing okay. Don't get me wrong, but I ain't rich by a long shot. I'm scraping, man. Shit, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm
I
drifting.
don't know. I
That's
think,
it. During this life, financially
hey,
speaking.
wait, fuck. Shut up, bro. I want to be productive a little bit. I think, right, because Sarah, I think she has a point. Like, at least specific for you in the US, right? Let me look at this digital. Because these guys, that short course teaches you skills, but this one apparently they give you an actual accredited certificate. My question is, how far accredited could it be, right? Because I'm trying to look at marketing here, right? Look at marketing, man. Let's have some productive conversations, man. Instead of
Yeah,
any
man. Let's
type of
talk about
shit
how we
crying
can
over
get
internet.
a hold of that money in the Federal Reserve and get it like they get it. I'm all about equality. So if they working for the Federal Reserve, either we create our own Federal Reserve in our basement or outside in our backyard, set up one of them tents, you know what I'm talking about, or those pop-up garages. You know what I mean? Do whatever we got to do. Let's make it happen. And if we can't fucking have the Federal Reserve in our backyard or in our basement, right? Then and we can't create our own Federal Reserve, print the same money they print, right? Then let's not support them because they're not about equality. So let's not support them then, right?
Create our own Federal Reserve.
The private is a private,
Create
private,
our own
private.
federal. Create our own Federal Reserve.
That's right. If they could be federal agents, so can we. If they can create driver's licenses, talking about that.
Well, John, lead the way. Lead the way.
I'm saying if they can create driver's licenses, right, and talk about we need a driver's license, we can also create driver's licenses and tell them that they need a driver's license. And then we can also pull them over. When they pull us over, no, I pulled you over. No, I pulled you over. No, I pulled you over. We can argue right there in the middle of the street while everybody's banging on the horn, you know, talking about road rage.
To argue with the police in the middle of the street and get shot.
So they carry guns, we carry guns, and we ask them, "Do you have our permit?"
Yeah,
though?
you pull out a gun on the police if you want. You're gonna have a whole bunch of holes in your ass.
No, basically, what you want us to do is play like a Uno reverse card on whole thing.
Yeah, Uno reverse. Perfect.
Y'all go ahead. Go on out there and get a gun on your belt.
How long will we survive?
You're gonna be Swiss cheese.
I think that's a real
Death Wish.
War.
Death Wish Road? What is that? Is that a Death Wish, Kareem?
Man, if a black man even look like he reaching for something, he ghost.
That's not even a death wish. That's just like a cold form of suicide, I guess.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
It's like
this motherfucker said, "Put a gun with the police." You gonna be toast.
Hey, Sandra, you look like someone who likes to go to Starbucks and get that extra large coffee. Am I right about that?
I went to Starbucks this morning.
Hell yeah, I'm good. Y'all know that I'm good, man. I got that psychic intuition.
Yeah, days on feel like making my own coffee. I walk right across the street.
You said if you're
it's all good.
The cops. But on those videos they post, like I forgot the channel, but it's on YouTube. Majority of those shootings are mostly white people, man, and even them, they reach for the gun and they get killed instantly. You know, I just want to speak on that, like the whole.
Yo, watch. Can you imagine me pulling you over, bro? Right? Because I'm reversing it like the Uno card Kareem was talking about. Can you imagine me pulling you over? I got a flashlight, bro. A flashlight that plugs into the cigarette lighter. You know what I'm talking about? And then I put some colored paper or some markers. You know what I mean? To color that front glass piece on the flashlight. And I'm literally, I got my hand out the window, bro. Right? But like I have the window down just enough to slide my hand through, not you know what I mean? And then I'm swinging it like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to lasso. And then I'm making noises, bro. You know what I mean? I rolled down my window a little bit more and I'm like, wee wee. You know what I'm saying? And I'm chasing you down, bro. And I'm like, yeah, dog, I got you. Yo, you speeding, man. I got you. And you're like, you ain't a real cop. I'm like, license and registration right now. You see? Oh, shit. That shit be funny, man. Put that shit in a movie for real. See it. I'm just saying, y'all, reverse. It's a complete reverse. It's a keto in that way, right? I guess we could call it a keto. And I'm like, everybody's the president. All you guys are presidents. So that's what's up. Okay? Everybody's a president on the planet. And people that don't know they're president, I had to inform them. No, you're the president of America, man. What are you talking about? Dude doesn't even know that.
Does he just do this all day?
Yo, is this your man's Kareem? Who's this? Who's man's Kareem?
Hey, do not put me in any of this. I am a bystander. I'm an innocent witness. I'm just here to watch.
He's on
Fuck you,
the
John.
he's on the, what is that called, the what's that thing called, the that thing that they put on the trees, and you lay on it, hammock, is that what they're called, the hammock?
Trump supporter. Are you a Trump supporter?
Trump supporter.
Yes.
No, I'm not, my friend. You could say that some of the things he says I agree with. Okay, but
You vote for Donald Trump?
no, man. Did you vote?
Yeah, I did. I asked
Who'd
the
you vote for?
Chinese to get me a link to set my vote towards America. Yeah, I'm in China right now, in Shanghai. We voted for Trump
Okay.
as the Chinese.
So why did you vote for him? What made you tip the scale?
Oh, he's our number one employee, man. Like Trump is the best agent we've ever sent in America. Like, you know what I mean? He's gonna do everything. He knows how to play his role, you know, we're enemies, whatnot, but we own him. And we know you guys are gonna believe in him as being hope. You've never had hope. We actually own both sides. We just make you choose. So yeah. So I voted for him using the AI from the Great Firewall of China to, you know, hack the American system. Because the American system is that weak, man. It's so weak. It was blatantly begging us to be to hack.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the fact of the matter is, it's the citizenship that makes it weak. The citizen attachment. Did you know that?
We actually are planning on hacking OnlyFans too. You know, get that money from OnlyFans. You know, we send you a naked baby girl on your PTR on your camera, John, and you send us money back, man. That's our new plan as the Chinese, man. Hack you through OnlyFans.
Huh. Continue. Huh?
No,
Huh.
man, that's all I
Anyways, what y'all was talking about the Federal Reserve. What was y'all talking about it? Like,
No, we weren't talking about it. I was just saying that it's when he brought that, we was talking about it earlier, but no, that wasn't the conversation we were on right now.
oh yeah, okay. All right.
But no, it was just what I said. I had brought up a comment earlier, talking about how Rothschild got started with the whole promissory note, having people put up collateral idea, and got them to print the money. So that's what we were kind of talking about earlier.
Yep. So there's another option we have. It's called free resource based economy. That's another option we have. So people are like, well, this is the best we got right now. Okay, but what's better than that then? You see, and that would be free resource based economy. Oh, the government actually would. Yeah.
Look at the chat. Can you spell that word for me? I wrote it on the chat. Spell it for me. What does that say?
You already spelled it.
It means God. It means God in my language. Can you spell it out?
You already spelled it, bro. You typed it.
My English. Can you pronounce?
You mean pronounce?
Yeah. Y'all know what I'm saying, man.
He's saying pronounce it.
What the fuck? You. What the fuck are you, John?
You never know. Yeah, bro.
So where you from, John? What the fuck you from, man? I don't know why I even typed that, man. I felt like I was hacked. I was like, I'm not even speaking song about it. I was like, let me just write it down and see what everybody gonna say. Oh, the Chat GPT. Is that Chat GPT?
I grew up in northeastern Mass, Boston. I grew up there. Most of my life, I would say, mm, I would say, geez, how many years I lived there? Because I moved. I didn't. Wasn't always in northeastern. Uh, but yes, shit. How many years, man? I was at least 15. I think 15 years. About 15 years, 13 maybe 13 to 15 years around there. Then I started moving around everywhere. So I don't know if y'all know the Boston area, northeastern Mass. It's out of Boston, actually, about 45 minutes away. Anyways,
So why would you say God does not like me? How would you not tongue up and say God does not like me? Your God does not like me. That's literally what you wrote,
I
Mr.
mean,
Bull.
we reading books, man. That's it. You know what I mean? I mean, that's all. There's a bunch of books, man. Lies buried. That's what they call it.
Yeah, because
What about this one?
you remind him of the beginning of creation, Mr. Musanda. You know how the Most High hovered over the abyss. You are the abyss.
What about the second part? Well, read that. Read that.
Oh no, no, man. I'm good, man. I don't want anything to do with that Bible, that Torah, or that Quran. Hell no. A matter of fact, I feel that these books should be banned off the planet. If aliens come here, I want to make sure that they take every single one.
You know you got a Bible under your pillow.
Well, you gotta keep your enemies close, don't you? So they say. But that doesn't work with Christianity, does it? Because Christianity doesn't teach. No, Christianity teaches love your enemies. Yeah, love them.
No,
and somebody
Christianity
slaps you. You know
teaches
what I'm saying?
convert your enemies. You got to convert them, and then if you don't convert them, then we kill you.
Well, love your enemies, and then Jesus doesn't love his enemies. Talking about bring me the enemies who did not want me to be their king and kill them before, slay them, slaughter them, cut them to pieces in my presence while I watch. So that we know that Jesus ain't no holy roller. He did not come to bring peace, but a sword. He teaches hate your mother, hate your father, hate your sisters, hate your siblings if you want to be my disciple. So we know that Jesus is not a holy roller. So when I die, I'm gonna die peacefully, knowing that.
Bro, do you ever stop talking? Like what are you on right now? Crack?
Nah, man. Why
Okay,
does Jesus sell crack?
slow down, bro.
I'm telling you to fuck Jesus, bro,
Yeah, but you're
because
not
that
even giving
motherfucker is all
anybody a
about
chance to
taxes,
just
bro.
jump in.
Yo, I'm like, fuck Jesus, bro, because Jesus all about taxes, bro. And so I'm like, fuck taxes, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, wait a minute, Jesus was the one that was pro taxes? Jesus was pro taxes, bro? Fuck Jesus, bro. Yo, real talk, man. Fuck Jesus, bro. Real talk.
It was a mistranslation.
You gonna support
Texas.
anybody that supports taxes, bro?
He was
and then talk
pro-Texas.
about God in the next sentence. You seriously gonna try to do that? And then you're gonna. I hope you're not trying to ad hominem attack me and lower my standard, bro. You're gonna talk about God. That's fine. All spiritual religions, a million trillion religions, so many spiritual practices, meditation, yoga, mantras, mudras, the whole 9 yards. Transmigration of the soul, science, metaphysics. You want to go into all this stuff, talk about God, and then the next sentence you're gonna drop
LSD,
the
bro.
T word. You're gonna drop the taxes. When you and I know that taxes and money ain't got nothing to do with God. Ain't got nothing to do with God. But Jesus is pro taxes.
Okay, bro. Yo,
so
relax.
fuck Jesus, bro. Straight up. You agree, right? Unless you want to suck the dick of the man who created taxes. I don't want to suck his dick, do you? Do you want to suck the man's dick who created taxes?
Why don't you just
I don't
mute
want to
your
suck
mic
his dick.
and
Fuck
talk?
that.
Why don't you just mute your mic and talk, bro?
So I'm just saying, bro, real talk. Don't try to put Jesus as a holy roller, bro, when he's talking about taxes. That's all I'm saying. That ain't fair, bro.
Cool. We get
You
it.
disrespecting the gods.
Okay, cool. Nah, don't misrepresent yourself. Don't do that.
It's all good, man. I'm just letting everybody know. The God ain't about no taxes, okay?
Cool. Relax.
Imagine how many people on the planet that Jesus convinced
Bro, nobody else was
about the
talking to you
taxes.
about that, bro.
Imagine that
Let
though.
somebody else,
Imagine. Can
you know
y'all
what I'm saying?
imagine? That's crazy, right? Taxes 100% demonic. 100% demonic.
Bro,
Because let me
pause
tell you
for a
what taxes
second.
does,
Let
right?
people,
Real quick, let
other
me tell
people
you.
on mic and
So
all.
taxes is like this. I need the money right now,
No, we don't want
right?
to hear real quick.
But taxes comes back in a
Okay,
year.
cool.
I gotta
All right,
wait
bro.
1
Other people
year,
on mic
but
and
I
never
need that
did
money
this
right
before.
now. So because
Fucking
they
people
take
are
that
trying to
money
on
right
mic.
now I have to go get 3
This is on
jobs.
the mods,
You
bro.
see what I mean? Because they taking
On the
taxes.
mods.
You see what I'm
This
saying?
guy's
So
giving
taxes
me
is the enemy.
Mods doing shit, bro.
yeah, this guy's giving me mass shooter vibes.
Yeah.
Hell no, taxes is all about slavery, bro. 100%.
Okay, but nobody asked about that, bro. Just relax. Let other people talk.
The poor get more poor, and the rich get richer. That's it.
Now the poor can get rich too.
Anyways, if y'all was really following Jesus, you'd be going down and getting coins out of fish's mouth. You wouldn't be going to the bank. Real talk, right? That's spiritual shit. I mean, y'all would be literally going down, taking the fish, getting the fish, putting your hand in his mouth, pulling the coin out, and going paying the taxes with that. That's how you should pay taxes. But instead, you're talking about going to the Citizens First Bank, or you're going to Wells Fargo or whatever one.
I will pay my taxes happily. I do not fuck around with the IRS.
And so, that was that Wesley Snipes, right? Because when he got thrown in jail, right? Because he didn't pay his taxes, that was the fear mongering tactic that they used to attach to your psyche, so that you could say what you just said. Like many
Oh,
have
word?
said that. Wait,
Wait, so
they all agree with that. They don't want to f with the IRS. They're like, nope, I'm just gonna pay it and that's it. I don't want anybody knocking on my door, taking me to jail like they did Wesley.
but would
Wesley
they?
got locked up because he couldn't break character, bro. He was living that blade shit all the time, and they couldn't break character. So they tried to come tell him, "Hey, bro, you owe taxes." He pulled his sword out, started doing flips. They locked that.
Yeah,
nigga
he's
up,
like,
man.
what, dog? He's like, dog, I'm the day walker. You got me fucked up. Taxes. I'm the day walker. Nah, but I'm saying, like, what? But wouldn't that happen to anyone if they didn't pay their taxes?
People have escaped it because they're not citizen. That's those that escaped that. If you renounce your citizenship,
No.
hold up. I got 100%. Hold up, bro. Hold up. I got 100% living proof. I got 100%. I'm gonna let y'all know. Check it out. A friend of mine, Robert Arthur Menard, that's his name. Okay, he lives in Canada. He was with this woman. Okay. Anyways, they were friends actually. I don't think that they ever did anything, as far as I know. They were just friends. Anyways, she had kids, whatever. She got kids, right? So the police came to their house because there was a domestic, but actually it was not in their house. It was in the house next door, the apartment next door. Anyways, they went to the wrong door or whatever. So now they're inside my friend's house, right? And now they took all the kids though. They had kids also. And anyways, they ended up taking all the kids. And they were like, because it's I don't want to get into all that, but basically they end up taking up the kids. So there was a domestic across the hall, but then there was a domestic over there also. So it was like two domestics going on. And that's why they made the mistake because anyways, whatever. Anyways, this is the thing, ready? So now they are the police are there. They took 4 kids. 4. Okay? They take them down to the precinct, okay? And now they I don't know where y'all at, but they got the DCF over here. DCF, I'm pretty sure that's called DCF. Yeah. So they called the DCF, right. Yeah. When they were down, in the police station with all the kids, they called the DCF. Now, remember I said they got 4 kids, right? So now they said, "Oh, we can't take this one," and they're like, "Why not?" because he doesn't have a birth certificate. He was born in home birth, not hospital. So you know what that means, right? That means that if you can't even they cannot interact with you if you do not have a birth certificate. And that baby, not a baby, it was a toddler. I mean, not a toddler, but it was like a young boy, like what, 5, I don't know, 6, whatever years old. That young boy, right? He was born inside the home. He was not born in the hospital. So because of that reason, the police couldn't even touch him, and they had to return him back to the mother. They had no other choice because their policy states
they did touch him because they returned him.
Yes, mistakenly. Mistake. It was a mistake. They weren't allowed to do that. They didn't know. And then they found out later, then they had to return that one. Anyways, they took the other 3. So the other 3 got all DCF and wherever they went to the homes or whatever. But the other one was returned. And the same thing. That same story that I just shared with y'all is the same thing when it comes to taxes. If you don't have a birth certificate, you're not on their radar. You have nothing to do with any of these policies, these statutes, these acts. You have nothing to do with any of that stuff. And that's the facts. I learned about that. Yeah, that's right. That's what I learned. This is like, stories.
Coke,
I know them. Canada.
Slow down the coke.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, you're speaking on Canada, right? Like this happened in Canada. I don't know if like the U.S. would handle that the same way.
Yeah. I know what y'all thinking. It's like Canada, you know what I'm saying? And the US is different and blah, blah. And then you pull in New Zealand, you pull in whatever other one you want to pull into this equation. But at the same time, Canada is also a citizen. So that's where it all connects. Canada also has birth certificates. Canada also has ATM cards. Canada also has Wells Fargo. You see, the list goes on. There you go.
Right. Canada has shit prices on beer and tobacco, though. Way too much money. Canada shit, bro. Trudeau ruined it. Your government ruined that shit, man. You guys ruined it. You can't even get pistols up there and shit. Like,
wow,
what
really?
the fuck?
Really?
Your AR-15s, man. Like, can you? Like, I mean, I guess you can shoot some semi-automatic rifles up there.
Average human being need an AK-4 or an AR-15? Why do you need that?
Why the fuck not? I got 2 AR-15s.
Because you're not
2 Colt AR-15 A2s. They're fucking beautiful. They're like Cadillacs. They're amazing.
Yeah. Oh my god,
dude! Have you ever heard of like coyotes or wolves or bears or whatever the fuck? I'm up in Montana, motherfucker, and
oh
Washington.
Shit, cool, bro. I just came back from West Virginia. That's cool. You up in Montana? That's a beautiful place to live.
Right now, but
Mountain Man.
Oh my god.
I go between Washington and Montana for work all the time. I've been doing that for a long time. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, cool.
So, there are different needs, dude, for for people. I'm not lying, man. Like, there's packs of like in eastern Montana, there's packs of coyotes that I don't want attacking my dog. That you can hear them right behind the house. Northwest Montana, there's actually wolves moving around like all the place and shit.
So a fucking AR-15, you're telling me that it's to protect you more from animals than any other threat?
So I'm not going to go there for, if I ever needed to do that, like to protect my home, yes, of course, but I'm not.
Are you like a gun fanatic? First. You're just like, you love guns? Because I know that with Americans, there's a lot of Americans that have sort of like this thing with guns.
Do I love guns? I mean, I think guns are cool, but I love power tools just as much. I like my extrusion welder just as much. I like boats a lot more, but guns have got their purpose. I look at them as legitimate tools that that people should have access to if they're the right people. I mean, you got to be respectful and you got to be responsible. Obviously, you can't let kids have access to it and shit. And I've actually lost two. I've lost 2 of my really good friends to suicide from guns.
Oh wow!
My best friend killed himself 2018 from a gun, and when I was a sophomore, my buddy Casey, he was supposed to stay over at my house and got in a big fight with his parents and fucking had anger issues and put a gun in his mouth and shot himself. So I got a lot, obviously I hate what they can do to people, but they're still a legitimate tool
Right.
that I want to have access to. And dude, honestly, let's be real. Like, I just got to say it. I'm not trying to overthrow my government. It's not like that. But there's like the right to bear arms, man. And
Right. Yeah.
and that's literally in our Constitution. It's to protect our citizens from a tyrannical government. Because if you think about it, man, the Russians, just I'll just go through it, man. I mean, so many different people have been disarmed from their government under the guise of peace, and then they just get terrorized. It happened in Cambodia with Cambodian killing fields. Those people had no ability to protect themselves, and that's the problem with it, man. That's what the ultimate thing is protection from the powers that be, if it ever got to that point. But right now, obviously, it's to protect myself, my family, and definitely for wildlife. When you're out in the woods, I'm not lying, man. Like you don't want to get caught out in the fucking woods and like have a grizzly,
Oh
catch
no,
you out in the
I
fucking,
believe you,
like
bro.
I'm telling you, dude, I've never had it happen.
Hey,
I've never
John,
had it happen, man, but it's been my mortal fear, dude. And then like now we got wolves out here, bro, that are the wolves are fucking huge and they're very smart. And then there was one girl in Canada, not far from here, Northern Canada, the poor fucking girl, she went and walked with a guitar. Read about it. She went and walked with her guitar in a national park and fucking got attacked and killed by a pack of coyotes. And some joggers ran up and heard this girl screaming and shit. And no shit, man, these coyotes killed that poor girl. Now that's a very, very rare thing. But I'm just saying, when I was a kid, me and my naive friends used to walk way up in the fucking mountains, naive as hell, not realizing that, there's grizzlies out here and shit. Of course we knew that, but we didn't realize how close they were. And then we had a landowner tell us one time, like, yeah, they're all over this place, and you just got to be smart, man. And then there's also weird fuckers out here in the woods, dude. A guy just got murdered up here in Big Sky. Read about that shit, man. Like, the poor guy was camping, and some asshole on meth who pulled up to the campsite. Apparently, he had been his like campsite for years, and the guy fucking murdered him for it, just like a fucking complete weirdo. And up here in Montana and stuff, there's a lot of weirdos moving up here. Jackson, get your ass over here. A lot of weirdos moving up here, bro. So there's not just animals. There's not just animals that are predators. There's people that are predators up here in these fucking.
No, yeah, I feel you, John, and I don't want you to think like I'm like judging you or shaming you, because I just like to get some clarity, and so yeah, I'm not judging you or anything. In fact, I'm against guns, but you know what the fuck I want my girlfriend to get me for my birthday? For Christmas, a gun. I want a fucking gun now. So, just to let you know.
No, that's cool, bro. And I do recommend this though. If you don't think,
I want to start small though, John. Like, I'm thinking of 38. I'm gonna be real. And that's another thing. I want my first gun to be.
If you want to start real small, just start with a 22, honestly. But here's the thing.
No, I don't want to be a bitch.
Just make sure. No, you're not being a bitch, dude. Listen,
I just get a 9mm.
But I'm just gonna say, man, like, I just make sure.
But I want a revolver, Cora. I want my first gun to be a revolver.
But Bert, you're like mentally, you believe you're not gonna. You don't have tendencies to think irrationally, and I'm just saying, like, you're not like in danger of like killing yourself with that thing, because it's a real easy weapon to do that. I mean, a real easy tool. I'm just saying,
honestly,
man, like having two friends.
Honestly, if I were just gonna have one gun, I'd get an AR first. Right. Yeah.
Honestly, if you want a really good gun, you want a good fucking caliber, get yourself a Glock 20 with a 10mm Glock 20.
Hey, everybody.
What? AR doesn't stand for assault rifle. It stands for Armalite.
Wait, it stands for what?
Armalite.
Armalite.
Oh, wait, what is that?
Cora, you're a smarty.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Stick around. Cora's the smartest
It's basically just a 22 rifle.
Cora, I have a question for you.
Well, it's a 22 caliber bullet 20, you know, 223, 5.56, but it's longer and has a lot more powder behind it. But it's a 22 caliber bullet. You know, yeah.
Good for shooting rattlesnakes. Like, what the fuck?
You know why I think
yeah.
You know why I think I want a revolver? It's because of, like, my childhood, like watching movies like Young Guns and like cowboy movies and shit like that. So that's why I think I want a revolver to be my first gun.
Well, they're also really reliable. That hammer and everything, they are fucking revolvers are one of the most reliable firearms. Just the way it's designed.
Are you guys preparing for like the next Civil War?
I'm a Trump supporter. I'm happy. Look, I'm just I'm an advocate for guns. If you have, you know, if you're morally able to, you know, have it, and you're not a danger to yourself or others, then yeah. You know, but I have legitimate reasons.
Oh shit. That's how I feel about emotion. I feel like, you know, how you feel about guns or even your religious beliefs, bro. As long as you're not a fucking maniac, I don't care. You're fine. You know what I mean?
That's somebody even with a fucking car. If you're a criminal maniac, you probably shouldn't have a fucking car. You can definitely use that as a weapon. No, man, I like, what's cool about, you know, like AR-15 is, originally like the 5.56, 223, it was designed, because like we were in Vietnam and fucking 30 caliber bullets they're powerful, but they're heavy as fuck. And like we were having to pack everything into the jungle. And so they wanted to design, man, like a fucking bullet that was basically designed to take out a human. But be small, you know, you can be small and powerful and shoot far, but you can pack a shitload of this stuff. And so they designed this small 22 caliber bullet. And what'll happen is it hits somebody and it comes into your body about 5 inches and it breaks apart at fragments. And it fragments usually into 2 pieces, but sometimes 3. So a part might go out your shoulder, another part might come out of your ass cheek. It's pretty, yeah. It's a really lethal round to humans in particular because that's what it was actually kind of designed for. But it's really good for varmints and you name it. But you can pack a fuckload of this stuff, man, out in the woods. You know, just that's what it was really designed for the.
That's why they're useful.
Building your online business. Designed it with the armor light, like Cora was talking about.
That's why I get so frustrated when people are like, they got ARs. I'm like, dude, it's like the most useful gun you can have just for doing shit out in the woods.
Is
like,
it, Cora?
Yes, because it's not. They people assume it's a fucking automatic rifle, and it's not.
I do. I'm ignorant to that. Yeah, I'll admit.
Yeah, man. There's a difference between semi-automatic and fully automatic. And like, have you ever heard of like I have a 22 rifle. It's it's a Ruger 1022. It's like one of the most popular like small rifles that people get when they're like 15, 16. It's a Ruger 1022, and it shoots 10 shots, and it's semi-automatic. It's not fully automatic, but it's semi-automatic. You just pull the trigger until the bullets are out, and you don't have to cock it one time and you can pull the trigger until the bullets are gone. Same thing with the AR-15, man. It's semi-automatic. It's nothing. It's not a fucking machine gun.
I want a Glock 43 myself. I think that's
shit, Sandra.
Those 10 millimeter. Have you ever heard of a 10 millimeter, Sandra? That's kind of a big bullet, though. But
oh, you said I haven't heard of it? Yeah, I heard of it.
I like the 10, but I'm not. I wouldn't recommend it for women because it kind of kicks hard. My mom was asking because I got a Glock 20, and it's got some recoil, let's just say, but it's super powerful. But yeah, I would recommend a 9 for anybody if they're really wanting to get into the pistol world, and they're not like a large framed male or a female. Then yeah, get yourself a 9
It's basically like doing shit out in the woods. You want a fucking AR or something similar, like what you mentioned, the 1020, and then fucking Home protection, you just need a shotgun because then you don't have to aim that shit. It's just like someone comes through the door and you fill them full of shot. That's all it comes down to.
No, Cora,
And that's definitely true too, because like a fucking AR-15 can shoot through multiple walls, and it might hurt some. I mean, there might be someone in a room next door, and it'll go through the wall. A shotgun will usually stop at the wall, especially if you got like birdshot, you know.
Yo, Cora, I told you the story about this guy when I used to work for installing like these $100,000 fucking projectors into these rich people's houses. This fucking one guy had a bear, like a stuffed bear that he
Yeah, you're
killed.
telling me about that, yeah.
Yo, the story was fucking crazy. He was like, yeah, I tracked it for almost 3 days, and then when I crept up on him and he saw me, he stood up. And he said that he just took his shotgun and was bow.
Must have been a big fucking shotgun because, like, fucking bears and hogs are hard to fucking kill. They're just hard.
I think he said it was 700 pounds, 600 or 700 pounds.
Yeah, bears and hogs are hard to kill, and hogs, like, you got to trap them. Basically, you got to trap them in a cage, and then you got to get up on them with a large caliber gun and shoot them between the eyes. That's the only way to kill them. Feral hogs, they're just crazy.
There's a gang of them motherfuckers in Germany, man, running around in the Black Forest. Motherfuckers is mean, man.
No, my in-laws got them all. They got a blueberry farm on the Texas-Oklahoma border, and they're constantly have to hire that because they're old. They can't deal with it. They hire the Mennonite kids to come trap the hogs and shoot them, and the kids will do it for free because they just take the meat away. But yeah,
all right. Stupid question, but are hogs the same as boars?
Boars are male hogs.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But like, if you're talking about like, okay, so here's the deal. They'll call it boar meat if you like shoot it in the States, but it's usually what used to be domesticated pigs that have escaped and become feral. So they eat like boars, but they're really pigs, right? But the boars that you see in Europe are legit like boars. Like the and even the feral pigs, they'll grow tusks. They get the big armor around their necks and stuff like that. That's why they're so hard to kill. They're wild.
Wait, when you say the armor around, is that like their fatness right there that you be
Yeah,
seeing?
it's just like a big fucking roll of fat, and if you shoot it, it just like the bullet just goes in there. They don't give a fuck.
Get the fuck out of here.
No.
That's funny. Oh shit.
You guys ever heard of cut shells?
No. Yo, but real quick, I also wanted to say, because of my childhood again, another gun that I used to want was the M16 because of Scarface.
Well, my AR-15s are actually, so it looks like a M16 actually. It has like it's a Colt AR-15 A2, and so my grandfather bought them in 1987, and they're just like a semi-automatic version of the M16 because they're M16 A1s. This is a Colt AR-15 A2 that has the forward assist, but so basically the CIA used AR-15s in Vietnam before we were officially in Vietnam, like in war, like declared, because there was a bunch of CIA advisors that were advising the South, Vietnamese on how to fight the North Vietnamese, and then that's when we were testing out this new platform, the Eugene Stoner's AR-15, in Vietnam, and then that's how we were able to turn it into a fully automatic, M16 basically. So yeah, it's pretty cool, man. It looks just like the Vietnamese era M16s, and I even have a bunch of the short magazines, that are like 15 round. I got 30 round magazines too, but a bunch of them were 15 round magazines, like in Vietnam, because I believe they were 10 and 15 round magazines. I'd have to look that up. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Bert, I always wanted a proton pack from my childhood.
A proton pack.
What's that? Is that the Ghostbusters thing?
That's right.
Fuck yeah. Damn. Hell yeah, I fucking knew that shit. I'm sorry. I feel like I have a bad memory, so whenever I remember something, I'm like, "Woohoo! Good job."
I'm waiting for all the hashtag not my president.
I was about to say, just don't cross the streams.
Hey, John, when do you think? I was just looking it up. So the last recession ended June of 2009, and we have a recession every 7 years on average. So we're overdue. Do you think the next recession is going to hit soon?
Hard telling, man. I don't know. The wrong one to ask on that one, I guess.
We're not fighting for recession. It's going to be another more than a few years before we hit that.
Oh, it's all good. All right. So nothing to worry about.
In my opinion.
I think things are looking up for Trump for sure. I wouldn't be surprised. I think I wouldn't be surprised if there was like another pandemic scenario or something like that where they try to ruin his economy, just like last time when he was president. We had that fucking pandemic that got released on the world from Wuhan, China. They told us all it came from the fresh market, censored us when we tried saying that it didn't come from a fresh market, and then later on admitted that it didn't come from a fresh market and that it could have had laboratory origins just because it's gene sequencing. And it's just fucked, man. Like, I think that is in play, maybe, that Trump's in office. So buckle up for that. Another fucking test on humanity so they can ruin,
so what should we do to prep for another pandemic?
Have you ever seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I read the book, but I haven't seen the movie.
So remember when they put the paper bags over their heads?
So no, but seriously, if another pandemic is going to get hit with it, what should we stock up on?
Buy a bidet.
Oh, well, that's
They're like $100. You get a good year.
No, Cora's right. Right. I've been pushing for that for fucking years. Just like all these girls in America are like living in Little House on the Prairie.
Cora, I have one already. I've had it for like a year. That shit is amazing.
Yeah, I have the Tushy. I recommend the Tushy. It's a good one.
Those are amazing. I don't have one, but I've definitely used one.
Definitely fucking amazing.
But no, man, it's really hard telling because, like, when I was younger, I was always told from my grandfather, because he's part of the John Birch Society,
that you were a sissy.
Oh, yes.
Well, you said grandfather. I'm thinking, they used to say, "Shut up, you fairy."
No, he was pretty supportive, but no, he was always telling me about the deep state's Agenda 21, and which it's Agenda 21 is the billionaires' plan to basically shrink the population as their main agenda, reduce the population, and then basically stop us from eating cattle, stop us from eating beef, which is fucking crazy because they are trying to get us to eat bugs.
What do they have against beef?
Well, up here in Montana, man, we got cattle all over the fucking place. Apparently, cattle outnumber the civilians here, the citizens, and they say that it's creating a greenhouse effect. The cow farts, actually, in fact, the major producers, all the major producers of beef are being sued right now by the Biden administration. They were getting lawsuit because
the billionaires are worrying about greenhouse emissions. Really?
Well, that's not what they're saying. That's the problem, is that they're telling everybody that's the effect on the world. The greenhouse emissions are contributing to the global warming, which is contributing to the world being destroyed. But what's actually happening is they just want these rural areas, Alaska, Wyoming, Montana, all these rural areas that are of low population that are beautiful to look at. They don't want people here. This is their plan apparently too, where they want people to be vacating these rural areas and going into the cities, kind of like in Cambodia and China and stuff like that. They don't want us out. These are places to look at, not to live. And so they want us out of these rural areas and into the cities. And so what's happening there? They're reducing the.
But isn't that hasn't there been a shift from people living in rural areas to urban areas globally for hundreds of years?
Yes, but not like, not naturally, yes, but not like China where they shuffle them into the areas. You know what I mean? Where they shuffle them into the cities. And so, what's happening, man, is they're just this is Agenda 21 that I've been told that this mass plan to reduce the population, reduce the rural areas. You know, get us out of the rural areas, move us into the cities. Control the food, have us eating bugs and shit, stop eating cattle. But coincidentally, people are being, those meat packing, facilities, meat producers are being sued, like I said, by the government. And so it's just kind of a weird deal. And then, what else that I was trying to say?
Oh, you were trying, they want to shrink, they want to collapse the population, right?
But yeah, they want to reduce the population, and that's anyway. So I was always thinking.
I lived in cattle country for a long time in eastern Washington, and it's not so much the methane. I mean, that's just a ridiculous argument, but they do fucking wreck the environment as far as like they'll eat native plants and they have a way of like compacting the soil so that you end up with these like really trenched out areas because the runoff can't like infiltrate the soil. It only goes to like rivulets. So, there's all sorts of shit that cattle farmers could do better. Let me just put it
Definitely,
that way.
they can move them to other. They can't just keep on letting them graze the same field every year, every fucking. You got to move them.
But
Well,
John,
even moving them, I just wish we did more regenerative farming, and I'm like, I think people do eat too much beef. I think they eat too much meat in general. Like, really should look at our diet. I'm like kind of like on the Michael Pollan train as far as like, eat mostly, eat good food, mostly vegetables or mostly plants. And
yeah, but Cora, you're a woman, and a real men have to eat lots of meat, so it's easy for you to do.
This is what I do with my real men. I get them very nice cuts of meat, and they get their meat satisfaction from having a small amount of very nice meat instead of just shit tons of burger. Yeah.
I love cheeseburgers.
Well, the problem with a lot of our vegetables and stuff too, though, is like everything's like genetically modified. It's kind of a problem. A lot of stuff is.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. We need to do more regenerative farming because that would like put everything back into like your cows would shit. The chickens would then go eat the bugs out of the cow shit, and they shit, and then you've got restored soil. Then you plant a cover crop and till that under, and you've got well restored soil. You grow another crop, you mow it down, you let the cows go eat it and shit, and you just cycle through that, right?
Jesus.
But John, I'm trying to understand this logic of the billionaires want to collapse the population, because don't the billionaires need the labor of the people to derive their wealth? I mean, who's gonna?
Of course,
do
but
the
how
work?
much labor? Do you need? So I've heard this argument many times.
Yeah, I think we have enough people.
We got
They
so
need the
many
consumers
fucking
more than they need the labor.
Yeah, that's the other side of it. Who's going to buy all the goods and services if there's no people?
Oh man, listen,
what would happen?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Bert. Go ahead. I'll just say it, man. You do know how many fucking people are not contributing to the economy, just literally just relying
fucking
on
lazy
government.
Fucks. I got like groups of people I could name for sure.
So obviously the billionaires know that too. I mean,
baby boomers, they're lazy fucking fucks. Let's get rid of.
I'm just saying, if you had it some of these billionaires' way, I mean, fucking, from their perspective, just saying, like, who would you want around? Honestly, if you were controlled, would you want people that are contributing and buying, and consuming, or would you want people that, the people that aren't doing that? There's hundreds and millions, probably billions of people that could, disappear, and they'd be okay with it because they're not doing, the elderly, the sick, the young, the mentally incompetent, the mentally handicapped, the criminals.
We can't toss the
you
young
name it.
because don't the young have to grow up to be
Of course,
adults?
yeah.
Well, you said the
So-
young, the sick, and the elderly. That's
Well,
almost everybody.
I'm not okay. You're right. I'm not advocating for this, so I don't have it all dialed in. But I'm just, I'm thinking from their perspective. Now, what I was talking about of this shrinking the population, what I was getting at is with this whole thing is I always thought that I could just sit back in my house or sit in a trench with a bunch of allies, and we could fight this big Agenda 21 thing, through force. But I never thought about viruses. I never thought that, viruses, you can close up your door and board that motherfucker up, hide in the hole, go whatever, man. But if they put out a virus on the world, man, that's a pretty effective strategy, And I realized that after COVID, because I got it once myself, man. I never took the vaccine, but I got it. And it felt like there was a fucking elephant sitting on my chest. I couldn't catch my breath. I never had experienced anything like it in my life. I've been sick before, but it was the mental aspect of it too that really made me feel vulnerable. I lost fucking 15 pounds. I was lifting weights and shit, making huge gains. I lost a lot of gains, dude. I mean, fucking really just, it fucked with my mind, with my mentality, dude. And I just knew it wasn't the same flu I've ever had in my life. I could tell this thing probably did fucking come from a lab. It was scary as fuck. I didn't know it was gonna happen next too. I went to Miles City, dude, and had to go to the fucking hospital. And luckily I was okay, but they just said I had inflammation and stuff, and I did have it.
John, you think about how bad COVID was.
Bro,
the Black Death killed a third of Europe. I mean, that shit definitely came from a lab.
Well, listen, that came from a mouse, yeah. But I'm just saying, be honest, laugh about it. Did they ever find the pangolin that was the original? Did they ever find that pangolin, that host that apparently, because they said that it came from a pangolin in a fresh market in Wuhan. They never fucking found it. They tested every one of those fucking animals.
No, I'm not trying to argue that.
So listen, I'm just saying, you can laugh all you want, bro, but dig into it right now, and you'll fucking find that it did come from a lab. If you were it didn't come from the fresh market. They can't fucking find it. I mean, the thing is like
you were saying that based on how sick you got, that's evidence in support of it coming from a lab.
I'm just saying that I'm just saying it felt a lot different. It felt a lot fucking different than anything I've ever had. Okay, and I'm just saying, all they would have to do if they were to want to kill mass populations, because of it was pretty successful if you were, if they were doing a test on the world, and they didn't really want to kill a bunch of too many people, but just see how successful the trial could be if they could get the vaccine or the virus out there, and then these vaccines, see how many people would take the vaccines. It killed a lot of birds with one stone, I would say, if they were trying to affect things, on the global, like globally. And I would just say, like, if they were to do this again or wanted to kill the masses, say some billionaires, they could easily release another virus onto the world. And this time, instead of it being 1%, fatal, they could tweak it to be 25% fatal, a fatality rate. And that could definitely shrink, the population like they want, and there's nothing anybody could really do about it. They released it onto the world, and
But
we
is
could
the
be in a
aim
lot
just
of
to
trouble.
kill?
What?
Like, is the aim just to kill people if they, if there is a lab virus or something like that?
The end, like I said, Agenda 21 is to reduce the population, the global population.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
obviously
But
What is the
you
what
have
is
to
the 20? What is the 21 in the agenda? What's that? What's the 21 mean?
I was just, it's been this, it's I don't know. That was just like why they called it that. Agenda 21 with the John Birch Society. I can look it up right here. It was just a name for it.
Was it
Now
originally
they have an
like?
Agenda
Was it
20.
originally 2021, and they didn't get around to getting it done in time?
No, it was just different names, man. I mean, different
But you
names. They
know,
have different agendas, I guess. This was just a globalist plot, I guess, that some people on the inside, were able to, find out. It's not obviously it's not succeeded yet. I mean, like but that's apparently
but
what this plan
Fucking
is.
lazy billionaires.
but if
This is
why
just what
kill?
I've heard. But think about what happened with COVID, though, man. Okay, it was a pretty fucking eerie deal. You have to admit it was pretty eerie. It came out of fucking nowhere. We're all taking vaccines and shit, dude. It could easily be tweaked to be a lot more fatal and could cause a lot more problems, man.
What do
Don't
you mean?
bullshit yourself.
Come out of nowhere. Isn't that the nature of a pandemic? I mean, the Spanish
Well,
flu
it's got
came out
to
of
come from
nowhere.
somewhere, White. It's got to come from somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, well,
The Spanish flu came out from
where,
There's a nice
where's
story.
oh no, tell us about Spanish flu.
Well, that was a different time and place. That was 1921.
Rats.
It was a different time.
The main reason was rats.
1919.
Like they were killing all the dogs and the cats in the area. In Spain because they're like on the streets and stuff. And if you there's a natural circulation. Like the cat is hunting his prey, and it's mostly the rats. And if you have 30 areas and you have all cats around who are gonna kill the rats, so the rats are running around and
Well,
spreading
that's what you
diseases.
think, man. That's none of the
It's not that
allies would.
easy, but it's the main reason where in Europe those pandemics started. You didn't have that
Well,
in
no,
other
they call it the
countries.
Spanish flu because Spain was the only place that was fucking neutral, and none of the powers that were fighting each other wanted to take credit for the fucking virus. Okay, and they actually think it came from China because it was a nasty fucking place because they like to live. They don't like to, but they have to because their population density and to be able to protect their animals, they fucking a lot of times they'll have their animals living below them. They'll live above them. They'll like literally have like a stable underneath the house.
But to be honest, if you make a
Their
pandemic
fucking
with
lungs and shit. It's nasty. So
but if you
that's
would
what happened with
create
the
a
Spanish flu.
pandemic, would your aim to kill the people, or why kill people if you can benefit off them? Like I don't
Because
think
you
it's
can't. That's the problem, man. Obviously, you know that not everybody is contributing. If you were a billionaire, from a billionaire's perspective, from a powers of beast perspective, can you say that everybody in the globe is contributing to the world? Financially or
for sure
economically,
not.
or is there everybody?
No, for sure not.
So, how many? What's the percentage? Would you think, would you say 10, 20%? I mean, that's probably it. I mean, probably 10% of the
2%,
globe.
2% of people, I
2%.
think, do the work.
No. What would be the percentage that doesn't contribute, that is like elderly, sick, mental capacity,
young
that can't do it?
Kids don't contribute.
Not
They're
not
fucking
young,
leeches.
not young. White would not white. We're not going to count that. But we're talking about the population that is old, but just cannot contribute because they either don't want to, are living off welfare,
Lazy,
are sick,
bad culture.
lazy. Yeah. So how many? I mean, because we know lots of people in our society that just fucking are turds and choose to just not do fucking shit. I mean,
Absolutely.
but so how many?
That's why our country's going to shit.
So what's the percentage? Would you say? Let's say, what would you say? 2% or 10% of the world is probably not contributing.
I'm better in fractions, maybe 3/5.
So I don't really know what that would be in percentage.
It would be 75 or 80. 75, I guess. Something 70.
So 20. Let's say 20% is not contributing. There's 20% is not contributing, so and there's 8.2 billion people. So I don't know what that would be.
I think
20%.
70%, 70, 80% doesn't contribute. They're just living,
So 70% of world pop 20. What is it? Hold on. Let's just say 20% is not contributing. 20% of 8 billion.
Mm-hmm.
8 billion people.
Would be like 1 billion. One and a half
Yeah.
billion.
Yeah. So they could definitely kill, 1 to 2, 5. That was their aim, actually. That's Agenda 21 is only to reduce
But
the
why kill if you
population
can
by
benefit of it? If you make somebody sick, then you have a customer. Like why killing it if you can benefit of it? I don't think that the main
because not
reason is to
everybody
kill.
is not everybody. That's just not what I'm saying, man. Is not everybody is going to be benefiting the world. You know what I mean? And so
No, I'm
that's
thinking,
that's their
with this
aim.
pandemic, if we say they created to kill the people to lower the population.
Not everybody.
Yeah.
Just a large, just like I say, you make a 20% fatality rate, and you can kill off 2 billion people. You know what I mean? And you're just reducing the population. I got to see what their. I heard that it was like, because we're at 8.2. I heard they want to reduce it to 3 billion as their aim.
Even they talk about it in the World Economic Forum all the time. The World Economic Forum is forming all the ways how the world is gonna form itself. Yeah, but
isn't is it, John? Aren't people already having less kids? And right now, the projection is that globally the population is going to peak around the end of the century, maybe 2080, and then start to decline back down. So I mean, people are already kind of doing that for them. They don't even have to do like mass slaughtering or.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And that might be where they're like, "Fuck, dude." If we can make things, so hard for them economically, because let's be honest, for me, I want to have kids. I'd love to, but I fucking can't afford it, man. I mean, right now, I make $21 an hour. I'm trying to start my own business, but
I think that was that was under Agenda 24.
Well, anyway, man, I'm just all I'm saying is I can't afford a kid, and that's what deters me, is that I can't afford it. I'd love to have kids someday, and I think a lot of people are feeling that, man. A lot of people are feeling that same way, economic pressure, where they're like, I can't bring a kid in this world right now. And so, they could probably accomplish it that way too. But I don't know,
No, it really is horrendous that in the United States and many places around the world that people feel, because of economic reasons, that they can't have kids anymore.
It's not just that way, to be honest.
I don't think that necessarily the leadership that we have is going to really help us get any closer to that. But hey, we'll see.
I think it will. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Canner. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say for that, like, White has a very good point in this, in this subject. I live in Germany, and there, like, since 10 years, there's a big problem with the birth rate. It just shrunk from 3.2 to 1.7. And if you have conversations with people out here when you go out, it's like, people want to live good together. They don't want to marry. They just want to have, a couple of relationship. And, this kind of mentality is driving to not having a family and stuff. But it's not just always, the economic state or, the money. But yeah, it's a very important
And,
point.
the other thing in Germany, correct me if I'm wrong, don't you guys have ready access to abortions in the whole country?
Yeah.
Big problem.
Sure. I don't have a lot of knowledge till which time you can have abortion, but I guess after a certain, week, it's not legal. But like I said, I don't have many knowledge about it. But yeah, the birth rate is a big problem.
Well, ask yourself that, White. I mean, how can it be? Because I've done the research on it. It's since Roe vs. Wade was passed in 1973, 63 million babies have been killed, they estimate, officially. There's probably a lot more. That's just on the record and stuff. And then 1990 was when it peaked. That was the year I was born, which is fucked up. But if it's, I just don't understand. Like, if that would come out to like basically 80% or 90% of the women are doing it not for health reasons or because they got raped or incest. They're doing it for like economic reasons or whatever, or
Where are you
somebody's
getting
fucking
80 to
pressuring.
90%, John? That's just not statistically possible. If you look at the actual rate, it's like 15 abortions per 1,000 women. That's it. So it's
15
like the
abortions. So
opposite. It's the
I said
opposite.
80 to 90% of abortions are not for
That's
rape
not
and
true either.
incest or
That's
health
not
problems.
true either. No.
Well, how do you? Well, look it up. Well, then correct me
Yeah,
if
you
you
want to?
can
I'll
find
look
it.
up the statistics and I'll read them off to you.
Please do it, and give us a source. I'd love to hear about that. Anyway, I'm going to continue. If there's so many fucking people getting murdered, so many babies being murdered, like, dude, there's got to be something. There's got to be some sort of incentive or some reason why they're killing so many babies. Either someone's making a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to connect the dots, John.
Or
so can I just ask? So the billionaires want to reduce the population. So wouldn't they be against the restrictions? Like they or they'd be for abortions, right? So how is it that we're having now restrictions on abortions if the billionaires want to collapse the population? I'm confused.
Because Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016, appointed 3 or 4 Supreme Court justices, and they were able to overturn
I see. So
Roe
the
versus Wade.
The billionaires hate
Donald
Trump.
So yeah, they do. They do fucking hate Trump. So you're answering your question.
That's what I was trying. Dude. That's what I was trying to square. I'm pretty sorry. The billionaires. Okay, so you got the global, the wealthy billionaires versus Trump. Got it. Okay, now I understand.
Of course, Trump himself is a billionaire, but he likes America. He loves America. He's not a fucking immoral prick.
Right. I mean, Musk,
overturn Roe versus Wade.
Musk and the other billionaires who we know have really donated and supported Trump. They're on but there's the other group of billionaires versus Trump.
Which one? We got Musk and who else?
We have the backstage.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's that?
The backstage is like we cannot say, man. Jeff Bezos and Musk are the richest people in the world. That's not possible.
Yeah. Jeff Bezos doesn't like Trump.
Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is a place in Europe. It's like very, very small. It's like they have
I know where it is.
2,000 population. Yeah, even they're like the Rockefeller, the Rothschilds. All it's their bases from Liechtenstein, and you have people that there are backstages, and I don't think that they are against abortion. Like they're you can have a free worker. Why not taking it?
John, did you see the fake news that Cora posted?
I'm reading about it here.
Yeah, Pew Research is terrible fake news.
Okay.
So White, who's the backstage?
I wouldn't. If I told you, you'd be in danger. So I want to keep you safe.
So I've got this other. It's 40% is financial, and of that 40%, around 4% said lack of employment contributed to their decision. 0.6,
so it's financial. 40% is financial.
0.6% said they terminated their pregnancies because of a lack of insurance or government assistance. Timing, 36%. Hold on. Can I finish? 36% or more than 1/3 said they felt they were not emotionally or financially ready to have a baby. So there's overlap here in these percentages. 31% said partner-related reasons, didn't have a good or stable relationship, or that their partner was unsupportive. 8% said they wanted to get married before having children. 29%
so I'm looking for the rape and incest.
29% said they needed to focus on their other children. 20% said the timing would interfere with their future opportunities and goals. 19%.
This is all economic, Cora.
Hold on. 19% said they were emotionally or mentally unprepared for a child. 12% said health-related reasons. So concerns for health of the fetus, drug, tobacco, alcohol use.
So basically, like I said, 80 to 90%, just like I said.
Non-illicit, I think health-related reasons is, non-illicit prescription drug or birth control use, worsening of existing health issues, mental health concerns, effective medications. 12% said inability to provide for the baby, not independent or mature enough for a baby, 7%. Influences from family and friends, about 5%. And later
She just answered my question. She just literally confirmed what I said.
Well, I'm just pointing out that it's not just because they just want to. They have good reasons.
That's not what I said. I told you 80 to 90% are not doing it for rape and incest, and you literally just confirmed that. So thank you, Cora. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. White, that is fucking ridiculous, man. A lot of these women, thank you, Cora. A lot of these women, man, are being.
Like,
hold on, Cora.
Look
Cora,
at it. No, let me read these other reasons. Like people write off medical reasons, but like severe preeclampsia, cancer requiring immediate treatment, intrauterine infections with premature amniotic sac rupture. Like these are like legit, like fetal abnormalities.
What are you, Cora? What are you proving? You proved my point.
I'm saying that there's a lot more valid reasons than rape and incest.
Okay, listen. All I'm saying, man, is obviously that if 63 million babies are being killed since 73, that either these women are being
actually lowered the abortion rate was access to abortion and family planning services.
Why are you over talking me when I'm trying to just finish what I'm saying?
You're taking this weird position that making abortion illegal is somehow going to make more babies. It doesn't work that way, John.
I didn't, dude. Cora, I'm not even talking like that. Thank you very much. But anyway, so anyway, what I was saying, White, is there's some probably there's like some incentives. I would say that putting these abortion clinics in low income areas and impoverished areas is really fucked up. They do it like liquor stores in low income areas. They target young vulnerable women. They
have abortion clinics in liquor stores.
What I'm saying is liquor stores, as you know, there's always been controversy where in low income areas, impoverished areas,
oh, I see what you're
the hood and stuff, they put liquor stores there, right? Well, the same thing is happening with abortion clinics. They are basically targeting vulnerable young women, and women who are in bad shape.
Oh my God. What
Yes,
do you
they
mean by
are.
an
It's a
abortion
fact.
clinic? Do you understand what goes on at like places like Planned Parenthood? Like abortion is a very small amount of the service they actually provide.
63 million babies. There's over 1 million babies a year are being aborted.
They do women's health exams.
I can't talk when we got Cora who's got the green bean.
They
we got Cora who's
people.
got the green bean.
They help treat people.
Why did you guys give Cora the green bean? Why would you give a woman a green bean?
I'm a fucking admin in this house. Fuck off.
Yeah, I know it's stupid because obviously you're abusing your power. Like because you don't like what I'm saying.
How have I abused my power?
You don't like what I'm.
Have I muted
you? don't like what I'm. You don't like what I'm saying, and so you keep over talking me. Okay, because you're pissed off that I am right about how many fucking babies are getting killed.
That's just me saying that what
you're just
bullshit.
You're pissed off because you know what's right.
Off.
Look it up. How many babies have been killed since 73, Cora? Look it up yourself. 63 million. Okay, that is fucked up. You cannot. So that's a lot of babies. So what are you? They're just offering. So they're not just killing babies in these abortion clinics. That's a lot of fucking babies.
They're killed. Like most of the abortions.
Oh my God.
in the first
This is that.
trimester,
See,
so
this
they're
is
not
what I'm talking
babies at
about.
that point.
So after 22 weeks, are they not viable?
Did I just say first trimester? Can you count?
Okay, but so they're babies then.
That's
They're
3
still
months,
killing.
right?
So they're doing
Three
22.
times 4.
Okay, fine.
3 times 4 is
22
12
weeks.
weeks. So most
22
abortions
weeks.
take place before 12 weeks.
Well, no, they don't. A lot of abortions happen after that.
John,
After
No,
20
not a
question
lot.
for you.
Very few
Bible.
happen in the second
Yeah,
trimester.
okay.
John.
Well, why don't you look up the stats if you're so smart? Go ahead and prove yourself wrong again.
John, can I ask you a question?
Dude, I posted the stats already.
John,
Yeah, and you read us off exactly what I was saying.
excuse
Thank
me, John.
you for proving my point.
John, considering this, I'm interested to know how do you feel about women's suffrage?
What? The women are
Women's
doing
stuff.
fucking fine in this country, dude. The women are such spoiled fucking. Listen, the reason why there's, oh my God, dude, don't even get me started with women. Like that's why so many men don't want anything to do with the women in our culture today in America, because most of them fucking suck. They're spoiled, and they're literally something fucked them up with social media. I'm telling you, man. Like it's just gonna be it's just don't get me started, dude, with the women's suffrage. They are pampered, they are queens, they're doing just fucking fine. Okay, they got so many rights. I don't even want to get started. It's ridiculous. Just like us. Now, why are they the modern day victims because Kamala didn't win? God damn. Women's suffrage. They have the right to vote. Why didn't they move to Wyoming in the 1800s? Like, Wyoming was the first state to let women vote in like the 1890s. Did you know that? The women are doing fucking fine.
Hey, Cora, hey,
Jesus.
Bobby.
So in the last year, they have full stats 2021, 93% of abortions occurred in the first trimester.
Hey,
93%.
Of how many abortions? Think about how many percentage that is. If you think about
73 billion, right?
63 million. So let's just say 7% of 63 million. That's a fuckload. That's millions.
So you do understand that second and third trimester, and there's really very few third trimester abortions. They're generally because of those medical reasons that I read off earlier: preeclampsia, amniotic sac rupture. Abortions are even done for people that miscarry because you have to actually remove
Cora,
the fetus.
did you vote for Kamala? Did you vote for Kamala?
Yes, I did.
I can
See,
tell.
John, so that's the thing is, do you think that
Why
this country has gone
would you let this
downhill?
woman be a moderator in this thing, dude? God damn it. This is the problem. This is the problem with this app.
John,
is that people are
you
such
don't even
simps on this
understand
app. They give
you
the
don't
women the
understand this
green
house
bean
thing,
because they
clearly.
somehow think it's going to get them like maybe laid or something, or
Are you just mad because you couldn't go get a woman pregnant and force her to financially support your child?
It's ridiculous. Like, why the fuck do we give these retarded women power on this app?
Yeah, I'm
It's just
hardly
so
retarded,
dumb.
John.
Yeah,
you need to get over yourself.
You are. You are.
No,
You
I
voted
am
for
not.
Kamala. You voted for
doesn't make me
Kamala,
retarded.
and you're
That
fighting
actually
for
makes
abortion.
me smart because I
What?
voted in my own fucking interests.
Yeah. For what? Abortion? A single issue because you're retarded. Anybody who votes on a single issue, a single issue voter, you're retarded. A single issue voter, by definition, is a retard.
I would like something like Roe v. Wade back in place because right
Oh
now
my God.
my tax dollars are going to support abortions for people that
You
live
are
in
a
other
single
states.
issue voter, Cora. You
No, I
are
am
retarded
not.
by
What the
definition.
fuck are you talking about?
You just
Have you
fucking
even
said it in
asked
your
me
best
about other
interest.
issues?
That's what it was for. What's the other issue that you like about Kamala? What do you like about her?
I
you got the
actually
floor.
work in public infrastructure finance, so I understand how projects get built in the U.S. And I understand
I heard
which
about you
administrations
before.
are actually
You're so
able
full of crap, dude. You're full
able
of
to
crap.
get shit
I've heard
built
this deal
without
again.
running up deficit spending. That would be Democratic administrations. I'm not a Democrat.
You are a Democrat.
No, I'm not. But I am
what are you,
realistic enough
an
to know what's better
independent,
for the economy.
A moderate? A Democrat's better for
No,
the
I'm a
economy?
fucking independent.
Yeah, you are not. You are not. You're fucking. You're a fence sitter. You're a liar. You're just.
No, I am not. Oh my God,
You voted
fence
for
sitter. That's
Kamala.
such an
How can
identity
you vote?
politics
How could you
bullshit
vote
fucking
for Kamala
concept.
and call yourself an
I
independent?
vote for the
That
right
is such an
policy.
extreme vote.
Is what
Really?
I do.
You vote for a California Democrat? California Democrats ruined the fucking state, and you were gonna vote for a bitch to
No,
vote to
Ronald
ruin the whole
fucking
country?
Reagan ruined the fucking state.
No, he did not. No,
Yes,
he did
he's the
not.
one that
God.
fucking closed all the mental
Oh,
hospitals
oh.
and put people out on the street.
Yeah,
And didn't
okay.
provide
That's
any
what
fucking
ruined the
HUD
state.
funding to support
That's
them.
what ruined the state. You guys are gonna literally fucking believe this. That's what ruined the state, guys. Are you gonna listen to this bullshit? She's gonna call herself an independent, and she voted for Kamala, and she says that Democrats are better for the economy. Wow, what a
They
lie!
are.
Tell us,
Oh my
tell us,
God.
tell us, Cora. You have the floor. Tell us how Democrats are better for the economy if you're such an independent.
I just
Tell us.
told you one good reason. They reduced
Give me another
deficit
one.
spending. They reduced deficit spending.
How?
How? By
How?
actually fucking trying to balance budgets and fucking bringing in enough revenue
When
to
do
pay
they
the fucking
balance any
bills.
budgets? Well, I'm confused. Who's been balancing any budgets lately?
Do you
Have
remember
you
the
fucking
last time we had a balanced budget? What administration was
maybe?
that?
Okay, that was fucking Bill Clinton years ago, lady.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, that was Bill Clinton, but he didn't have the budget was not balanced. Okay, that's bullshit.
Yeah, oh my God. You don't understand how to balance the national budget, apparently.
And you're
Okay.
you're an independent, and you're an independent. Yeah, bullshit. You're not an independent. You're a liar. Yeah, you're like Marshall.
Why do
who
you
calls
have to
himself-
put me into a fucking box?
I'm just saying, you're like Marshall, who calls himself a Republican and stuff like that. But yet, every time I hear him on here, before Kamala lost, he was fighting for Kamala all the time and really arguing for. But yeah, and when Donald
There's
Trump
plenty of
won,
Republicans
he
that
tried
don't
to go
support
in.
Trump. Yeah.
He tried to go in the Trump room and celebrate with a Trumper, and they kicked his ass out because they saw right through him because he's a fence sitter. Cora, you are no independent. You're a Kamala voter, dude. You
No,
voted
I'm
for
a
a
fucking
California
independent.
Democrat.
I vote for the correct policy.
You voted
position.
for a California. You voted for a California leftist.
It doesn't matter what fucking party they
that's
identify
crazy.
with. I'm voting for the policy position, John.
Yeah, the policy. I'm just curious of what she would have done for this country that was so fucking good. I want to know about this.
You want people to have babies? Give them a fucking better child tax credit.
Trump did that.
How about
He gave him that. That's why.
No, we've had
that.
Cool C. Do you understand the difference between a $2,500 child tax credit and one that's $6,000 for the first year?
How do you think you're
That
gonna
encourages
get that,
people to have babies. It helps them cover. What's another one? Oh, childcare. Childcare encourages people to have babies, right? Oh, let's go for another one.
How about lower gas
paid
prices and
family
lower
leave.
grocery prices?
Paid
That
family
encourages
leave
people to be able to have
people to
kids too.
babies.
You know what encourages people to have babies? Lower gas prices, lower grocery prices, being able to afford
Your
a house,
problem with
being able to
gas
afford a
prices is with the
vehicle.
fucking refineries and the fucking oil companies.
Really?
Flooding the market with what we already put out a shit ton of oil already. What adding a little oil to that isn't gonna fucking stop the fucking oil companies from maintaining their fucking oligopoly on
Let's
fucking.
Let's talk about oil a little bit. I'd like to, Cora, because we might
The
agree.
other thing is
honestly,
in the long run,
can we talk about oil a little bit?
We're gonna run out of
agree
oil
on
in
that.
60 years anyway, and in the
No, we're
meantime,
not. God,
we're not fucking
you realize?
developing our alternative
Hold on.
energy sources.
Cora. I'm up here in Montana. I worked in the Bakken oil field. We have a huge concentration of oil that's 100 years, and there's an even bigger one under the Bakken oil field that goes to the bottom of the Rockies. It's fucking huge. It's one of the largest concentrations in the world. You are crazy. We got 400 years of oil just up here. Okay, here's the thing. As you know, our oil around just oil in general is based on two metrics. It's weight and its sweetness. Okay, our oil.
I know what oil. You
is
don't
light
need to give me a
and
fucking
sweet.
101 course
Okay,
on
foreign
fucking oil.
is heavy and sulfury, non-sweet. Our oil is easier to turn into gas. Okay, we got lots of refineries that are light refineries. We also got lots of refineries that are, like for foreign oil too. What we could do though is build more refineries, more light refineries, and start refining our oil.
Or we could start
turning it
generating
into
more renewable diesel and fucking get
John.
our fucking hydrogen hubs going.
How do you
John,
do that?
can I ask you a question, John?
We sell more diesel to Mexico and Ukraine.
John.
Good.
than we
No,
do
Then
what we
let's
could
sell
do is
renewable
because
diesel
it's
to
easier.
them, which
John,
has
can I
like
ask you a
almost
question?
zero emissions.
Yeah, hold on.
Can I get in here and ask a question? What do you think about? I know this might be a little wild, but just let it sink in. What do you think about with this whole baby issue? People wanting babies, people getting rid of babies. How about banning contraception?
What? No.
Well, I mean,
we're having a serious conversation.
Because people be fucking, and then people are not going to stop having sex. Like they want that. So you get rid of contraception, boom, problem solved.
Thanks, White. We're having a serious conversation. Anyway, diesel is easier. Diesel is easier to
I thought it was a pretty good idea, but okay.
Diesel is easier to, it's easier to turn oil into diesel than oil into gas. So like we have so much fucking oil gas that we can lower our diesel prices and we can lower our gas prices, man. We can lower our grocery prices because my grandparents own 2 grocery stores, one in Montana, one in South Dakota. And so we have to have our goods shipped, first it's shipped from Salt Lake City to a plant in Billings, Montana. And my grandfather has to pay for one truck to bring his groceries to the grocery store in Broadus, Montana. And then we have to pay for another one to bring their groceries to one in Lemon, South Dakota. And so obviously we have to pay for, that fuel is not cheap. It's $5 a gallon, damn near. I'm looking right now. It's $5 a gallon. It's $3.48 here, $3.49 here, which is a little bit lower than usual, but it's fucking expensive. I mean, it's been fluctuating. It's just expensive. We can lower our fuel prices, then our groceries, it has a residual effect. Energy and everything is powered by energy, guys. Everything has to be shipped around here. We don't produce shit anymore.
Okay,
and so everything's got to be
this is like
shipped.
really
So
fucking remedial.
we can obviously reduce our grocery. We can reduce our grocery prices, Cora, and that's fucking a huge
you know what
economic benefit
happens
to
when
families and people.
you start doing that, right? Because you know where the groceries come from, for the most part, California, Oregon, Washington on the West Coast, right? Anything that gets shipped in comes through the ports in California, Oregon, and Washington. I guarantee you, if we continue to pollute at this rate, there's going to be fucking carbon taxes in California, Oregon, and Washington, and you're not going to get any lower fucking gas rates.
They won't be able to do that. They won't be able to do that, man. Fortunately, you heard about the Supreme Court. Hold on, Cora. The Supreme Court ruled. The Supreme Court ruled that the fucking EPA can no longer act like its own fucking, its own
EPA.
form of
I'm
government.
talking about the fucking states. The states can levy whatever taxes they want on carbon.
No, they cannot do that. They can't put their own. No, they couldn't do that. They couldn't get away with it, baby. Sorry. By the way,
you obviously don't work in transportation.
Hey, what's funny is that it's a different era. Trump owns the presidency. The Republicans own the Senate. We got the fucking House. It's all but assured. We're going to get more Supreme Court fucking picks. This bitch has changed. Don't you worry about that. Gavin Newsom ain't going to be able to do fucking shit.
No, what's gonna happen is Trump's gonna get zero done, regardless of the fucking composition of the Senate. Right? Trump's gonna get zero done. You're being overly optimistic on the House, believe me. And he's gonna spend all his time fucking bloviating to world leaders who don't pay attention to him. Right? 4 years is gonna fly by, and people are gonna be so sick of it. Right? They're never going to, I won't say never, but they're not going to believe the Republicans when they come back and say, look, we fixed things, because they didn't.
JD Vance.
No,
Yeah, he's gonna
fucking
be
JD
next.
Vance is a fucking
I don't know
numbnut.
why they let this woman be the mod in this place. It sucks. I'm never gonna come back to Talking Apes if it's gonna be like this. Why would they let Cora, the Kamala supporter, be a mod of the Green Bean? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just so stupid.
Oh,
God damn.
poor baby.
Yeah, Cora, this
Oh, you're
salty
gonna
woman's
blame it
got to
on me
be on
being a
here.
mod because I haven't moderated
Yeah.
you at all during this discussion,
It
John.
just sucks.
You're
It
just fucking
sucks.
losing. That's
But it gives you
all.
the balls to keep on talking nonsense.
You're
Just
losing
spouting
because
absolute
I'm an
fucking nonsense.
actually educated woman with knowledge of
No,
the shit that
I'm
you
not losing.
usually
You are just
think
retarded,
you
and
can
you got
fucking fool
triggered about
people
the whole
on.
abortion issue. Me and White were literally having a nice fucking conversation, and you had to
Yeah,
fucking
you're
get stuck and
you're
start
having a
talking to
nice
me about the abortion.
conversation about
We were
how
having
you
a
could oppress
conversation, and because
women
you didn't like
into
the
bearing the
abortion issue,
financial
you had to
burden of having the children
you realize that
can't
we were
afford to
talking and
have.
you had to butt in because
Good
you didn't like
job,
it. That's what I'm
John.
talking about, Cora. You don't deserve the green bean because we were talking and you had to butt in because you fucking couldn't control yourself. Because you have the green bean, you think you can just have the right to butt in and shit because you
Yeah,
didn't
I
like the
do have a
abortion
right
issue.
to butt in
So
because
see
it
you
was
fucking
two
later.
dudes,
See ya, because you suck.
talking about
You don't
something that
deserve the
affects
green
me
bean.
much more
Thanks,
than them.
Vibing, for giving her this fucking shit. I'm never coming back to Talking Apes again because you give dumbasses like this a green bean. She can't shut her mouth.
What a baby. Didn't moderate him, not even once, and he's crying about it. Hey, Cool C.
Hey,
You ever used renewable diesel in your truck?
who?
You ever used renewable diesel in your truck?
I'm not allowed. I'm a company driver.
Oh. What, do you fill up at their fucking places or what?
At the regular fuel stations, pilots, TAs.
They don't have any R99 there?
No.
Yeah, interesting. Well, anyway, they're running the entire fleet of diesel buses here in my city on renewable diesel right now, and it's fucking great.
What's renewable diesel? Engine oil, fried foods, fries?
No, it's not. It's no. They basically farm it. Let me look up what they are. It's like the algae, I think, most. Yeah, they make it off of feedstock, sugars, sugar ethanol, and other biomass. So they basically hydrolyze biomass, turn it into combustible fuel.
Okay, whatever biomass is.
It's like corn stalks and shit and algae.
Mm.
They basically take organic material and convert it into hydrocarbons. Much cleaner than biodiesel, actually cleaner than petroleum. Better for your engines, too. There's another room going, guys. You should head over there. Literally, that is an experiment that establishes that there's air pressure on Earth.
That is not an experiment. That
So you
is an
think there's no
observation
air
of the
pressure on Earth?
That is not an experiment. That is
That
an
literally is
observation.
an experiment. I'm going to take
I waited
a
till you were finished, miss. I'm
barometer.
just trying to get my
Right?
thought
I'm
out,
going
right?
to take a barometer and I'm going to take measurements at different elevations.
You're a
of
little
the
bit
air
triggered, lady.
pressure.
You should relax. It's okay.
I'm not triggered.
You are, because I didn't even get a chance to finish my statement, right? So that is not an experiment. That is an observation of the differences in air
Yeah,
pressure.
you just don't understand science. It's bizarre.
Do you know what a pressure gradient is?
Yes, I know what a pressure
What is
gradient
it?
is.
What is it?
It's like the transition as you go up in elevation of the air pressure.
Right. So you understand that
It's
a
also
pressure.
the gradient between two atmospheric systems.
You are
as they
you are very
collide.
excited, miss. You're very
No,
excited.
I'm assertive. You
No,
can
you're triggered. It's not
No, I am
assertive.
not. Oh my God.
That's not assertive. That's
You
aggressive.
can have running commentary and tone police me all you want, but
I'm not
just because
tone
you
policing.
say I'm
You're
triggered
not having the conversation. You're just running over. You're railroading me. Can I get a chance to get a statement out? Like at least 3 words before you cut me off? Okay, right. So again, that is not an experiment. That is an observation of the differences in air pressure at different elevations. So in order to have a air pressure gradient, you still need a container that's their air pressure regardless of the gradient. Even in the oxygen tank, once it settles, it will be a pressure gradient within an oxygen tank. It will be a higher pressure at the lower parts of the tank than it is at the top of the tank as a pressure gradient. But guess what? It's still concealed and contained air pressure. So when it comes to the Earth, which you keep reifying, you need to show the replication of what you're claiming is real or reality through science. So what would be the scientific experiment to back up what you're claiming about air pressure on the Earth being open where it won't escape into the vacuum void of atmosphere called outer space? Where's the science that substantiates what you're claiming?
Well, you can go to outer space. Do you want to do that?
Well, you just came in here like I said that the concept of outer space doesn't exist.
No, literally, it's like it. You can do it with mathematics, calculating like
math will describe.
Can I finish my statement?
No, because this is how we're having the conversation because I was already here. You just got back, maybe, right? But I'll let you finish. I'm sorry, ladies. You can have it, lady. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you could just make simple mathematical calculations about the effect of gravity based on the composition of our Earth's core that circulates and creates an electromagnetic field. The inner core does, right? This is just basic. The closer you get to Earth, the more intense the effect of the gravitational force is on matter, right? And as you travel up into the atmosphere, it lessens, which is why the air pressure decreases.
Right. So, do you have the science to back up what you're claiming about the Earth's atmosphere?
Do I have the science? Do I have?
Yes, because when it comes
Yes,
to
I have it in a fucking whole big ass series of books.
when it comes to air pressure, right? You need a container for air pressure to exist in the first place.
Need a container.
How you doing?
You're the one that's making a weird positive claim.
No,
Why don't
I'm
you
not.
demonstrate that there is a container around the Earth?
Oh, you want me to demonstrate how air pressure
show me
needs to
show me the science that the experiments that show that there is a container, a sealed container around the Earth.
Oh shit. Where
Yeah, I
that
thought so.
evidence? Where that evidence?
I guess I went to the majors. I'm not sure. So I asked you. So you would like a demonstration of air pressure needing a container?
No, I would like you to show the science that proves there is a sealed container around the Earth.
Right. So when it comes to thermodynamics, right, high pressure goes to low pressure within a closed system. So when it comes to the high pressure of Earth, which is a high atmospheric pressure,
Nothing about a closed system requires a container. The universe is a closed system.
Right. So you asked me to demonstrate or explain.
No,
or
you
give
need
evidence,
that
and
doesn't.
you cut me off. I was right in the middle.
The existence of changes in atmospheric pressure, right? Much like you think it doesn't prove there isn't a container around the Earth, it also doesn't prove there is a container around the Earth.
Show the proof.
Right. So when it comes to air pressure, the atmosphere is made up of air and gas, right? So in order to have air or gas pressure or atmospheric
Now that's your
pressure,
positive claim. So now what science actually demonstrates that is the case?
Thermodynamics in a closed system.
No, that's not what thermodynamics is.
When it
Thermodynamics is about the transfer of energy between systems.
So is air pressure not a form of energy?
Air pressure is a state of matter. It's the effect of gravity.
No,
gravity.
Gas is a state of matter.
Oh
so air pressure is a form of energy.
No, air pressure is not a form of energy. Oh my God.
You cannot.
It's the result of energy acting
Are you
on a
saying that you can't use air pressure to take from a tank to fill up a tire? Remove the pressurized air from the tank to put it into the tire to create another pressurized
energy.
system? Okay, so if it's kinetic energy and we're talking about air pressure, that is still the same energy. Is air pressure a form of kinetic energy? Is it not?
You're still not demonstrating that there's a container around the Earth.
But we shall not enter here upon this dangerous aspect of the practice, which Cornelius Agrippa himself terms venomous magic. It is true that there are no.
Fucking hate noise trolls. Anyway, so again, you need to. Well, of course, he's on the phone.
Man, that gravity be catching people, Cora.
I know, man, gravity. It's so difficult to understand that gravity acts on systems.
Gravity has nothing to do with air pressure.
Yes, it does. Oh my
So,
God.
Brandon, just genuinely answer this. If I drop a pencil, what is that?
A downward vector.
A clumsy motherfucker.
A downward vector. I am going to Google this. Hold on.
Right. So the pin is more dense than the atmosphere or the air around it, hence why it will fall.
Call the what?
Called. What do you mean called what?
I don't know. I'm talking shit.
All right. So when it comes to air pressure, yes, air pressure needs a container.
So here, let's redo the AI answer to the question of how does gravity affect air pressure? Maybe you'll understand this because AI tends to, answer in a very basic level. Gravity directly affects air pressure by pulling the air molecules towards the Earth's surface, causing the air near the ground to be denser and therefore exerting a greater pressure compared to air at higher altitudes. Essentially, the weight of the air column above a given point held down by gravity determines the air pressure at that point.
That's a cool story. You got the science to back that up.
Gravity creates a density gradient in the atmosphere, meaning the air near the ground is denser due to the weight of the air above it. As you
That's
go
a
higher
cool
in
story. You
altitude,
got the
there is
science
less
to back
air
that
above
up.
you, so the force of gravity pulling down on that air column decreases, resulting in a lower air pressure. Air pressure is measured by using a barometer, which essentially measures the force exerted by the weight of the air column above a given point. I literally was telling you that you can verify this by walking from a low altitude to a high altitude using a barometer to measure the air pressure. Oh my God.
There's no
Amazing.
such thing as gravity. No such thing.
Before you came to the room, I said you can measure the air pressure of the Earth with a barometer, right? But again, the air pressure needs a container to be measured in the first.
No,
I got a
it does
question.
not.
This man said a downward vector.
A downward vector.
Vector is the direction of trajectory between one point to another. So if I
Right. It doesn't demonstrate how things fall. It only describes that things are falling.
So again,
why don't my pencil have an upward vector when I drop it, when I let go? I don't slow it down, I just let go.
I mean, depending on what it is, if it's a helium balloon, it will go up.
No, it's a pencil. It's a pencil.
Well, a pencil was more dense than air, so that's why I go. If it was less dense,
But
it would
why this
either
up and
float.
down, right? Why this up and down thing that we're talking about? There's no left and right.
I mean, have you observed things going left or right when you let it go? If there's no wind,
Never.
all right then. So why even name ask that question? We don't even observe things falling left or right.
So you
Unless
don't
it's like a
question why
feather or a
that
piece of
is,
paper or something.
when the explanation to that would be because of gravity. That's why it doesn't go left and right. It only goes up and down.
Let's make this metal mechanical pencil, with a ferrous, metal to it, right? And then we can put like a really strong electromagnetic field, aka a magnet, on one side or the other. Which way would it go? Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this vector, Brandon. I don't know. I feel like that's a flawed explanation.
Be right back.
A downward vector, Kareem. I can sense your belief falling apart right now.
I know they always get real quiet.
That downward vector was, you were like kind of 50-50, like trying to put up a fight, and then that downward vector, I swear, bro.
Yeah, well, things do have a downward vector. Things tend to go down, especially with dense objects. Just because you
Again,
claim
the
it's gravity
downward
doesn't
vector
mean
is
it's
just
true.
a description of the
That
directional
has
movement, not the cause.
but at the same time, that has nothing to do with air or gas pressure. Gravity is not even a factor when it comes to air,
I literally
gas,
just showed you why
or
gravity is
pressure.
a factor.
No, you read an explanation from an artificial, search engine that did the Googling
Yeah,
for
that
you and
is
gave you an
based off
explanation.
a large file. You know,
A
basically
language model. Where's the
all of
science?
the written knowledge of the human race that exists in digital form and comes up with the most
So
probable
if
answer.
I write down that core is incorrect, will you believe me? No, you wouldn't. So I don't have to believe an explanation. I'm looking for the science to back up
Oh,
your
is your brain a
explanation.
large language model, Brandon?
Are you talking about an artificial Google search for you? Like instead of you typing in, you ask chat, whatever it is, or whatever AI you use, right?
I just did it on Google.
In the Google search.
AI generates answers. Yeah.
And I'm asking for the science to back up the
So
explanation
now
that
you're
you got.
demonstrating that you don't know how large language models work.
No, I'm asking you to present the science that backs up the explanation that you read. That's what I'm asking for. You just keep like
Yeah,
reifying and reading
it's called
things.
general relativity.
That has nothing to do with air pressure. That has something to do with as far as the
It
concept
has
of
to do
what's
with
called
how
the bending
massive
of space and
objects
time.
generate gravitational fields.
We're talking about air pressure, and you're making a claim that gravity holds air down towards the earth to generate air pressure.
Matter?
It's a form of matter.
Does gravity act on matter?
Not on gases or air.
Yes, it does. It acts on all forms of matter.
No, it doesn't. Not when it comes to gas.
No, that's just weird special pleading. No, air is matter,
So
therefore gravity
why
acts.
does helium make things go up then?
Helium goes. Oh my god.
All right, I got a question, Brandon. When I grab a pencil,
that shut you up, didn't it? Because
No, helium only goes up as far as it goes until the air pressure.
But gravity doesn't hold helium down, does it? No, because the helium is a gas. Gravity is not a factor when it comes to gas.
Not true.
Just because you say something, it's not true.
It's literally about the weight of the helium.
Is it not true because you feel it's not true, or you know it's not true?
No, the weight of the helium is less than the weight of the air that surrounds it, that weight being generated by the act of gravitation on the mass of the various gases, right? And so the helium will travel up until there's an equilibrium of weight between it and the overall air pressure.
So that would be called, that's a density gradient. That has nothing to do with gravity when it comes to gases, right? So
oh my god,
gravity, you keep just like repeating yourself. Can you?
No, you are the one
that substantiates
obviously the weight of something
gravity
has to do with
acts on
gravity.
all matter.
Obviously.
But not when it comes to the matter of gas. When it comes to gases, gravity is a non-factor.
That is not the case.
So, wait. So you're saying there's no such thing as heavy gases and light gases? Is that what you're saying?
But yes, because the density of the gases will come closer to the surface, and the lighter density gases are going up above the surface, rising higher.
When you say lighter,
so I want to explore a question I asked Data this earlier. If you have a concealed container like a gas cylinder, if you chop the top off, will gravity hold the gas within the gas tank or the gas cylinder?
It will hold it at the level at which the weight of the gas is equal to the weight of the atmospheric pressure.
No, what I'm saying is a pressurized gas cylinder tank. It's pressurized. As soon as if you chop the top off of that pressurized system,
yeah, and
will
if
the air stay in it?
Gases, the gases in that system weigh less than the atmospheric column that it's released into, that gas will move up until there is an equilibrium between it. And gravity, yes, is acting on it. It is adding weight to it. But it's not going to fly out into outer space because there's no gravity. No, the gravity does act on it. It just doesn't stop it in place. It allows it to go upwards until there's an equilibrium.
This is the dumbest shit I ever.
Because the gas in the container is less massive than the composition of the gases that are in the lower atmosphere.
Don't double down on it. Don't double down.
I got a Brandon. I got a question. With this pencil, man. This pencil, right? I keep dropping this pencil at this over and over and over again. I'm not throwing it. I'm not throwing it forward. I'm not throwing it up. I'm just holding it and releasing it over and over again. Why is it that it only has a downward vector?
Because the pencil is more dense than air. It's going to go down. That's why.
Why
What
not left
creates
and right?
density?
Have you ever seen a pencil come out of your hand by letting it go and with left or right?
If gravity did not exist, it would just probably not even go anywhere. It would just stay there.
He thinks he would let go of it and just float.
Brandon, how do you explain
Why
the
is
helium
it-
balloon that floats up?
What I'm asking is, why is it choosing a specific direction every single time, right? Why is there a specific direction? A specific direction every single time.
And why is it if you
It's
have
the same direction.
if you have two objects, right, that have one is lighter than the other, the density, one has less density than the other, and you drop them, they fall at the same rate.
Yeah, that always tripped
When
me
there's
out.
no interference in a medium, there's no disturbance, all things will fall at the same speed because there is no air resistance. There you go, Cora.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, this one direction that it's going at every single time, and it keeps going directly at the Earth, you know? It seems like it is pulling everything down. And that's gravity.
Mm-hmm. And the reason why they fall at the same rate is because gravity acts on all objects at the same rate, regardless of their mass.
That is called a claim, right? So
That
the objects
is more
are falling,
bullshit.
and supposedly not everything falls at the same rate, right? There is certain objects that probably fall at different rates. So when it comes to things falling towards the ground, yes, there is a downward vector. Things do go down. Even in the vacuum chamber that you're claiming with the bowling ball and feather, right? There is no perfect vacuum. So there is some type of medium left in there, right? For something to fall through. So things will always fall towards the surface.
Dark matter would be that little in between void.
Well,
here we
Yeah,
go.
nothing falls faster. I could drop a house and drop a shoe at the same time. They'll fall at the same time.
It's a joke. It's tongue in cheek. It's tongue in cheek.
Right. And I think you would have to scientifically substantiate that. You just,
Well, you
explaining
still
it.
haven't scientifically substantiated that there's like a bubble around the Earth.
Right. I said air pressure needs a container, right?
That's the claim you're making. Now you have to demonstrate that that is the case.
So you don't know of any atmospheric pressure system that is open? Because all the ones that I know of are closed. Gas cylinders, the basketball, a tire, a soda can, airplane. What else can we think of? A balloon. It's so many closed systems that have air pressure or gas pressure within them, and they're sealed.
The universe is a
So
closed
where do you
system.
know
Like, what
of
are you
an
talking about? So technically, like, because
you
the
know-
universe is a
So
closed
what do you-
system, yes,
so
our
what do you
atmosphere
know of?
exists within a closed system, no matter what.
Yes, it is. Yes, because there
But
is
that
something
doesn't mean there's a
enclosing it.
bubble around the Earth.
Whatever
And
the
like
shape of the
SpaceX opens
container
up like
is.
a door to get into space. Like, how do the spaceships go into space? Is there like a door? They have to cut through this membrane.
How do the
What spaceship went into
meteorites like
space,
end up on the
Jeremy?
ground? Like,
Can I
how do
just
how do
add?
they enter the atmosphere? Like,
Can I just add?
Hold
There's no example on Earth that you can say that high pressure next to a void exists.
To back up that claim. What was that? I'm sorry. We were talking at the same.
Go ahead,
He
Flight.
said,
No, just to add what
say
you're
that again, man.
just an interesting idea. I mean, of observation. There's no example on Earth that you can do to have like a high pressure system next to a void. And for an example, I would give you like, hey, come to the cookout and bring propane, but don't bring the canister. You're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard time doing that. But that's the interesting part about it.
But that's usually because people don't understand
a cool
gravity.
example. I'm gonna use that one. That's a good one.
You like that? You like that, don't you? Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Come to the cookout, baby, and bring the propane.
you're not understanding the difference between like
I'm allergic to tanks.
equilibrium and
Bring the propane, the
Right,
pressurized gas.
what is equilibrium, Cora? Can you explain that for the classroom? Seeing as you said we don't understand.
we do have examples of high pressure systems next to low pressure systems. It's called fucking weather. But anyway.
That's within the Earth's atmospheric pressure system, which
And
is still
gravity's so
reified.
weak.
So what?
Look,
So
you gotta
would
think
that
gravity's
fucking
so
propane
weak.
tank be? So why doesn't the non-propane tank just hang out?
Because the high pressure systems and the low pressure systems within the Earth is within the Earth's atmosphere, right? We're trying to figure out how all of that. We're trying to figure out how all of that exists within the Earth that is open.
I
next
just told
to
you, gravity acts on the fucking gas in the atmosphere.
Not gravity is
Your
God.
savior is gravity. It's like your white
God.
Your white
It's not a savior. It's the fucking reality.
But Brandon has a
It's
point
not
though.
a reality. It's not a reality. It's insanity.
Planes are built under this reality.
Oh my God, flat
Millions of
earthers
people
are
travel
whack.
based on this reality. But is there an example
Jeremy,
of
are
that?
you? I'm almost.
It's not because Tony, you gotta have gravity's so weak that you gotta have. I don't know how big Earth is, but it's like something ridiculous, like 14 million megatons or something ridiculous. And as big as Earth is, and as heavy as Earth is, we can still jump and escape gravity by just jumping. You know, it takes a lot of mass to have any type of gravity. Gravity is the weakest force in the universe. That's why we can fly out if we wanted to. That's why birds can fly easily. That's why everything can go up and escape this planet because gravity's so weak. It's the weakest force in the
No,
universe.
but the reason birds and all these animals fly because the majority of them have hollow bones.
They got that anti-gravity system.
Hollow bones.
I get that. They use their wings.
Yeah,
for
you know
thrust
why they
to-
have hollow bones? So that they have less mass.
Yes, I know.
They can
I said
escape the fucking effects of
that's
gravity
what
when
I
they
was
fly.
saying.
But if they had
Hold
thick
on,
bones, the
hey,
gravity would act on them more.
Hold on, Corey. Listen, you
Hey,
don't take
but
that
if
shit out
the
on
air
me.
stop flapping their wings and just put their wings to the side, what will happen? It will fall off the sky because
Hey,
they're
but
more
I'm saying
dense.
though, what flies without hollow bones though?
Airplanes.
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 It
Airplane is hollow though.
helium balloon. What are you talking
But
about?
that
A whole bunch of
generates.
stuff.
That's
It's not
using.
birds that fly.
It's using
I
generating
think
lift.
I want from the pig fly, Tony. Would you believe me?
Nah, I was talking about specifically animals though.
I would say a bumblebee because their wings are not
bumblebee's not an animal,
Nigga,
bro.
bumblebee is not an animal, nigga.
Oh, you just said animal, bro. Listen to the
bumblebee.
I would say it's an animal, just an insect.
No,
Insects are animals.
They're animals. Yeah.
Okay, you can say that, but I'm speaking specifically on like.
You're talking like mammals, birds, or reptiles.
Yeah,
Okay,
mammals.
Tony.
Yeah, there you go.
Sugar gliders, you know.
I think it's like an
flying squirrels.
arachnid, if you really.
Yeah, but
flying fish.
sugar gliders.
It's not an animal.
They
but
glide
really
though. They don't fly though.
But that's kind of how airplanes work. They generate lift through angles.
Yeah, just glide. Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, at the end of the day, if an object makes itself lighter than the surrounding air, it will fly. Yeah. Like, it's not rocket science, guys. Come on.
My bad, y'all. I had to look it up because y'all made me think like, is an insect an animal? So it said they have two definitions: one A and B. So A is any class of insect of arthropods, such as bugs and bees, with well-defined head, thorax, and abdomen, and three pairs of legs, typically through a pair of wings. Then B, it says any numerous of small invertebrate animals, such as spiders or centipedes. So
Exactly. Yeah.
So birds. The classification is plants, animals, and then there's virus.
Yeah, even a plant is an animal. If you want to be technical.
Wait, how did you look that? How did you look that up, Brandon?
I played Mozart for my plants.
Brandon, how did you look that up? What did you use
in the dictionary?
Oh, good job.
Yeah, I didn't.
You know what?
Google
You know
it.
what the
I
dictionary
looked up an
feeds
actual
into?
dictionary.
You know what all the dictionaries?
What's a dictionary?
Large language models.
A book that has words with meanings.
Oh wow.
Hey, Corey, you still talking about this large language model? What's going on, man?
I was just trying to ask you, Brandon, about this attraction to Earth. There's an attraction to Earth, you know, this
No, a
density
dictionary
and
is
all
a
that.
limited
It's still
language
going to
model,
Earth.
but yeah.
A limited language model with thousands of words. Is limited. Okay.
Yeah, the only it's limited to lexicon and it's limited by the people actually
It is a large language model. People write books using words from the dictionaries.
I got to use that. I got to use that the next time. Every dictionary.
What is doing the modeling in a dictionary? What is doing the modeling?
Cora the contrarian.
Adding the meaning. You know, what is determining the meaning in a dictionary?
What is determining the meaning?
Yeah.
I guess the observation of an object, and then they define that
Who's they?
object.
Who's they?
Word.
Who's they?
The observer.
I think. And
Would that be like the people that do the editing of the dictionary?
Yeah.
The academics and stuff?
I mean, you're
writer.
pretty much an
want the
academic.
right.
You know
You
things
want
up, right?
the, is that the author of the dictionary? Technically, I guess is what she has.
There's no singular author. It's usually a bunch of people, but yeah.
Collective group effort.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's funny? Is the dictionary the most fucking big ass project for like a group that was successful?
No, Wikipedia.
No.
Wikipedia is probably one of the biggest.
I'm saying the first one. Wikipedia is second. I would say the first one is probably the Webster Dictionary. Damn near.
No, dictionary. Like I said,
No.
dictionaries are limited to lexicon, right?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, and so like any encyclopedia is going to have much more information in it, and then you scale up from there. Like
that's true.
I mean, even like some of the books in the Library of Alexandria, or you know, some of these ancient libraries that were wiped out probably had massive collections of human knowledge, way before the Webster Dictionary came out.
And that's the thing is that large language models, like, well, you should always check the results because they're skewed by the overall idiocy of humankind. But generally they take the collective knowledge of the human race and then they model what is most likely the correct answer.
No, true. And I wouldn't call it idiocy. It's more so like you have to be, I would say more so, understand the culture at the time frame. Because it was somebody who did a really good joke of, it was a comedian, which I applaud comedians. He was like, shit could be shit. It has about 8 different meanings depending on how you say it. And that cannot be interpreted within a sentence in the dictionary in general. So you will have to be at that time period or understand what's going on, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's what the language models do. They like
exactly.
But you could like if someone could have a concerted effort to like populate the internet or the language model databases, right, with misinformation, thus the language model would generate an incorrect answer. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you.
I'm just curious, like if the claim is that the Earth's atmosphere is somehow contained within some sort of hypothetical global propane tank, Like, how are we? Are you, Brandon? Are you just saying like we haven't gone to space and that's all faked, or you're saying we do, and NASA's just kind of hiding the secret of how to get outside of the propane tank? Like, how do you explain all of the evidence that there's no physical membrane around the Earth?
Hold on. You're asking two things. You want evidence, and then you want somebody.
Or just an explanation. Or just an explanation. I don't even need evidence. I just want to understand how, if that's your belief, how does the fact that we have satellites and
hold on
have gone to
first
space?
let's handle that first. First, your internet is connected by cables.
Hey, can I ask this question real quick?
It's literally grafted.
No, it's not. It's not. My satellite
No,
internet at my cottage comes from a satellite. It's Starlink. There's no link. There's no cable.
I get what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but I'm telling you physically, and even the engineers that literally work across the globe, your internet is connected through wires, bro.
Not all of it. I mean, if you're on a cellular system, it's
you want me to send you the graph? It's a graph. There are fibers. There are literally underwater fibers that go from here to Europe.
Both things can be true at once, Fly.
Yes, I have a Starlink satellite. There's no wires connected to it other than the power, and it gets internet from satellites in space, and I can use that internet. I know there's no wires on the ground connected because
your Starlink is connected through towers. That's what your Starlink is connected to.
No, it's satellites.
It's really not. Okay,
my friends have Starlink. You know why they have Starlink?
Why do they have Starlink?
Because they're nowhere near any line of sight towers.
Is there a plane that flies over them?
No.
So
they're in the middle of nowhere in the fucking
Okanagan
Islands.
Where planes are involved.
They're in the middle of nowhere in the Okanagan Highlands.
They're in the desert.
No, it's not a desert.
Are you talking about Starlink?
They're talking about Starlink. You can Google and get Starlink where they're going to fly over. That's fine.
You can watch them. It's fun.
Absolutely.
I mean, when it comes to satellites, right?
Satelloons. It's not a satellite. It's a satellite.
Right. So I'm about to say satellites
here's the thing, Fly.
They're just high altitude devices, right? So
satellites fall out the goddamn sky. Have y'all seen that?
They don't mean that.
Yeah, I have seen it. It's especially if you get one that falls really close. It's really kind of cool.
Just because they claim
connected and it's connected to a goddamn balloon, which is very suspect. Oh my God, you can even Google that shit.
Dude, I go watch the fucking Perseid meteor showers every year. You're telling me that all of those meteors are connected to balloons?
So you've seen meteor showers, right?
Yeah, and it's the same thing when a satellite falls out of the fucking sky, out of low orbit.
Let me ask you a question. The meteor showers.
The satellites hit the ground. The meteors don't.
Nah, the meteor showers.
Not always. No, sometimes they burn up completely.
The meteor showers that you saw.
The meteors never hit the ground.
Let me ask you a physical question. Why haven't
they do? And when they hit the ground, they're called meteorites.
Let me ask you a question. Sold on the market. They're very valuable. There's actual people whose whole careers are just collecting meteors and selling them.
Cora, what determines the direction of meteors when they hit the atmosphere?
When they hit the atmosphere, what determines the gravity?
What determines the angle? The angle that they're coming in.
The angle of entry.
Yes.
And then the gravity acts on them.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And they all should be looking the same, right?
No, they don't all look the same.
How do they?
Unless they're the same size.
How do they look? Then you saw it in person. So how do they look?
Well, the Perseids are generally about the same size. So they look, but some are bigger than others. You can see it.
Why don't they come in sideways?
What do you mean sideways? They do come in sideways.
Why don't they come like from?
They don't go like parallel. But they have an angle of entry, right? Because the gravity pulls them down towards the earth.
Gravity
pulls
them in that way, right?
Yeah.
Why don't they come from like below up? What's stopping them from doing that? Why
don't they're entering the atmosphere from outer space?
Why don't asteroids come from like below up? Why don't they?
Dude,
what do you mean?
Like from Earth? Oh my God!
Why
like from China?
On an angle,
why do they have to come from like
above,
down? And then what makes I'm asking you a genuine question, Cora. You saw it in person. So what determines
they're entering the atmosphere from outside of the atmosphere, and then gravity
and they always
them to the ground.
And they have to come in exactly how you said, right?
It's not the same angle every time. It depends on the angle of entry.
Interesting.
Not really. Not really.
It's very interesting.
Really, I think it's really just basic kind of how space works. No. But even
that's how
that's how are the media unlocking the door?
That's how
Do
the media
you know why moon craters are like perfectly round?
Say that again.
Do you know why moon craters are perfectly round?
You said why moon crater? I looked at the moon yesterday and it's not perfectly round.
No, they are perfectly round.
There are no craters that are perfectly anything.
You don't know if they're craters, right? But it's still, even if they were craters, they are, like you said, they're perfect circles.
There's overlapping craters that make non-round sort of globs and stuff.
I understand what you.
The actual crater itself, where something hits the moon, is always round.
But you claim that things like that are making these craters coming in on an angle. So.
Yeah, even if they do come in at an angle, you know why?
Let me finish real quick, Cora.
Because there's no atmosphere on the moon, right? No friction, and the moon doesn't generate its own gravity,
You're a contrarian.
Right? So something that's hitting the moon is going at a very high velocity. That's not being affected by.
Don't be making any sense.
It's going at a very high velocity. It's going at a very high velocity, unaffected by gravity. So it's literally just hurtling towards the moon. As a result
you
of
have a problem with
travel in outer space, it's
you don't get
velocity in outer
the
space,
understanding
right?
of the opposition
And then when it
or the
hits
person
the
that you're
moon,
talking to.
Regardless of what angle it hits the moon at, it generates a shock wave. And the shock wave is actually what forms the round crater.
You just be freestyling, don't you? So when it comes to a crater that is the perfect circle that you're making, right? If it comes in on an angle, it wouldn't be a perfect circle because it would be a drag. Right, so if something is hitting something straight on, then those craters will be
Cora, you don't believe in
90-degree
impacts?
angle or something that's perpendicular to the surface.
Cora, you don't believe in impacts?
I'm literally saying when the object impacts the moon, right? It might drag a little where it hits, but it's not. That's not what's forming the crater. The round.
Then it wouldn't be a perfect circle.
You think an asteroid?
I'm talking about the actual fucking crater. Right?
It only goes 5 miles an hour.
It's generated by the shock wave of the object hitting the surface of the moon.
And you think it's going to be a little?
I didn't say little.
You literally just said little.
I said compared to the overall size of the crater, yeah, it's minimal.
That's like an asteroid coming from the asteroid belt, and you think it's going to be a little?
The shock wave is always much larger than the impact.
So you still think that's going to make a perfect circle, is what you say?
That's what shock waves do.
You think shock waves make circles?
Oh my God.
I don't think
go read about it. Like, seriously.
I think she's just freestyling, bro. Like,
she has to be. That wouldn't even make.
She's just talking. She's a contrarian. She doesn't like the information that she's hearing, so she just has to argue it.
No, y'all just don't understand.
Let me pose something else, because just
fucking
about the moon,
physics is basically the problem.
Listen, here's the funniest part.
Freestyling.
Here's the funniest part, Brian.
If you skip a rock on the surface of the water, does it what shape do the ripples make?
Depending on where you hit that, depending where you hit the water at. If you hit it in the middle of the lake,
it's round. It's round, regardless of the angle that you hit the water at.
We can agree to that. Sure.
No, please.
That's exactly what happens on the moon.
Please do not give.
That is a bad comparison. I don't think that's how.
No, it's not a bad comparison.
It's a horrible comparison.
Yeah, I think it's a false comparison because you're talking about the moon, which you claim is solid. And
with no atmosphere,
water,
which is not and something coming in at millions of you don't even know the speed of it, and an asteroid is going to hit it, and it's going to make a perfect circle. No, it has a drag along with whatever else is coming.
The craters are circular.
Then why? You said you claim that they come in on an angle, so a 90-degree angle
and the craters
or 80-degree angle.
Circular, regardless
if it's a 90-degree angle, then it would be perpendicular to make that.
Because the crater is created by
lady. You just want to
shock
argue,
wave,
like you don't hear
not
no
by the
alternative information or anything to like conversate about.
Let me propose this. This is actually an interesting thing. Here's my main thing outside of her perfect circles. Okay, if the moon has these craters that everybody's saying, like, you know what, they made whatever we're looking at night. And they're like, and Elon Musk even mentioned, hey, you know what, we want to jump on an asteroid in order to like mine it in order to get more resources. Cool, good and dandy. Okay, we've already been to the moon, but the question is, if there's a stationary area that we can get more resources from, and we didn't go back to get the resources. What I do know about government,
because the cost of extracting the resources,
so the money,
the amount of money you can make from them.
So there are $50 trillion worth of money on the moon, and we don't want to go get it.
Also, you have to actually develop the equipment to
but we already did it,
autonomously mine the moon, because you can't have tons of people up there because of the solar radiation.
But
people can't spend that much time on the moon.
But we already did it, though.
What are you talking about?
The cost, we already spent it. So it's like you already paid the credit card bill. So
no, I'm talking. Oh my God! Yeah, we spent it once. The cost
so we don't
of doing
have more money.
The cost of doing it over and over again, and actually developing equipment that can bring payloads back to the Earth in a sufficient amount to justify the cost of going and extracting the resources. It doesn't balance out. It doesn't. It's what you call it doesn't pencil.
So you don't want to spend $5,000 to make $5 million, is what you're saying?
No, you don't want to spend $10 million to make $8 million.
They said there are materials that you cannot even fathom coming from asteroids that are literally sitting on the moon. And Elon Musk is already saying we're going to pilot and go and literally pilot a asteroid.
He is trying. Do you know what Elon Musk's talent
He's already spending
is?
the money. The money.
Do you know what Elon Musk's actual talent is? Because he doesn't engineer shit, right? He figures out how to make production, right, and equipment produced a cost-effective assembly process, right? So first he has to develop a technology that's cost-effective to produce, to send to the moon over and over again. And it has to be a technology that's able to actually bring back payloads to the Earth and enter Earth's atmosphere without burning up.
We've already been there. We already been there. What are you talking about technology?
Oh my God. That technology literally is enough to get 2 people to the fucking moon. That's all it is. 2 people that can pick up a few rocks and some dust and come back to Earth. That is not enough material to make it worth it.
3 people, right? It wasn't 2.
One person didn't actually go in the moon lander down to the moon. They stayed in orbit.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I said we sent 2 people to the moon, like the actual surface of the moon.
And to play golf as well. They play golf on the moon.
Yes, it was quite entertaining.
Cora is fighting for this reality so bad right now.
It's crazy. She is like, I am gonna live in it. It has to be her Santa Claus. Her Santa Claus.
We went to the moon. We played golf.
Hey, we got enough money to play golf on the moon, but we do not get enough money to. Listen, let me tell you something. Here's the funniest part. These governments will commit genocide on people, and you don't want to go get free money from the moon. Get the fuck out of here.
It's not free money.
They will wipe out an entire civilization, but you don't think they care to just get more money.
To build equipment and go to the moon. Right now, the amount it costs to engineer, build, and launch the equipment and get it back to Earth is more than you would be able to get from bringing a payload back to Earth. It has to pencil.
Let me ask you, Cora.
That's what Elon Musk is working on, making that make financial sense.
Let me ask you, Cora, something. Would it cost more money to wipe out 1 million people, or would it cost more money to go to the moon? Which one is more expensive?
Going to the moon.
Wow.
You can wipe out a million people with a well-aimed intercontinental ballistic missile.
You're literally cutting out everything that the 1 million people would contribute for like generations, and you're saying like it's going to cost exactly the amount that we. Well,
you didn't talk about.
No.
You didn't talk about the externalized cost of like possible future revenue generation.
Cora, that includes that. That's why wiping out a generation or like people or civilization, it wipes out that. that's included within it. But we already got the cost of how to go to the moon, so we already got the price. It ain't like we ain't spent it before. We spent it.
That is the cost of sending 2 people to the surface of the moon to play golf. That is not the cost of sending a large-scale mining operation to the moon, extracting resources over a long period of time, and then getting that payload back to Earth.
But we have enough money to send 10 people to go to Mars. So we already passed the moon, technically, Core. So
Core, we're asking these people for scraps, right? And like I even put in the chat how out of the government budget, 0.5% goes to NASA, and Space Force only gets 3.5%. So altogether 4% to anything related to space of our budget gets spent on there, you know?
Oh yeah, for
And
sure
then
we could
NASA
go
asks-
to the moon if it were like not supposed to be a profit-making venture. Sure.
Yeah, no, it's all about money, and they don't want to take the risk. You know, they're just being cowards about it, basically.
Yeah, if it doesn't have to be profitable, sure we could fucking go to the moon. No big deal.
The thing that gets printed off our machine.
Listen, hold on. You have literally diamond mines of people getting worked to death in Africa. And you saying like the moon to mine whatever the fuck asteroids are there are not worth it?
We don't need to go to the moon to get diamonds. We can fucking fabricate
in
diamonds.
Africa, we can mine the humans to death, but the moon rocks are too bad. Like that's too far. Are you hearing yourself?
I didn't say it was too far. I said it was too expensive.
We are literally already
It is not a
doing it.
profit-making venture at this point in time.
So
no, it's definitely not.
Humans is better profit than going to somewhere where there is no profit.
They can make those projects pencil. They can't make going to the moon to mine resources pencil right now.
Fly exclusive. Have you ever seen a protest of anybody ever demanding to go to space? There's not an uproar for it. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to take the risk for it. It's too expensive, and the people don't even want to do it. So the government's going to be like, all right, better for us.
So when have you seen the government not want to get profit?
I just told you it is not profitable right now.
I said
they do plan on doing that. They do plan on doing that in space, but it's not like they're more focused on what's going on right now with our internal affairs, you know, what's going on with war and everything else out there.
But what is war fought over? Dave, that's
money, material resources, alliances,
natural
all kinds
resources,
of stuff.
Natural resources, right? Am I right, Dave? Is it natural resources? Yes. And
everything is natural.
No, it's wars fought over natural resources. What was explained to all of us, if you paid attention and read, asteroids have platinum, titanium, uranium, all of that in an abundance. They said it's in an abundance.
Not
and that's
every asteroid.
Hold on. That's literally what we fight wars over. And you're telling me there's an area that is 2 months away that the government can get to, that we've already been to, and they don't want to take the resources that we're killing people over. And you're saying, nah, this is not worth it. You will be literally doing mental gymnastics to yourself, thinking that the government would not want to take advantage of all of that to be the global power of that.
Well, I get you. It makes
you gotta
sense.
Be smoking crack at this point.
Yeah, I get you, bro. But the way they're good, you know, when you talk about space, like the way they deal with it, you know, it's super serious. Like the deals they do about going into space, you know, and they do have plans. There is a plan from 2026 all the way to 2032. Every single year, we're going to be doing a pit stop on the moon as a practice before we go to Mars. So you're going to see that we actually are going back to the moon next year. But it's and what they plan on, they can't do this right now, but they plan on eventually having a base on the North Pole because there's water there.
Now? Are you explaining?
No. But they plan on chilling on the North Pole because there's water there. So and they're just, I mean, it's not like a...
So all the money that I just mentioned, you're just going to ignore all of that I just mentioned. You said, you know what? The government's like, We'll wait. But we're gonna go to Mars though.
Yeah, the government's not doing that though.
They don't
It's
care
a private
about none of
enterprise
those.
that's
They don't
choosing
care
to do
about none
that.
of those resources. Is what you said.
Dude, it's
No.
private enterprise that's doing that. Did you just
That's
hear
not.
Dave?
That's federal. No, that's a federal. It's not private.
SpaceX is a private enterprise.
What about
They do.
SpaceX is a private enterprise.
NASA
Yeah.
is federal. NASA is federal. What are you talking about?
SpaceX is a private
NASA's not going
enterprise.
to the
I didn't
moon.
say
They
SpaceX. I said
lease
federal. That's
facilities
NASA.
from NASA to conduct their private business.
Okay,
NASA is
can
different from
SpaceX wait?
SpaceX.
Can SpaceX sell its technology to a different foreign company?
That has
Oh
nothing
God,
to
we've
do
got
with
Gojo
NASA.
and
Example of
Misanda at the
Russia.
same time. You guys
Can they
need
do
to
it?
make sure to like really heavily do your accent so I can tell you apart.
Okay, can SpaceX sell? By the way, that's not really
Why
smart.
would SpaceX do that? They're
Can
barely
SpaceX
getting their
sell their
feet up, and
technology?
you're talking about them selling their material that they're finally building. Like they're not going to do that.
But can they? Do they have the capacity?
So, Cora, you were shitting on my accent because I don't sound white. What are you trying to say?
No, I'm just saying that the two of you have similar speaking voices.
Yeah, you both sound like gremlins.
We don't sound like the master. That's why.
USA. Is that?
Do that. Yeah, do that, Masanda. Pretend you're American.
Don't pretend, please. Don't do that. You're South African. Just be a proud South African.
I'm just saying.
Can SpaceX sell to China?
I mean, maybe. Why does that matter?
It does matter
Why is
because
this a fight? Yeah, man.
wait,
Americans
let me explain why it matters. Because
Why
intercontinental
are you triggered by this,
ballistic
Gojo?
missiles.
Why is this
Yeah,
triggering for you?
because
You think Mohammed made the moon?
What is?
Oh man,
Hold on, Masanda.
what is this?
In China, what are you talking about?
Because actually intercontinental ballistic missiles, they go in space and you need satellites to guide them in many cases. So this is not only just for space exploration. It is also for security. You need satellites. You need also to have some type of coverage over the space. This is what SpaceX is doing the best. They're not only putting people on the moon or whatnot. That's not what their main thing is. The main thing is what? Guess what? It's putting the
So you're
more
concerned that
satellites than
SpaceX is
anybody.
going to sell the material and then aid a different enemy that's going to
I'm saying
end
they
up
cannot.
bombing America, thus killing SpaceX, which resides in America.
I'm saying they cannot do that because you were saying basically they are not controlled by the government. I'm saying at some point they are controlled by the government. At some level they are controlled by the government. The government will not allow them to sell their technology, for example, to China.
I mean,
They won't be allowed.
whatever country you live in, you got to respect the laws.
Yeah, I
Otherwise,
don't
why
think
be
we
there?
were saying they weren't regulated. We're just saying they're a private enterprise. They're not a government
In the US,
enterprise.
everything is private. Technically, you can say everything in a certain way. It's
No,
private.
they're literally a bit like NASA. That's actually they get a budget from the
No,
government.
NASA is federal. It's literally federal. That's not a
Space Force
We're not
is a
denying
military
that,
branch.
Flies. We're saying SpaceX is different. If SpaceX gets money from the federal government, it's through a government contract. It's actually a private contract.
Correct.
Yeah, they're choosing to do something. They're like, oh, you guys got something planned? All right, we'll fund that.
Yeah, I agree. But those are just artifacts.
Wait. I just want to
And most of their income is through other billionaires that agree with the SpaceX.
What is his point? What is his point?
Hey, what is the debate here? What are you guys fighting on? I don't know.
What is his point? The guy in the middle.
Are we on the topic?
No, he has a random ass point, but no one knows his point.
Yeah, because maybe you're dumb.
I'm so confused. Like, what is
my point is whether you call them a private company or a public whatever, it doesn't matter. The point
Because
is
it's a private enterprise that's owned by a person, not by the government.
Okay, so let's.
Elon could shut it down if he wanted to.
Can I finish before you start saying what is his point? What is his point? Because that it would sound dumb again. My point is, it doesn't matter whether they are a private enterprise or not. The thing is, they will be working for the interests of the U.S. government. That's the point. If the U.S. government has some plan in the future, they will be working with them, and that's the point.
So, okay, you're fine with that, right?
I'm fine with what?
Yeah. So to
Your
the topic,
statement is
right?
concluded. You agree with your
Yeah,
statement.
yeah. We all fight. We're not fighting with that point. No one's debating that. Like, fine, NASA is government, SpaceX is private, but NASA owns SpaceX because they're the majority tender contract givers to SpaceX. It's like, so obviously NASA determines SpaceX future. There's no doubt
But
about that.
remember, SpaceX is
No,
also
they don't.
Starlink.
So
Starlink makes a shitload of money.
SpaceX
yeah,
had to help NASA just a couple months ago.
so should the US spend more on space exploration? Obviously, man. Obviously, bro. At the end of the day, America has been printing money since God knows when, and all that money has been,
1971.
it could go a
Yeah, I
lot
was about to say,
further.
yeah, the 70s. Yeah, they just been fucking hitting the printer button.
Nah, I'm just saying, yeah, but it got. No, yeah, but they've been
We agree with
printing
you, mister. We agree with you.
before that too.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah. So America can always print more money and into existence to deal with space. I don't see why this has to be even something to fight for.
Why are you
Then
speaking like this? You're South African and you're talking about the interests of the fucking US. Why?
why?
Honestly,
What do you mean
Lusanda,
why?
I don't think the American people even want that. Like, I think they don't believe in it, and until we get like so far at technology advanced that they can't deny it, then they'll have an uproar and be like, all right, let's go and now let's do this, you know. But
No,
I think
but it don't matter.
Because those programs have generated more revenue for the US
America is a
than
republic. It doesn't matter what poor people think, man. What matters. It doesn't matter. Let me just say that poor people do not make any decisions on making any of the fighter jets, any of the rockets. Like so many things are built
You
in
mean black
America
people?
without
I mean, it does
us
matter because
any other
nobody's fighting with Congress to put more money into NASA or SpaceX or to Space Force or nothing. There's no drive. There's nobody asking the
It's
House
called
to do
extortion.
that.
It's called extortion. That's what it's called.
And matter of fact, they actually
wait. So you
restricted
have a
and took
problem
away
with space
some.
exploration? You have a problem with space exploration?
Yes,
Because I think the
My
number
space
one thing.
doesn't
dollars
exist.
never
Yes,
was up
I
on
have
a
a problem
ballot
with
in
it.
order to fucking do anything with. They never said yay or nay when it comes to tax dollars to NASA. They didn't say we're going to increase it. They didn't say we're going to decrease it. It comes out of your money regardless. So that's extortion. That's what it's called.
They did decrease
Nah,
it.
man. Most of this.
I never
Americans
had a
really
voice
pay
to it
attention.
when it comes to a
Guys,
ballot.
fly. Most of the money you guys quote
Are
unquote
you
call
even in the
taxes and
US,
stuff.
bro?
Yeah, nigga, I'm in your mama crib. I'm back shorting it right now. What you gotta do about that?
I wasn't even
What
trying
you
to
gonna
be
do about that? I'm in
derogatory
your
of you.
mama back right now, nigga. Back in your
Yo,
mama
what?
back.
Whoa,
What you
chill,
gonna do about
Lusanda,
that?
chill.
I'm in Chicago, nigga.
Hold on.
I'm in Chicago, nigga. What you gonna do about that?
sounds quick, man.
Nothing.
Bro,
Nothing, you broke ass nigga.
this
Mute your
dude,
mic, man. Out of this loud mouth, broke niggas. Shut
They don't
your
fucking
broke
know.
ass.
hold on. Hold on,
Pull
look.
up, man.
Here's
Pull up,
interesting.
man. You
Here's
see
the
Sundara
interesting
down there,
part.
man? That's my heater.
Here's the
That's
interesting part.
Sundara down there,
I
man.
have
That's my heater, man. You say any slick shit,
here's
man,
the
he gonna finish you.
here's
Now
the
back to
interesting
the
part.
point, bro.
I have
At the end of the
I have an African brother just called
at
me a nigga, and then
Wait,
derogatory
aren't you a nigga?
ensues. You know what? I appreciate you.
Wait, aren't you a nigga? Seriously. Silent. Good. I like that one. I like it. Good.
You use that word a lot in
You
Senegal.
people
Like,
call each other nigga all the
go
time.
do.
And you don't want
Do you use that?
No. Don't try to take up for him now. No, don't try to take up for him now. I appreciate your motherland hospitality. I appreciate you.
Look at this guy. You call yourselves nigga all the time, and now you get offended when you
Don't.
call.
No. I'm taking it from Mister. I appreciate you for trying to back him up, but I appreciate Mister for his hospitality.
Oh, look at this. Oh, this is so sad, man. This is passive aggressive. Oh, I appreciate. It's the whole irony, kind of sarcasm shit. This is beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, nigga. Stay silent. It's good. I don't know why a South African would be defending the US anyways. It's dumb. By the way, I'm not NASA. SpaceX is made by a South African too, which is pretty weird.
But I think we need to spend more for NASA, Space Force. We need to spend more, right? We need to terraform Mars sooner than later. And then we need to bring some animals over there once it's done and let them populate.
Yeah, please do. That way you can go bankrupt.
Dude, we have to
and
like
we-
put
we-
a nuke in the core of Mars to get terraform it. What the fuck? That's crazy.
They won't do it anyways.
You don't think
Anyways,
they
you're
could
gonna get
terraform it?
bankrupt before you do it.
I don't.
You don't have to
Not,
fucking.
I don't know. Nuking
It
the
needs to
center
have
of
an
Mars.
electromagnetic field to terraform it, so you have to get the core
Yeah,
circulating.
they're gonna try. Yeah, but they got theories to jumpstart it, but not a nuke in the center. I mean, I've heard of nuking it, like on the surface and heating up the atmosphere or putting solar panels all over the atmosphere to heat it up. And you get hot enough, and it should spark that ignition. Hopefully, if there's any iron still inside.
No one is gonna allow you to do that anyways, because the repercussions are gonna be global. If there is something wrong, if something goes wrong, everybody's gonna be affected by it. So no one is gonna allow you to do it. And anyways, if you were to do it, you would go bankrupt. So
No, I don't think they would be entertaining the idea of terraforming if they didn't have any theories on how to restart that magnetic field that Mars had.
the whole terraforming for me is just from an anime, but exploring kind of sending human beings there, a colony, making a colony on Mars, is possible. Now terraforming is something else. I don't think you have the money for it.
How's the Senegal space program going? Where are you guys at?
You would be surprised, man.
Why is the government building fertilization machines right now? Or not? I'm sorry. Why is SpaceX building fertilization and oxidation machines? They have an oxygen machine. SpaceX has an oxygen machine. They already have this. So they have this machine. They have this machine where they can go onto Mars, and they can extract the H2O out of or they could bring water. Actually, they don't even have to do that. They could bring water, put it in the machine, extract the H2O, and extract it to just split the molecule, and they shoot out oxygen and oxidize.
Wait, there's one element that's left.
Yeah, you're talking about electrolysis. That's literally grade 8 physics. Anyone can do that. Right?
No.
That's for generating electricity.
No. He said oxygen. So
that's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, oxygen. You split the molecule and you release oxygen and oxidize the atmosphere.
Wait, you said atmosphere, right? So nitrogen. Where are you getting it
get
from?
what he's trying
That's
to say,
Mars
Gojo. God damn, bro. Like, why you gotta make everything a debate? We get what Doi was saying. Yes, they're gonna find water at Mars. Usually it's underneath, and they're gonna extract it and then from that they can extract oxygen and hydrogen.
Yeah, there is water,
What?
but it's not the water you
It's
have.
underground. Yeah. What did I say that's wrong?
No, you gotta get it out of the ground and extract it from the soil.
It's not in the ground either.
Like, he wants to always debate everything, man. Like, why debate everything? You want to debate semantics.
Frozen water. It is frozen. But anyways.
Oh my God! So he didn't say. So they didn't say they're gonna extract from frozen water. So that's why he's wrong. Is that
Okay,
your
tell me how are they gonna extract it? Tell me.
Dude, they're probably gonna do any way
let
possible.
Mr. answer that. Let Mr. answer that. Mr. Tell me, how are they gonna extract that? Tell me.
The public gonna get a fucking big ass drill, right? They're gonna drill, put some pressure there, and then okay, how's it work? That first laugh is so funny, guys. That's how Mohammed was laughing at Aisha.
Look at this. Is that the Holy Spirit raping you right now? If you start blaspheming, I'm gonna blaspheme against your Holy Spirit. You don't want to hear that, right? Listen. This is stupid. Yeah, look, Mister. Look, they are about. Listen. I'm just gonna say it. You're African. I think you should understand this. There are boundaries that we don't cross, and this is a hard fucking boundary. Right? Wherever you are on earth, just know that.
Why are you gonna do
if you're
suicide
South
bomb?
African,
You're gonna bomb me or some shit?
I'm gonna bomb your mother's
South
ass.
Africa
That's what
like
I'm
you
gonna
fucked
do.
up all your
Listen.
fucking Islamic countries. What are you gonna do?
Just
You
listen.
fucked up all the Islamic countries in Africa. Fuck.
Listen.
Now you're gonna fuck up my country.
Listen. I'm gonna bomb your mother's ass. You know, so I'm just gonna say it.
Congratulations.
There are boundaries you don't want to cross.
Congratulations. Yeah, you're gonna fuck my mother.
Yeah,
What do you think I'm gonna shoot for that?
not fuck, bomb, nigga. I'm not gonna. What
That's the difference, man. You're gonna
listen?
you're gonna threaten me with death.
Hey,
That's funny.
yes, exactly, yeah, exactly. Now, listen.
Exactly. That's my fucking point. So
Yes,
don't come here and act like
so
you're a
what?
victim,
Yes, so
man.
what? So what?
Israel has the right
Yes,
to
so what?
exist,
Yes,
motherfucker.
so what?
Israel has
So
the
what? What are
right
you
to
gonna do?
exist.
Yeah, what you gonna
Pull
do?
up, man.
What are you
Pull
gonna
up.
do?
We got another
What you
Islamic
gonna
over
do?
here,
You
man. You
started
fucked up
insulting and now
Nigeria.
you're
Look at
playing dumb
Nigeria because
victim.
of you.
You started
Look at
insulting
what
and now
you
you're
turned
playing
Nigeria
victim.
into, man.
What? Hey, you
Look at
started insulting and now
you
you're
turned
playing victim. You
Nigeria
think we're
into,
gonna
man.
sit here and give you the fucking cheat?
Yeah, man, we are all
Like
victims
you
of
think your
Islam.
God did?
We
Your
don't
God
want to be
gave the
fucking
cheat.
cut our dicks off.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, you cut our
Listen.
listen.
Hey, listen.
Let's take it. Reset. Reset, guys.
Xenophobic,
Hey, guys.
racist motherfucker. Listen.
African on African crime. Let's not have that here. Come on.
Jeremy,
No
please,
African, man. He's an Arab, boy.
Listen,
He's an Arab wannabe. I'm the real African here. There's no African. Africans are
This
pro-African.
dumb Zulu booty scratcher. Listen here, Zulu stuff, Zulu motherfucker. Listen, you listen here. You have no right in your fucking country, and now you start insulting people out of nowhere. You think it's how it works? It doesn't work like that. You have to respect
Your
people.
country is a shithole, man.
There is your country is a big
shithole. The
okay.
Arabs
Let's see
are
the
fucking
statistics
you
of
over.
AIDS and rape
They
in South
prostitute your
Africa.
women.
Let's see AIDS and rape in South Africa.
Yeah, man, we got
AIDS
it because
and
you
rape.
fucking Arabs,
AIDS
man.
and
You
rape. Let's
fucking
see. You
Arabs. You
guys
rape all
are
the
sick.
women. You created
Just
all these
breathing next to
Somalis
you
all
is
over the internet.
I
Somalis are
might
products
catch
of rape.
AIDS just
You are products
breathing
of
next to a
rape,
South
my nigga.
African. Listen,
You were
listen.
raped into
Hey,
existence,
listen
nigga.
here.
An
Listen.
Arab raped your grandmother.
Okay,
That's
good.
why
Yes,
you
no
are
problem.
what you are, man. Don't
Yeah,
say
no
that
problem.
bullshit on me, man. You're a product of rape.
Fine,
You are raped.
fine.
My mother and
were
father
raped.
love
You
each
were
other,
raped
man.
through
Your
Soweto.
parents were raped.
Listen.
Rape
You were raped
babies,
so
all
much,
you have.
but listen, man. Listen. Even this is even childish, even, right? You just started insulting out of nowhere. That's not correct, man. Seriously, what is this? Is this how you guys are educated out there? This is so sad.
Bro, but like
Stop doing
Aisha was 6, my guy. Like daily,
yes, so
think
what?
about it.
So what?
Aisha was 6 years old.
So okay.
So
Do you
what?
want to debate it?
You think it's
Do you want
normal
to debate
to
it?
sleep with a
Do you
6-year-old?
want to have an intellectual discussion about that?
Nah, bro,
Do you want
I
to have
be no pedophile, man. Look, bro,
listen.
God bless America. Y'all better make sure the system stay the fuck in the desert.
Yes.
Finish
Now
them
you,
off. Do what you
now
gotta
you
do,
worship
man.
America.
Thank you to America for doing God's work.
Okay, listen.
You degenerate fucks to die in the desert. God bless America.
Okay, good. Now you're showing your true colors. But now listen. Do you want to have an intellectual discussion about that? Do you want to debate it now? If you're a man and you have intellect,
God bless Israel. What do you think about Israel, man? What do you think about Israel? Do you think
let's debate it. I'm challenging you to
do
a
you think
debate, an
Israel?
intellectual debate.
I don't want to talk about pedophile things,
I
bro.
am challenging
I'm not
you
interested
to have an intellectual debate over this.
Nah, man, we're
Are you
talking about
gonna run
space
away?
over here, man. We don't want to
You're
talk
gonna run
about
away?
your shit.
Wait. You guys are gonna allow this guy to run away from the question for a debate, a challenge, an intellectual
He
one?
said you guys are gonna
Are you
love me.
dumb?
So what are they gonna do? Wait.
They should hold you accountable because you seem to be scared of having an intellectual discussion or something that you think that you have knowledge
Okay,
about.
convince me why it's okay to fuck a 6-year-old.
Let's have a debate over
convince
this.
me. Yes, let's have the debate. Convince us all why
It's a timed debate. Listen, it's a timed debate. You make your argument about this subject, which is the morality of someone marrying a 6 years old. If that's your problem, no problem. Let's have that. The morality of that. Make your argument about it, and you have 2 minutes. I will take 2 minutes after you finish. I will listen. Go ahead.
I think it's wrong to fuck a 6-year-old.
You're done?
Yeah, like do I have to convince you?
You're done? You're done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, can you mute then? Thank you. The first thing is the claim is wrong. That there is nowhere in the Islamic corpus you will find that the Prophet, peace be upon him, had any intercourse with the Aisha when she was 6. He entered her room when she was 9, and she herself says she was a woman at 9. She says that she has menstruated already at 9. She says that. And we see that there is a paper that we can find by Baron de Montesquieu. That's a paper from the 18th century. They explain basically that Arab people they become mature way younger than other places, and we have many articles that I can give you now in PubMed. You can find them. They say I can give it to you. That say that menarche, which is the age at which people become mature, is different depending on place, time, on time, and depending on the environment. In hotter places, people reach menarche at a lower age. It goes up to 7 for menarche. Now, the standard for us that says at what time someone is allowed to have to marry a woman, to be a woman, basically, is not depending on an age. It doesn't depend on an age. It depends basically on the physical maturity, the psychological maturity, consent of the parents, consent of the parent, and also it
He
being
was
allowed
mentally
in.
mature enough
I
to
haven't
sleep
finished. I haven't.
with Muhammad.
Come on, man. I haven't
Everything.
finished. I gave
No, I
you
want to
time, and
understand. I
I
want to
gave you
understand.
time. I
He
gave you
was
time, and you didn't.
mentally
I gave you time,
matured.
and you farted with your brain. So can you?
I just want
I
to
gave you
understand,
time, and
Kojo. I
you
want
made
to
a brain
understand.
fart. Can you let me finish, and then you can speak afterwards? Let me finish. Thank you, brain
Nah,
fart.
Sundaro.
Let me finish, man. What is this? Let me finish. This is sad. I made an argument. You couldn't make an argument. When I finish, go ahead, make a rebuttal and bring an
Yes,
argument.
I failed my
Now,
argument. I just wanted to understand.
can
So
you
you
let me
saying
finish? Let
he
me
was?
finish. Let me finish. Let me
You
finish.
said make me make
Just
my
let me
argument.
finish. Let
Now
me
you
finish.
saying,
I haven't finished. Let me finish.
yeah, I
Let
know
me
you want
finish.
to finish Aisha. I get it.
Let
Like
me
you want to finish
finish.
Aisha.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I haven't finished. Let me finish. Good. Okay, so I was basically saying that maturity in Islam is not defined by time, and it is the same thing in the modern world as well, because you have what we call emancipation. A woman at some time a woman can decide to all of a sudden become mature at any age, right? At any age, she can just go. If she's 16, she just is considered an adult at 16 because she was emancipated. That is the problem. Now, the thing is, when you make a moral argument, you should have a moral standard that would be objective. At least that would be a moral standard that you can apply oath statements to, right? And you do not have that. So all you're doing is right now, I'm hearing your neurons farting all over the place. I want you now to make an argument, a logical argument against what I said. If you cannot, if you just go ahead, ramble again, or you make just brain farts like this, or you just go ahead with the sentimental bullshit, I can just let you be, and I will just
All
go.
right, nigga. What's your
I will leave.
argument?
I will
What's
leave.
the argument?
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, Bert. There is no such thing as a mentally matured 9-year-old that deserves to get a 30 or 40, whatever the age Mohammed was, to get inside her. There's no argument for that. Doesn't matter what timeline, doesn't matter what age. That is goddamn wrong. And you want me to convince you of this? Bro, I should put you in jail. I'm being honest with you, bro. This is why I tell you Americans, man, you gotta prepare for these people, bro. Look at him, he's laughing at that, bro. That shit, pedophilia is funny to these people.
What happened,
It's
Masana?
funny.
Hold on, I just got here. What happened?
No, he was trying to convince us
Let him
why.
finish.
Brother man was trying to
Everything.
justify why fucking on 9-year-olds is okay. Well, back in the day.
Oh, you
Let him finish.
son of a bitch.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Who the fuck is this guy? He's invisible on stage.
I don't know. I
you
think
want to
you're
make an
Somali or
intellectual
something. You're
argument instead of
Somali,
crying?
right? You're Somali, right? I think you're
Do you
Somali. What
want
are
to
you?
make an intellectual
You
argument instead
Somali,
of
man?
crying?
He is
Hey, you
invisible.
sound like you are.
I'm from Soweto. I was raped by the white bassa. Go ahead. Now can
Oh
you
my
make an intellectual argument?
What the fuck does that mean, bro? What's
Can you make
bro?
Can you make an intellectual
what's
argument?
your fucking argument
And make an
for
intellectual argument.
sleeping with
Argument
9-year-old
is
children?
Aisha
Can you make an intellectual argument instead of
was
brain
mentally
farting?
old enough
Can
to
you stop
get
farting
raped
and
by
make an
Muhammad.
argument? Can you stop farting and
Now,
make an
what
argument?
argument should I make with you, bro? You're a sick fuck, bro.
Can,
Yes, yes.
can I ask him
I
a
agree.
question?
I'm sick. Yes.
Let me
I
ask
agree.
Gojo.
Make an argument. Can you make an
Gojo,
intellectual
let me
argument?
ask you a
Intelligent
question.
argument.
Gojo, so would you do the same thing?
In the same conditions, and I already gave the
No.
conditions.
Wait. Hold on.
I will repeat it.
Hold on. No. I
You asked the
remember,
question, allow me to answer.
brother.
Go ahead.
Stop. Just calm down for a second. You made the claim that essentially what's important is if the girl is mentally
Ready? And if the parents consent. So
I
I'm
didn't say that
asking
only.
you.
Okay,
So I'm
that's a
asking you.
misrepresentation of what I said.
No, I mean the replays are on. So
I will repeat
I'm
what
asking
I said.
you.
I will
So
repeat what I said. I heard what you asked. Just calm down, man. If you want the answer, just calm down.
I'm calm. Right? You're the one trying to. You're the one trying to justify your.
It's
your
okay.
opinion.
It's okay. You people, you can have all the sentimental, those emotions that you have. No problem with that. I want you to make intelligent arguments. Now, listen. I'll give you again the criteria that I gave you just earlier.
Can we go
The
back to
first
talking
one,
about space? Because this is just
listen.
ridiculous.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's
Can we
okay.
talk about space?
Stop
Wait,
crying, man.
but hold on,
Stop crying
Invisible
and
Man.
listen, please.
Invisible
The first
Man.
criteria.
I would
Come
just have a
on, man.
question.
What is this?
What is the criteria
I'm
for
giving you.
being able
Listen.
to sleep with a 9-year-old child?
Just listen. Okay. In
And
Islam, it's not allowed.
it's okay.
Let me finish. In Islam, it's not allowed to sleep with a child. A child is not defined by age. If the woman is a child, then you're not allowed to sleep with her.
What
Now
the?
listen.
Hold on, I gotta stop you there.
Let me
What
finish.
the fuck is that?
Let me finish.
Jeremy, let him finish.
What? These guys are so dumb, man. Seriously, they are so dumb. They cannot listen.
Hey, don't
The thing
insult
is physical maturity. Come on, man. What the heck is this? Physical maturity, psychological or mental maturity, acceptance by the parents, which is the consent, and that includes also that it is allowed in that society, and that includes also the fact that there is no harm that would come to the woman after you have married her. If you marry a 69 years old woman and that induces harm, it's forbidden in Islam.
Okay,
notice the little girl's consent wasn't on his list, right? Little girl's consent wasn't on the
So
list.
based on your criteria, would you do? Can you guys mute him for a second, please? I just want to ask the question. So based on your criteria, so based on your you kicked him out.
No, he's in the goo.
Okay. Yeah, like I was just gonna ask
some questions, man. That's all.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, based on his criteria, would he do it right now? Because essentially his criteria is just that she's mentally fit, the family okays it, and there's no harm done to her. So I'm like, okay, you can apply that criteria to 2024. So would you marry a 9-year-old and consummate the marriage? It's a simple yes or no. Yeah. Of course it is. It's sick. It's sick.
What the fuck is that? What religion or whatever the fuck he believes in that does that?
He's Muslim, and he was trying to answer. He was trying to answer the question of why Muhammad took the young bride.
Muslims, Armando. You see, Armando, I get your beef with the Muslims. They're fucking crazy.
Wait, are you guys talking about that 4B shit? You guys heard about the 4B shit? Women are shutting it down after the election. No one getting any more ass.
What are you talking about?
Google 4B movement.
Is that like the female incels? It's like the female incel group.
Yeah, they're just being like, we ain't fucking because of Trump.
We ain't. Well, damn. Are they not fucking the people that voted for Kamala? That's fucked up.
Yeah, they're pissed. They all voted for Harris. They're pissed Trump was elected. So now they're not going to date. They're not going to have sex. They're not going to get married, and they're not going to have kids.
Oh, geez, it's the same stupidness of the incels. It's like, oh, that's a great strategy, guys. We'll see you in one generation. Like, we'll get you. We'll just die off. We'll show you.
One thing I will say is that these fucking election results have got people like really fucking emotional, son, and just really, I don't know, like over fucking reacting, in my opinion, because like this shit isn't really gonna change anything for you personally. You dig what I'm saying? Like, whoever you are, if you have a job, you're still obligated to fucking do good at your job. You know what I mean? If you're a parent, to be a great parent. So, I don't know, man. Motherfuckers be like, super emotional when it comes to this shit. Like I was seeing fucking Jimmy Fallon. Well, no, not Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Kimmel.
Choking up in his monologue.
Yeah, you saw that shit, Jeremy. It's like,
getting in his feelings. Like, guys, fuck off. And like, and you know, stupid is it,
bro.
Like, were you not here when Hillary lost? When everyone cried like little babies and everything's gonna change. Nothing fucking changed.
Nothing
in the same way that nothing fucking changed when Obama was there. Nothing fucking changed when Trump was there.
Bro, that's what I mean. Like all these people that are so passionate.
What do they say?
That are so passionate about this shit. It's like, bro, your life didn't change because Trump won the election.
What do you expect, bro? They just had a whole 4 years of being programmed to think otherwise.
I know.
So of course they're crashing out now, bro. Like that's what this programming is. They've been pumped with that shit.
But
their phones, their TV, their radios. It's being pumped with this fucking fear porn.
You know, they crashed. The Republicans crashed out 4 years ago. The same way the Dems are crashing out now. It's not a left or right thing. It's just a fucking bullshit. You lose on no matter what side you're on. Both sides are full of shit, and nothing's gonna happen because it's not about the people anymore.
Exactly.
But it's the aftermath of the programming because it's like, dude, if you just take a step back and breathe and realize, like we're all saying here, nothing's gonna change. You'll be okay. Nothing's gonna. Like I was telling people, bro, you're still gonna be able to get your abortion. Everybody's still gonna be able to be able to be fucking degenerates. Like nothing changes. It was just the TV telling you otherwise, and then now everybody's like, they lit the match, and now everybody's going crazy. Like,
isn't that exactly what happened on January 6th? Like, isn't that exactly what it was? 4 years of just like fervor and.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
But it's not a left or right thing. It's just a bullshit, fucked up politics thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, man. It's just the whole like, oh my God, this was a terrible day for this and that and this and that. It's just like, bro,
man,
that's
bitch, get to work. Go back to work, bitch, and turn your TV off. That's what I've been telling people all day.
It's gonna be fucking
turn your TV off.
Exactly. That's what
there are things. Yeah, there are things that I am excited about. Had Trump got voted in, there were things that I would have been excited about had Kamala been voted in, and none of them would have really changed because I don't think either of those people are going to have enough. I mean, maybe Trump, this time he goes in and tries to make some meaningful changes, but he's got what he wants. Like I just can't see him fighting hard to.
See, and that's the shit with me. I'm a fucking Kamala. I voted for her, but like because she lost, like I don't know, man. I'm more like moving on because I realize like this shit doesn't change anything. I still have to run a business. I'm still a father. I'm still this and that. So like this isn't really changing. Whoever the fuck is the next president for me, but like. So it's like, man, at the end of the day, whoever the fuck won, I feel like we all should come together, right? All the fucking separation and division that we have, Democrats, Republicans, Trump supporters, Kamala supporters, we need to fucking, whoever won, let's put the fucking microscope on them now, right? Like, okay, now that Trump won, I want to see what the fuck he's gonna do.
Exactly. Let's see what he does. Like maybe
same way if Kamala would have won, I would have felt the same way. All right, bitch, what the fuck are you gonna do now?
Exactly.
Yeah, bro, that's how I feel like we all should be right now.
Are you guys excited about? Are you guys excited about the
federal laws change
the
that
Clipper,
much
the
in your
Clipper
life?
mission?
I mean, why are you guys talking about Kamala and whatever? Why don't you talk about your municipalities, your cities, your city elections?
Well, I'm talking about the mission to Europa. You guys excited about that?
Yeah, that'll be amazing.
No way.
Yeah.
What's
So you know about that?
Yeah,
No,
what is it? It launches.
Tell me.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna visit the moon of is it Saturn's moon? Europa's around Saturn.
So Europa is the moon of Jupiter, and so it's set to go in. Let's see, 2026. No. It was launched in October of this year, and then it's going to arrive in Europa in 2030. You guys still hear me?
You know what I think humanity should really be working on a real note? is nuclear-powered rockets. Yeah, nuclear-powered rockets. Because all these things that we're doing where we use like chemical reaction rockets to like go around space, at best we're just fighting physics. You know what I mean? You're fighting physics because you now have to balance the whole fuel
Well,
to energy to all the things that
you would still need to fight
with
physics even if you
nuclear.
were using
Nuclear, you don't need oxygen.
No, you're
With nuclear,
Mr. You're
but
wrong.
you
You're
don't.
wrong.
How are you
can't-
bypassing the law of gravity?
But also, like when you're in space, you can't
you
can't
don't need
use.
oxygen to
So,
create a
so if you don't
nuclear
need
fusion
oxygen,
reactor.
gravity still doesn't pull down on the mass of the rocket.
No,
Come
you don't
on,
understand
man.
what I'm saying.
What Musanda,
Musanda,
what the fuck, man?
you
Yo,
can't
I mean,
use.
come on,
Nuclear
man.
fusion reactor. Look,
Musanda, just
guys,
stick.
look it up.
Oxygen. Come on.
Musanda,
No,
just
Musanda.
stick to bashing Black Americans. That's
Yeah.
what you're good at.
You can't. So, Musanda, let me explain something to you, Musanda. How do you accelerate in the vacuum of space with a nuclear engine? Tell me how that works.
Well, nuclear engine uses the same method as they call nuclear fission that they use in a nuclear reactor. It expels a lot of neutrons amongst the
Radiation. So you're saying the rocket will be propelled by radiation? Like what is propelling the rocket ship forward? That's nuclear.
No disrespect.
Because it doesn't fucking exist. Because it's not a thing, Musafa. There's no such thing as a nuclear rocket. Because in order to move through space, you need to propel something. You need to push something out of your back ass. And when you have a nuclear reactor, there's nothing that's being pushed out of your back ass other than radiation, and that doesn't propel you forward. So there's no such thing as a nuclear powered rocket, man. It's not a fucking thing.
They call it the nuclear power propulsion. Look it up, man. Y'all can
nuclear power. What?
Yes, there is nuclear power propulsion in submarines and in planes, and yes, because you're using nuclear energy to run an engine that then propels a propeller in a submarine, or that generates electricity in order to propel you forward. The nuclear reactor does not emit anything. You can heat up water and make steam and create energy or propel things, or even propel steam out your back ass, but you're using water, not a nuclear reactor. A nuclear reactor in and of itself cannot propel a vehicle in the vacuum of space. You need to push something off of you.
Plant. Yes, nuclear plants use water to create steam and turn a turbine. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about nuclear propulsion, strictly
in
nuclear
space.
fission.
In space. So give me one example. Give me an example.
I'm lying. Let's just say I'm lying.
Somehow,
you
if
all
you don't
have
have
Google.
to use oxygen, you don't have to still deal with gravity, the force of gravity pulling down on the rocket.
I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand.
No, man, that's a stupid argument to make. If you're propelled, so you're telling me that you need to have an oxidizer in order for you to propel outside of like the surface of the earth.
No, all I'm
in the vacuum of space. No,
every day.
You can use solar
You can use
cells.
a fucking turbine or a fan or a turboprop to do it. So that's
Oh, really? So you can use a turboprop plane in space. Are you saying you can use a turboprop space?
No. I'm addressing his point on saying you need oxygen to get off the planet.
No, I'm not saying you need oxygen. You were saying that the advantage of nuclear was that you don't.
Saying you do. He's saying that for some reason this thing, like fuck, I'm tired of debating this. Go on the internet, look it up. Like this is a worthless debate to have.
Yeah, you know what, Musanda, you believe in the flux capacitor? I think I'm gonna make one just to go back.
How come the aliens haven't like really shown themselves? I know we've had like sightings, but I mean like real deal.
The same question.
Real deal on the nightly news. Like just where are they?
Because somebody asked me like, for a little disclosure, I'm an atheist. So somebody was like, well, if you don't believe in God, but like, do you believe in aliens? And I was like, well, not really, because like they haven't really showed themselves. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't they fucking show themselves? Like, yo, I'm here. This is me. Like,
because first,
why do they?
I think the answer to that.
Hold on. I'm just saying, like, why, like, do we assume that they have like all the human mannerisms
You know what I mean? Like, well, let me not just surprise them. Let me show them. You know what I mean? It's like, why not just fucking show themselves?
So I think for me the answer is threefold. There, one, it is both.
Wait. Can you hold up one second? Is it Jeremy or what's your actual name?
Yeah, Jeremy.
Okay, so before you give your answer, is it just me, or does your ass sound a little bit like Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Oh shit, a little bit, yeah. Yo, I never even noticed that. Yeah, a little bit.
Anyways,
that's horrible. Now every time I talk, everyone's just going to be picturing you.
Yo, real quick, my bad, Jeremy. Real quick, I seen a video when like he was Neil deGrasse Tyson was on stage like debating somebody. Yo, and he got really pissed off. I don't know. I just wanted to mention that. The shit was hilarious.
I love that guy. So like I think it's threefold, right? Like one is the vastness of space. Like when you really start to grasp that, the idea that we should expect life to be anywhere near us would be like, if you took every grain of sand on the planet and our entire society was on one grain, could see, a couple of grains of sand around us. And because we didn't see any life on those grains of sand, being like, well, there's probably no aliens. It's like, dude, if we're one grain of sand of all the grains of sands on the planet, and that's literally kind of proportionately the number of galaxies, not even planets, that there are out there. And then you add that to the vastness of time. Like the entire existence of mammals on Earth is a fart, in a lifelong time span of the universe. Like we are a blink of the eye, our entire existence. And so you could have intelligent species that grew, that took over 3-4 galaxies and then were wiped out, and then every piece of their existence disintegrated over 1 million years. That could have happened, and all we would see is dust, because of the vastness of time. And I think that the third part of the answer would be that the reason why we make these assumptions that we're going to be able to detect life, even though we don't know what that means, is around the need for energy consumption, the idea that
No, I just wanted to say that So back to what I was saying. Nuclear propulsion is real, right? What happens?
It's conceptual. NEP is conceptual. There are no examples of it being used today.
What do you want to say, Jeremy? Since I'm lying, man, there's no such thing as.
I'm telling you that electric propulsion is still in R&D. There's no examples of it being used in NASA today.
No, not electric. What happens is that you have liquefied hydrogen, right? That's put in one compartment, and then you will have a fission reactor that heats up that.
Yeah, we understand this. He's just saying that there's none that are in use,
and they convert it to gas. So basically, the propulsion is actually an axle, or at least a release of a bunch of hydrogen. Like I said, guys, you can look this shit up. I think this has been done since the 80s. I had to look at another video. But
they're not utilizing the technology. The NASA's not using it.
It exists, guys. I'm not gonna just say shit out of my fucking head.
And Marcel, even that you're talking about heating up a gas and with nuclear energy, and then using the gas,
converting a gas into a liquid to gas, and then using that as a propellant.
Yes. And what I was saying earlier is that a nuclear reactor or nuclear fission without a propellant will not move a vehicle in the vacuum of space. That was what I was saying. You cannot just have a nuclear reactor without anything else. Use it to propel you forward.
Nuclear propulsion does exist. I don't know why you want to fight on that. Y'all just want to be right on anything. I'm like, yo, niggas, go on the internet, look it up, bitch. I know you went on Google, you saw it, but then you were like, man, fuck this Musanda, African ass nigga, think he's smarter than me. Goddamn African.
Wait. Are you addressing me? I was just on the phone. What happened? Say that again.
Yeah. You were underestimating me when I told you about nuclear propulsion. You thought I'm one of these dumbass African booty scratchers. They don't know shit about an actual house in the mountain.
I didn't.
Nah, nigga,
that.
I actually got my information on it, nigga. Fuck.
No, bro, I would never say that about you. What the fuck? No. Jesus Christ, Musanda. I have more respect.
Go to Johannesburg, ask about me. Go to Johannesburg, ask about me, Mr. Musanda. They'll tell you, boy.
Oh yeah. Yo, why Uncle Ruckus lied and said he was 2 hours away from where I was at, and he was actually across the country. Like he wasn't
I
even
don't
near
know,
me.
bro. But he all he said was, "You didn't pull up." He told you pull up, give him the address. You didn't pull up. That's what he told us, man.
I
He said
gave
you
him the
talk all this
address.
gangster shit.
Bro, listen, I gave him the address. Musanda, real talk. I gave him the address. I was right there. I closed my store to go up to the hood, my old hood, and let these niggas know what the fuck was happening. Right? They laughed about it. They like, what? Some niggas say he gonna come fight you? Okay. And then this motherfucker tried to say that the address I gave him wasn't the address. So I told
But
the
why were you
homies,
guys fighting? Yo, but on a real note, why were you guys fighting? Like, I don't understand.
yo,
Was it
real
over some
talk, son,
bullshit or what?
because he felt he was threatened by me. He was threatened, but because I didn't agree and with his like political stance and the bullshit that he was saying, so I kept correcting him.
Yeah, I forgot.
Nah,
You guys
bro,
had
you're
shit.
not
Yeah.
convincing me. Like, come on,
Yeah,
man.
bro,
That is not convincing. You don't go from we don't disagree to I'm gonna come at you. You must have said something, or he said something directly.
Nah, what happened was,
No, I'm
bro,
just saying somebody threatened and started the who pulled the
Mustafa,
trigger
let him
first?
finish the story. Let him finish the story.
Well, he started the whole like, where you at? I'm 2 hours away, cause he know I'm in Jersey, so he said, where you at? I'm 2 hours away. He started that type of talk. So like, yo, Musanda, you don't know me. And I understand, like, you know what I mean, whatever the fuck he told you, you might think I'm like a nerd and shit like that. But no, nigga, I'm a fucking super gangster and an extraordinary gentleman. You understand? I'm two of those. So like what he was saying was like, where you at? I'm 2 hours away. Like, bro, my history, who I am now is something different, nigga. I'm an entrepreneur, business owner. Like, and I give out to the community. I have a nonprofit where like I do things. So like my past, bro, I was never in a gang. Number one, never thought it was smart to even join a gang. But I have affiliates, family members. My family name alone is a gang, nigga. So when you tell me you 2 hours away, where you at? And I'm like, yo, meet me right here in my old hood. And he tried to say, no, what's your store location? Like, bro, first of all, like, we don't do that. If we talking street shit, I'm not gonna give you my store location. Cause first of all, I know how this clubhouse shit goes. And if you guys don't know, Uncle Ruckus wasn't even his name. He had to change his name because he got doxxed. If you don't know what doxing mean, is when somebody fucking gets your personal information and use it against you. Right. So he had to change his name because he doxed somebody. And then when they doxed him, he got scared and changed his name to Uncle Ruckus. And ended up in the Talking Apes or whatever the fuck. So a weird nigga like that, I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna tell you my fucking business address or my home address. Meet me right here in my old hood where we could shoot the fade. Ain't nobody gonna jump in. It's just me and you. You feel me? And Musanda, I ain't got no fucking reason to lie to any of you niggas, son. Like, I have a past, bro, but that ain't me, nigga. But I could go to the hood where
So you told Uncle to of a specific phrase you're supposed to use in your hood.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You told him like,
yeah.
You're looking for who?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Cause listen, bro. In the hood, in my old hood, they don't know me as Burt McGirt. They call me Tap Out. Why? Is because I made niggas tap. Son, I'm not lying to you, son. I got no reason to lie about this shit. This is who I am. Like, they call me Tap Out. All the blood homies. All the blood homies. I'm not blood. Again, I'm not a gang member, but I got a lot of blood homies, Latin King homies, Crip homies, Grape homies. And the blood homies, they've been more in my family than anything. So like, they know me as Tap Out. So if you pull up there and be like, yo, I'm looking for Tap Out, one of them niggas is gonna call me and be like, yo, somebody looking for you. That's just, like, I'm not lying. I don't know, like, How else?
Yeah, bro.
I know it sounds funny to
voice.
you, but that's the thing. Son. I know it sounds funny to you, and it may sound funny to other niggas because of how I talk on here. You feel me? But that goes back to, listen, dog, I'm a super gangster and an extraordinary gentleman. You feel me? So like I'm cool and nice on here, nigga. I'm cool and you know what I mean, respectful on here and nice, but don't get it fucked up, bro.
He's a spy.
Yo, man. Shut up, bro. Shut up, man. Look, bro.
Nigga, and look,
I don't want to be killed by tap out, man.
Nah, real talk. Nah, hold on, Masanda, because real talk, in that last room, I felt like you was really like you was talking about some nigga that played Yu-Gi-Oh, and you was like, yeah, Bert, he was just like you, just a nigga that played Yu-Gi-Oh cards and a nerd.
I was talking about,
he wasn't.
I was talking about King Von, not King Von, T. Roy's killer, King Von's friend.
Yeah, all that shit. But I felt like you
playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, but I felt like you was trying to play me low key. Like, keep it real. Like you don't think that I'm that nigga.
I did say he's like you, Bird, because he's a guy that plays Yu-Gi-Oh.
I feel you. But my thing is, son, like one thing
Wait,
you don't do.
Kill me?
One thing you
Did
don't.
Say you kill me?
Nah, nigga. That's another thing that I asked him. I said, yo, you want to fight it out, right? You don't want to shoot it out. Let me know now. Because like if we're gonna shoot it out, I'm not gonna be the one shooting. It's everybody in the 730 project that fuck with me. They gonna fucking shoot at you. So like I'd rather fight it out. Cause I'm a fucking fighter, nigga, and I don't give a fuck how big you is. I done beat niggas twice my size. So like I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, but he didn't answer that. So it was like, man, and my thing is, bro, one thing you don't do is say something like, yo, I'm 2 hours away from where you at. Drop the low. I'll be right there. And then I drop the low and you want to come up with excuses. So the nigga try to say that the address don't exist, right? Musanda, I swear to God.
But my brother, if you're so gangster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why then kick me out of rooms when you feel like I'm a... Like, I remember there was a room you kicked me out and I asked Uncle, like, who kicked me out? It was Bert.
No, Musanda.
Man.
Musanda,
At the end of the day, bro, I'm not even attacking you. I wasn't angry over that. But understand that I'm supposed to think that this tap out nigga who gets triggered over some topics maybe he doesn't agree on. I don't remember what I was talking about.
Nah, Musanda, I'm gonna keep it real with you right now, bro. When it comes to this green beam, son, I don't do shit with it, but invite people who are on in the audience. That's my honest truth, bro. I ain't never kick you out of no fucking room. Because, nigga, there's so much shit that is said in these fucking Talking Apes rooms, Musanda, I swear, bro, I don't fucking agree with. I would never. There's been times where I'm like, bro, I should probably leave this fucking room because they saying some fucking fucked up shit. But no, nigga, I've never fucking removed you from a room. I want you to know that. That's the honest truth, bro.
Well,
I would tell you.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it was day. I don't know. But let's just leave it on that.
Nah, bro. I ain't never removed nobody out of a room. I never remove nobody out. I never even remove anybody to the audience. All I ever do is bring people up, invite people from the audience up. That's all. And that's real shit, son. That's my truth, bro. I wouldn't have to lie to you, bro. If you was talking some shit in a room that I felt like, oh, you know what I mean, I'm gonna drop them, bro. I wouldn't have no problem with telling you, because real talk, Masanda, who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I to you? You feel me? Like, I ain't gotta lie to you. I ain't got no loyalty to you. You ain't got no loyalty to me. So why would I have to lie about that? I don't give a fuck, man. If I moved you down, I would stand on that shit, bro. But that's what I mean. It's just like, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't want it to go that way, son. But that nigga started asking for addresses, talking about I'm 2 hours away. I'm in Jersey, bro. This motherfucker's really in California. I'm like, so why you even say that? Why you even say you 2 hours away and really you fucking across the fucking country? What the fuck? Like, that's some bitch shit, nigga. That's some bitch shit, son. I was more than willing to just rumble with the nigga, son.
Tap out. Tap out. They told him tap out. Tap out. That nigga gonna make you tap out.
Yeah, nigga, tap out. That's what they call me. The blood homies call me that anyway. The blood homies call me tap out.
Wait,
But
you a blood? Or you a blood?
Nah, son, I'm not a gang member at all. So I just you know what I mean. I got love for them and they got love for me. You know what I mean? They support me. And I got a lot of family members who are Bloods, Crips, and Latin Kings. So it's like, yeah, man, I got love for them. They got love for me. But I would never like use them motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like yo, real talk. If Uncle would have pulled up, that's the shit, son. Like if Uncle would have pulled up to my old hood, son, me and him just would have had we just would have shot a fade. Straight up. Me and him just would have fought. Whoever the fuck won, whatever the fuck, nigga.
Okay, so tell me what is his name? I switched the replays off. What's Uncle's name?
You said what's his name?
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know his name before Uncle Ruckus. See, the thing but the thing is, son, but the thing is, when I first met Uncle Ruckus, me and him got real cool, and he told me about his whole shit. He told me about the whole thing, how he doxed this person because he felt like because he felt like his life was threatened.
Too many clouds watching, man. I get it. There are too many clouds watching. There's another cloud underneath, so you don't want to say, well, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, the replays are off, my guy. So
yeah, I mean, whatever, man. I ain't have to shut it off. But yeah, man. So it ain't like. Hey, Musanda, I try to keep it cordial. I try to keep it cordial with the nigga. Real talk, like I ain't got no problem with him coming through, and we in the same room talking about the same shit. But I don't know. He don't. I don't know. I guess he can't.
What
you know what I
time
mean?
is it that time? Wait. What time is it that time where you guys are? What time is it?
Right now, shit is 8:05.
Shit. Because today is already Saturday this side.
God damn.
I'm talking to some nigga who probably kilometers, 12,000 kilometers away from me, man. And we're all thinking at the same time. Like we all hear each other at the same fucking time. It's fucking weird, eh?
Which timeline are you in, Musanda?
You're literally talking to a guy in Johannesburg, bro. Like,
way, bro.
You ever think about that shit?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Nah, son, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
I'm looking at the sky right now. It's like black and like, yo, I'm talking to some nigga on America right now.
Yeah,
there was a guy that came in here the other night, and he was from Afghanistan, and he was like a younger guy practicing his English. It was a little bit choppy, and we were like, "Hey, like, do you think women should be able to drive and get education?" He's like, "Yeah, it's fucked up. The Taliban doesn't let us do that." And it's like, this is fucked. Like, I'm talking to an Afghani kid learning English, under the Taliban, and I'm fucking talking to this guy on a smartphone on Clubhouse. Like, that's.
I talked to a Somalian pirate 2 days ago. I mean, I took a picture of his profile picture. I can show you guys. I'll put it on my profile pics there.
That is so cool. And I've said it a million times. What I love about this is you get to bump into people that you wouldn't meet on a regular basis, and every single fucking person is an expert at something. Doesn't matter what.
This guy's got an RPG in his profile. He was kind of spooky though. He was talking about going and killing Jews in other communities. It was weird, dude.
I mean, granted, some are experts in things that are maybe not the most morally up and up. Still experts.
Yeah,
Why
I
are
mean,
the
look at
white people? Let me ask this, and I don't know why are the white people on this app so weird, or at least on this room.
I'm white.
Yeah, but why are they so weird, man?
I'm white
They
too.
give
Do you call me
jokes and what?
weird?
You are weird, man. I mean, not weird as in like crazy weird, but you're like love. You come in, you're not like the ones on the movies, like the
I feel
movie whites,
offended.
the ones we see on film, you know.
What, the sexy, romantic, sophisticated ones? What are you talking about, mister?
I would say with the average white guy, I would say, hey, what's so fucked up? Like I'm trying to think of one that's not British with an American accent. You know? But like I would say, like yeah, Tom Holland.
I don't get it, but that's cool. Whatever, bro.
Yeah, or maybe what's that other guy? Man?
So let me ask you,
Leonardo
Mustafa,
DiCaprio.
is your view of white people more shaped by Afrikaans or by like Western whites?
I mean, people are different, man. I'm talking about Americans, American whites. Of course, white people in Europe. I've been to Europe, so that they're not the movie ones. I'm saying they're not like the American.
You like Germany?
They're very different. I feel like American white people are very different than other Europeans.
What's the state of racism in South
They're
Africa
more
now? Like between the Afrikaans and
racism. No, it's not even that. What I'm saying is, I do think white Americans tend to be more open and freer than the Europeans. Because I've been to Europe, man. I've seen what Europe's like. Sometimes I understand why the ancestors ran to America in a way. But
So that's what you're saying. We're like more open and kind of, I don't know, not flamboyant, but proud or whatever, or what? I mean, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I kind of am.
Yeah, you are like I know black people and Americans would like deny this, but it's the truth. I mean, I know this. I'm gonna get attacked by black people say this. You had the first black president in America. Like you're not gonna see a black in a long time, a black whatever president.
So, like, the first black president was Bill Clinton. You know that the first black president was Bill Clinton. He was getting his dick sucked, in the Oval Office, bro. So, like, that's bullshit, like,
you're right.
And yeah,
Technically, yeah. But out of Bill Clinton, man, he was the best. I think that's because he doesn't bomb too many people. He was busy fucking all the women in America.
Right.
That's why you hate him so much. It's like, God, get in a war already. God damn it. That's why after that you got Bush. Just think about it, Bill Clinton is literally one of the most peaceful Americans to have ever existed, in a way.
Yeah. Too busy getting laid and making moves on women, dude, Too interested in being a pimp playing jazz.
And then Bush came and said, we need an enemy now.
I need to go finish what my dad started.
Hey, and talking about presidents, let's talk about Zuma. No? Man, did that guy fuck some shit up, no?
Who's Zuma?
What are you, white bro? What the hell?
I thought we were talking about our country's presidents and all the wonderful things that they did when they were in power.
Wait, John, what is Jeremy? Is he white or black? Because I can't tell.
That's nice. I appreciate that, man. That's very nice of you to say.
Let me look, man. Probably black. I'm presuming probably black. Yeah, look at the rooms. Trump, Pink, Roger, this, white America. Now you black. You black. The black news, that gave it all away. You're one of the blacks.
Okay, but I am curious. Like, what did you think about Zuma? Was he a net positive for South Africa, or was he Was he net negative, do you think? I mean, he obviously wasn't Nelson Mandela, but what do you think his contributions to South Africa was?
I think he's a victim, my guy. I think that's why Black South Africans protested for him. I think he's a victim. I think, I mean, there's no super saints, but right now he's a victim. And there's a lot of things that were said about him that may had some truth in it, but for most part, he was a real revolutionary in his economics. But that's just the way it is, I guess. That's just the way
if he stole from South Africans, he didn't steal as much as the white guys that came before him. So
no, man. Still what? Where's that money that he stole? They can't point at it. Like South Africans love Zuma, bro. Don't fall for this media thing.
No, obviously, because he wouldn't have stayed in power as long as he did if he didn't have the support that he had.
Still in power, my guy. He started his own political party and already is the third largest party. What do you mean? Gave him power. Still is in power, my guy. He's the real president, if you think about it.
Question, and maybe I obviously could be wrong. Didn't he take over the party that Nelson Mandela started?
Yes, but he quit. He didn't quit. He was fired, but he was part of it, but started another party. Or at least rebranded took over another party and made it his. Let me say that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Just look at the third largest party in South Africa. That is. It's the former president's party. In other news, you guys want to hear about Africa or you want to keep it to the US?
No, fuck, I've heard too much about the US. Tell me about more about Africa.
There's a protest that was happening, I guess yesterday, my side. There's just been an election in Mozambique. And I heard that the soldiers were killing the voters. So you guys should be grateful you live in America, man.
Was it a national election or like a local election?
Yeah, national. Look it up.
And what were the two sides?
I really don't know. I just saw that the videos on Twitter. I mean, I know there's a party. There's Frelimo, which is one party, the one that's in, and then the opposition. So Frelimo is, that's as much as I know. I don't know. More than one is what I'm saying. And the people are doubting that the elections are real because no one voted for the party.
Like South Africa doesn't have the same. Like you guys don't have the same. Because I know about America. Because I know about America. I talk to Americans all the time. I don't bump into people from South Africa all the time. So if I get to bump into someone in South Africa, the last thing I want to do is talk about America. I want to talk about South Africa. You're an expert in South Africa. Yeah, I want to learn everything I can from you about South Africa. No,
I'm just asking, my guy. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, because I'm genuinely curious. Like you're on the other side of the planet. Fucking, I'm talking to you. It's like you were saying before. I'm going to take advantage of this and learn what I can. So, like in America, obviously, it's very divided on two sides. But my understanding of South Africa has a whole bunch of different cultures and communities and tribes, right? And so, is that represented in the politics there?
Imaginary evil.
Sorry, what are you saying?
I was just asking, is like the divide more dynamic?
I would separate as America. I would say, I wouldn't even say America is really separate, to be honest. It's like virtual, it's like optical separation, but on what matters militarily, economically, whatever, you are heavily united, always forced to stick together. I wouldn't consider you guys. I would consider you guys.
I would phrase that. I would phrase that differently. That the American people are greatly divided, but none of them realize that who's really in power. How are they completely divided? The last 3 or 4 elections have pretty much been 50-50. There's such a divide that one side tried to take over and stop a peaceful transfer of power, but who is really in power, who wins every time, is the military-industrial complex. The Americans,
A real divide would be that because I voted this and she voted that, we start a civil war. Like that's literally how some even elections have happened throughout Africa, where the two sides just get arms and then, that's why you have Sudan today. I know you may say this as an extreme, but
no, I guess
that you don't have that. You're lucky that for most part, 99.9% of the losing party accepts defeat and calls it a day. That means there's an understanding between both so-called divided parts that America is way more important than selfish greed or the selfish needs. They're just going to end us both. So when you're a nation like Sudan, for example, those guys, they don't care about Sudan. It's all about their egos, left versus right. Let's kill each other. Bam, 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 bam. You may take this very lightly, like the other side examples are very extremes, but there's a lot of truth, or at least there's a lot of truth in that. There's a lot of truth in that.
I understand. I understand all of that, and I'm not disagreeing. But I think what maybe is missing, or maybe it's just a nuance in the way we're describing it, is that for the American people, they are greatly divided. They do not, but they have been convinced by the real enemy of America, which is the military-industrial complex. And the military-industrial complex wins no matter what side wins, right? And who pays for that is the American people. Their dollar depreciates like crazy because their government prints money to give it to the military-industrial complex, who just profits off it and makes trillions and trillions of dollars. So there's a reason why in the most politically divided country, at least in the West, the only thing both sides come together and agree on multiple times a year, the only thing is passing an unbalanced budget, printing more money, which is taxing Americans so that they can overspend it on military. The military isn't an example of American unity. The military is America's enemy, who is robbing Americans, and they don't even know it. That's the nuance that I'm trying to suggest.
No, Americans, you don't understand how privileged you are. It sounds like that because that's the press info they convince you to believe that for some reason they're stifling off you and you're not stifling off them. No, you really are actually benefiting way more from your so-called prison, as you want to call it, where you're trapped by the military, what. Because at the end of the day, these are the guys that ensure that the euro dollar exists and which gives you the privilege to buy whatever you want from around the world at a much stronger value chain, right? Because the dollar is so hard to find. So you can buy so much of a bulk from the world and don't have to work as hard. The truth is, if America wasn't doing that, somebody else would, right? And it could be Germany, it could be even Africa, South America, doesn't matter. But the point is, there was always going to be the eater and they were all going to be the eater. It just is what it is, man.
No, and I disagree. And again, I'm not actually American. I'm Canadian, and so when I look at America, I look down on America in certain ways, because look what happens. Canada underspends on their military, right? But Canadians have free healthcare that Americans don't. Free. I mean, we pay taxes, but our university is, a full semester of university is maybe $1,500 US. In America, it is maybe $30,000, $50,000 for the same education. So while, America, do you think that's good for America? No. If they cut their military spending by 90% and shifted that to give American citizens, more social benefits, more education, that would benefit America. But they don't do that. They should cut it by 90%. The next 10 countries' military spending combined after America is still less than what America spends on the military.
Like, is there a statics how much money is needed, to ensure free health insurance for every citizen in America? Like, is there any number on it?
So you have examples on what the cost is in Canada to do that, and today the cost per person to deliver healthcare in America is about 5 times what it is in Canada, where we have primarily public system. So because of the broken private system in America, they pay way more to these to big pharma than what Canada does, because Canada has one big buyer that negotiate the shit out of stuff. So insulin in Canada is $10. Insulin in America can be $300. So that's what I'm saying. Is I think
crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. And they're innovative enough that they should be able to say, hey, we're going to demand 2x military outcome for 1/10 the spend, because the current system does not use that money efficiently at all.
Yeah, that subject is really like a very thin line, like spending so much on other things but not on healthcare is, it's crazy.
And the irony is that you go to someone on the right in the US and you suggest, hey, fellow American citizens, who do well in high school should, go to university for effectively free. And they'd be like, what? Freeloading? It's like, oh no, if American citizens should have free healthcare. Well, freeloading. But then if you say, hey, you guys are overspending on military so that Canadians and, British people can have all those things that you don't want for American citizens. Like how liberal is that you're going to forego these benefits for your own citizens so a bunch of Brits and Canadians can have the things that your citizens don't have? That's the irony.
That's crazy. Like if you're in Germany and you're unemployed, you go and make your appointment at the state building to say that you're unemployed, so you get healthcare and like help with your spendings and your what is it called if you pay your house, your rent and stuff, and it's the same. It's the same if you're a doctor. Like the doctor has the same healthcare with the person who's unemployed. Like it's the same. It's the same treatment there.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of Americans, they see these social safety nets as communist or socialism. But these are the same people who have no problem with public elementary school or public high school. But for some reason, there's a magical line where if you cross it, public university, that's ridiculous. That's kind of the irony.
Like there should be a base, for things that should be accessible for every human. It doesn't matter how much you earn or how big or how successful you are, but every human should have access to healthcare, to education, even though if you have very low money or But America is big, though. If I'm talking about Germany, but if you compare the people who live in both those countries, so America is bigger. The costs are more, but like you said, there's a lot of spending on military. You can do like, even though if you don't do it right at that time, like slowly building something up, in let's say in 10 years or 5 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, the problem is, and the reason why it will never happen, and is because the way that it's been built up is that all of that spending happens, almost equally across all of the 50 states. And so to go and cut that spending is literally, any senator that votes to cut that spending is literally voting to cut jobs in their state. And so it's very hard to say, hey, we're going to cut military spending by 50%, because there's going to be a lot of people who are going to lose their job if you do that.
Yeah, even though if you calculate, the helps that America is giving out to other countries, let's say, somehow you can build slowly something. Even though you start with the people who really need to have those insurance because they're sick. You start with those people and stuff. Actually, I'm just talking. There's a bigger planning and strategy behind it. But I think it's kind of possible.
Yeah, what's interesting is I think we're going to see a massive change in illegal immigration, in cost of living. Like when humanoid robots and AI is kind of propagated, like it's going to like fundamentally change a lot of things in the economy, in the workplace. And when you think about why people illegally immigrate to different places, it's to search out a better life, right? And if you can, if your physical presence is no longer needed, if you can have access to all the information, you can become a developer, very competently. I mean, my developer who works in my company is from northern Pakistan, right? And like he learned how to code on his own on the internet. He, taught himself. He went to school in Pakistan, and I pay him like twice what doctors in Pakistan make, but also, about a tenth of what I would have to pay the same developer in North America. So he doesn't need to, he's living very well over there, but he's able to work for a company in the West, right? And I think as that continues to grow, we'll have the idea. I mean, even if it's just remotely using a humanoid robot, right? You could have a cleaner who lives in Peru, who logs into a robot and then goes and cleans your house for an hour or two, and then logs out, and you shoot that person some cash online. Like that's going to be possible in a couple of years.
Yeah, it's like the call center business. It's already kind of happening and using in that way, for sure.
Yep. I mean, should the US spend more on space exploration? I mean, why not? Maybe not right now. Maybe not right by now. Maybe the US need to focus on some other shit. But I think they're gonna spend a little bit of money on this stuff. And Trump was the guy who came out with the Space Force or whatever the fuck he was.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
the 84. Can I ask you something? Would you be for your own government, if you're not American, for your own government to invest more on space exploration?
I mean, but they stopped doing that since a little bit of what I don't like. I'm from France. I don't think like it's a good look for France, but from an African country, I'd be for the Ivory Coast to start to be like, we need to get our own little satellite and try to do our own little shit. France, I don't know if we really need that as French people. Like, that would be badass, like an Ivorian fucking satellite in the air, and we got a whole little TV stuff. So even when the French and the American want to troll us, we can still control our fucking information, unless you come up with your space force and you're trying to fuck our satellite. That'd be cool though.
They should be always spending on space exploration for sure. It's like, my nephew's growing up. He's like 4 years old, and I'm thinking like, if when he becomes 25, how the world is gonna be, which jobs he's gonna, go and try to get in. And it's kind of,
and I think even like the technologies we've discovered throughout the space exploration, that has delivered a much greater ROI to the American economy than any amount of spending that America has done through NASA or space exploration. So just from the advancements of technology and discoveries, that alone funds way more than necessary for that space exploration.
That and wars always push.
I mean, it's one hand in hand. I mean, the entire American space exploration program was built by World War II Nazis.
Yeah, I know. The story is crazy completely. Like the Second World War story, everything, what happened and what's the aftermath. It's crazy, even though like the atomic bomb itself is a discovery of, a competition that it's not directly because of the competition, but competition made it, happen faster. I'm just talking out loud.
It's insane, and the fact that like America, took a whole bunch of Nazi rocket scientists who were building rockets or bombs and whisked them away to America, gave them new identities, and had them start working on the space race is insane.
They were clever.
I mean, it is insane, but it's not as that insane if you think that the Soviet was doing the same. So it's like, you gotta look at it both.
So yeah, exactly.
For sure. Like that's what I wanted to say with the war stuff too. Like the Russia and USA competition pushed both nations, to go further and further. For sure.
Yeah, and look at a perfect example. Look at the Chinese space station. I mean, the rest of the world is still running in a 1984 Pinto, and China's, sending people up into their brand new shiny space station. Like,
China's crazy.
You know what, Jay? I mean, me, that's how I look at like Elon Musk. To me, Elon Musk is a white South African, right, who is a neo-colonization, but colonization of Mars. He's trying to prove that colonization is not necessarily bad. He's trying to prove that slavery is not necessarily bad, and we could learn out of slavery, and now we can get robots to do slavery. And I think he learned something really big from Marcus Garvey. And I really think he's a white man, Marcus Garvey. And then the Black Star Line for him is this SpaceX bullshit like that. He have absolutely no intention into going to Mars. It's just a pipe dream to make money. I really think that's what's going on with him.
It's interesting. Like, it's fascinating the correlations you make, because there are some glaring similarities there, right? And I'd even go to say that I think the idea of having robot labor, right, is you could absolutely see the correlation of that and slavery, with the exception that these are robots and not human beings, right? Like nobody's going and fighting for the rights of the robots in an Amazon factory, nor should they, because they're not humans, right? But what I would say is this: is that I think from the colonization perspective, it's not about colonization. It's not about new resources. It's about the importance of having humanity on two different planets. And because there has been 7 life-ending cataclysmic events on Earth, that we can detect so far, we have to get onto 2 planets, or the risk of us being wiped out, and that at one point is inevitable. And so that, I think, is what drives his passion, and the fact that he's launching next year 2 starships to Mars with supplies proves that he's like, there's no one's paying him for that. That's coming out of their own money that they get from the satellite companies and Starlink. He's paying that out of his pocket.
Tony, come off there, Mike. You heard me talk to you the first goddamn time. Fuck, you just sit up there on mute for. What's wrong with you?
So I didn't hear you, Vay. Welcome. I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Hey, your name ain't Tony. I ain't talking to you.
All right, look, Jay, and what? Yeah. What about what I said to was like that Marcus Garvey claim, right? Like the Marcus Garvey claim about like he's talking about going somewhere that he will never go, and he have absolutely no intention into going Mars. Like, he's God on Earth. Why would he go on if a fucking Mars? Like, that doesn't make sense.
But I'm not sure I understand the connection though. 84.
So the connection is like Marcus Garvey always spoke about the Black Star Line, hustle up, like people, black Americans just didn't knew what was going on necessarily with the Africa stuff. So then, it's like basically you're talking to some people who are kind of uneducated. You got some people who kind of know what's going on. Next thing you know, people start to give money to you in order to go like find. I think it's a scam. I really think it's a scammer, but maybe I might be wrong. He might not be the genius that everybody think he is.
But he's trying. Like it's a fact that he's trying and he's doing stuff, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know what he's doing. He ain't created Tesla. He just bowed back Tesla. He ain't created PayPal.
He's working on the space program, bro. Like he just sent 2 or 3 astronauts.
Oh yeah, I mean, 84. The things, the innovations that he's done is like.
How can I not?
It is absolutely spectacular. I mean, the innovations in spaceflight alone, the U.S. government gave Lockheed Martin and Boeing $6 billion to build an effective rocket. They gave Elon $2 billion. Elon delivered.
That's not true. That's not true.
Go ahead. What part is not true? What part is not true there?
The whole thing that you said.
Okay, so Boeing, Lockheed and Boeing, their $6 billion investment from the U.S. government, they delivered the rocket ship 3 years late, and they couldn't bring their astronauts home. SpaceX had to go up and rescue them, right? And so SpaceX has delivered that innovation. Not only that, they just caught a fucking a rocket ship that was like 2 or 3 times the size of the Liberty.
But at that time, if
they got it,
I get where you're coming from. But at that time, if we go back to Marcus Garvey time, there was no black man with a star line like that. So that was still like in the perspective of the black people who was like up there in New York, like he was like larger than life. Like the same way that now people are looking right now as Marcus, as your boy like Elon Musk as being larger than life. But I don't know. I'm just a little skeptical.
Yeah, it's given this is a racist room. Are y'all racist in here? Are y'all racist in here? Are y'all racist in here?
He made the world's biggest
why are we racist? Because we're comparing like Elon Musk to Marcus Garvey. I'm the one who have this claim. That's not Jeremy claim. That's
no, but I think it's a perfectly fair conversation.
You didn't have to ask me why. It was either a yes or no question. Fuck you mean?
Yeah, and I think
I'm thinking about scammers. I'm more into scammers. I'm more into people who come up with this beautiful stuff and they look so fancy and they're so rich and they look so special, like then they sent from somewhere else almost, and I'm just trying to, I'm like, it might be a curiosity. I would not be surprised really than Elon Musk studied Marcus Garvey. It would not be that's surprising that a white man in South Africa
hey,
have
Bobby,
some
you
type
get
of
your bitch ass off that mute too.
interesting about being interested about the concept of Pan-Africanism. I don't see why they would not be curious about what is going on. Plus, it's in English. That's a language that he could read. He might be able to understand some Afrikaner. He might be able to understand some English at a time.
I think he speaks French.
Right. I mean,
and
it's a little cultish thing around Elon Musk persona. Let's say that.
You know what? Let me
give you another. Let me give you another analogy in time. Let me give you another analogy in time. Marcus Garvey was a big he admired Mussolini. You remember? He admired Mussolini, right? The same way Elon Musk admired Trump. Pay attention. There's correlation into what the fuck I'm talking about, bro.
But what did he do? Like, what did he create that was great and that was like that lasting that had a mark on humanity? Like, what was one thing, or was he just hype?
It was hype, but for that time, it seemed so larger than life. The same way he might be hype on Mark Zuckerberg or that man Elon Musk or even Bernard Arnold or whoever was this owner of this world. You know what I'm saying? It might be some extra hype around this individual.
The reason I push back is because I own a Tesla, right? And I can tell you firsthand, it is a radical improvement over every single automobile that I have ever interacted with since I was born. I've never seen a great
it seems that is an idea, and I don't want to blame capitalism because I understand, and even the name is named Tesla, right? So I can get the trolling, right? But you know who came out with this idea first? It was Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs tried to come up with the Apple car.
No, it was before that. It was before that. Chrysler had a functioning electric car in the early '80s, and it got killed by the oil industry.
No, we don't talk about only electric car because this is not what he's doing really. Tesla is what is slash electric and slash computer slash car. Technically, that's basically what we're trying to do. Apple. So what is the genius? What is so genius from a man? I think what is genius
I'll tell you. I'll answer the question. Apple, with all its money, all its might, couldn't do it. Elon
because Steve Jobs died
and did it.
Steve Jobs died.
Yeah, but they've launched other things since. I mean, Tim Cook. I mean, this is one of the biggest company in the world. They had a car project for almost a decade, spent billions on it, and then shut it down. Because they couldn't do it. That's what I'm saying. Elon did it when everyone else, with all the resources in the world.
I mean, did he do it, or did he invest into a company which was already trying to attempt to do it? And that's the only thing.
He did.
Maybe let me. Okay, he did it to an extent. I give it to you, but it's almost saying Dr. Dre get a credit because he did Chronic 2001, right? It doesn't matter if Daz made the beat or whoever did the beat and he get the credit. They were stupid enough to give the credit away, which is a very capitalistic kind of mind frame, right? So I think Elon Musk is not the genius that he pretend he is, but he's genius enough to be able to comprehend what is a genius idea. I mean, this guy.
That's where I just can't agree with you, because he executes and he delivers results. Maybe a little bit late, but he delivers results that nobody in the rest of the world could even think of doing. Right? Like America literally paid Russia to get to space for like 5 or 10 years because they could not figure out how to get to space themselves after the space shuttle program. And it wasn't until Elon Musk, who was the CEO of 3 or 4 other companies, was like, okay, yeah, this is important, so I'm going to go and get man to Mars. And the way that he did that with Starlink to help fund it, I mean, literally for the first time ever, anywhere on the planet, you can have internet. People don't realize how important. Important this is.
Okay, don't you think that is a concern which was coming from somebody who was living in South Africa and maybe he didn't have as easy to access, and they was passing their time in front of the computer and all this stuff. So I'm not taking credit away. I'm just trying to be skeptical, which is I hope it's okay to be a little bit skeptical. Wrong.
Absolutely, I think it should always be. One should always be skeptical, and I can also give you a lot of criticism of the guy because I think like any eccentric geniuses, and I think he is a genius. I think those guys also tend to all these other things right. That his opinion and intelligence and other things are equally right. And I've seen many examples of that just being absolutely not true. I mean, look at the shit with the kids that were caught in Thailand and the bullshit that he did with that. Calling these rescue that's pedos and all the guy's fucked in the head, but he's also a genius who's doing amazing things for humanity.
True. And but it remind me a lot of Durov from Telegram, right? It's like I don't think that is as solid that we think. It's like the day people will just take their nut to prosecute the man for the wrong action and he be doing to the people as being a ultra mega capitalist who is trying to privatize space for himself or whatever what is like whatever the fraud that the man might do, right? Because let me tell you something, bro. I think then people who start to get God complexes as Durov and I think now when Durov is gonna come out, he's not gonna be as arrogant as he used to be, right? Is that as long as you feel like untouchable, you really think you're the shit till you get touched.
But I have to say one thing, like you talk when you say something about Elon Musk, you're just saying your opinion without presenting something that backs your opinion. Like
I'm just
like
saying being skeptical. I don't mean
like is there something that you can say that
what you mean? I back up by giving you I compare to you to Durov. Durov is a libertarian exactly as Elon Musk. Like they're not as that different than you think it is. They are both billionaires. Okay, one is a little richer than the other one, but at the end of the day, they're not even same age. Durov is way younger than Elon Musk. So if we would go by age, I'm not even sure that Elon Musk like was as rich than Duval at this age. So it's like you cannot like if you are so progressive, you need to look at who are the next Elon Musk on the road.
I'm not
Right? Who
progressive.
are
I
the
just
next?
asked the question. I just made an observation. What I say, Jeremy, when he's
So my
talking about it, he's giving some
sir.
facts. Like he's giving what he did. But you just say,
Okay, my observation is that if Elon Musk had been French, right? If Elon Musk had made a mistake to have become a French citizen, I think my country would have locked him up, would have sit him down in a jail, and would have been, look, Elon, you gotta understand one thing,
he's
bro.
not French.
Oui, exactly.
Right, maybe he was smart enough to avoid being French.
Yes, because les Français sont tellement contre l'innovation puis contre la technologie. Like, when was the last time France came out and delivered the latest smartphone or the latest IT company? When was the last time France came out with that innovation? Because they don't. They prefer to tax the rich. They hate the most wealthy, and that's why a lot of the most successful French people have run away from France. And even if you want to like hire someone in France, you pretty much have to like marry the person and promise a salary for 3 years. How do you innovate in an environment like that? Like, there's a reason why France locks up CEOs of companies that innovate, and it has nothing to do with because they hate capitalism. Sont contre la capitalisme.
No, it's not really true, because the Snapchat CEO ain't get locked up in France, and he became French. He became French the same way that Duval become French. But when people was doing stupid shit on Snap, I guess they knew that then they had to collaborate and stuff like that.
Gérard Depardieu, where does he live now?
In Russia?
Why?
Because he don't want to pay tax, to what I comprehend. Or maybe because it's ego, but I think it was a tax matter. I think it was more about taxation.
So France, and again, I'll say it again, France does not innovate. France does not welcome its tax structure does not welcome innovation or startups. It is not a place where you go to innovate. It just isn't, unfortunately.
But we still gave nationality to the owner of Snapchat and the owner of Telegram, right? So that's mean like we do recognize the
but you arrested them.
Innovation.
But you arrested them first, no?
We arrested Duval because Duval went to the Alps. He went to that country that France have an issue with, and it was like, look, like we be asking for you for years to collaborate. There's a lot of pedophilia going on Telegram. There's a lot of like new type of gangs, like cyber gangs, popping in I think it's Japan, right? Japan, South Korea, and Telegram was starting to get out of control.
Yeah, and again, I think we're saying the same thing. France doesn't like innovation. They don't like technology. They would have arrested Elon Musk because he wants to innovate and he doesn't want to create
because
jobs.
X. I think over X, not over the rest. I think over X we would have arrested him.
Why?
Because this ID, then you can say whatever the fuck you want to say, however the fuck you want to say. It's a really chaotic ways to look at how information is supposed to be processed.
You don't believe in freedom of speech.
I believe in liberty of speech. Not maybe freedom is maybe a little too much.
Can you tell me the difference?
Your liberty will stop where the next person's liberty will start. So therefore, it will be a little easier to set something, a little more clear. Freedom of speech is like anybody can say whatever what they want to say, right? But everything that you say can be used against you. It's
was Hitler freedom of speech?
As depending which level and in which ways then you really trying to ask your question.
No,
brother.
just a question. It was like, if we talk about freedom of speech, like Jeremy, what you say, it's like.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I'll tell you mine. I'll tell you mine if you want. Like, I think all laws should be based over the idea that if it doesn't hurt my person or property, then it should not be illegal. And so if you apply that principle to freedom of speech, then listen, if you stand up in a crowded theater and yell fire when there's no fire and it causes panic and people get hurt, you should be liable for that because your actions caused someone else's person or property to be damaged. But if I stand up and say the most filthy, horrible, racist, whatever to you,
right,
and your feelings are hurt, no, feelings don't count. Right. But if I stand up and say, hey, you did these horrible things, and what I say is a lie and it causes you not to get a job, well, then I've hurt your personal property. So that from a liable perspective, I would be responsible.
So psychological damages, torment, hardship, all this stuff, then the laws already kind of recognize one thing, you feel then you're above the law, basically. You're like, fuck these people, this law doesn't, I don't feel that this law is fair. Like, I'm trying to get where you're coming from.
Which you mean in France there's laws against saying something that hurts people's feelings?
Yeah, they got a lot of laws which like, right, yeah, man. I mean, it's not only feeling, it's just like or maybe incite people feeding to violence or whatever, or they kind of summarize the thing.
So, and again, like I wouldn't be against bullying, like anti-bullying laws where there's like obvious like abuse, constant abuse that can be proven, because I think that's different than just saying a shitty thing to someone and someone being offended by it, right? And there is nuance in this, obviously, but I don't think that the second you say, hey, you can't say this mean thing to this person, then you have to define, well, what's mean? Right? Like if I say, hey, everyone should be able to have an abortion if they want, and someone is like, hey, that's offensive. That's like you saying you want to kill little babies. Should that person's view restrict me from saying, I think everyone should be able to have abortions?
No, I mean,
it's nuance, man. It's nuance. It's not.
I'm sorry. I was thinking. I had a thought of Elon. Can you just like rephrase what you said? I was thinking about Amber Heard, about Elon Musk's character, how he did not show up to that court. It's certain stuff about this individual that I'm a little bothered about. And versus Trump, which I can give at least to Trump, that we put Trump to the test of fire. Humanity put Trump to the test of fire, and he showed us to be still there and still different and still willing to go for it, right? And it's like, wow, this man got a plan or something. I mean, this man really is really. I do not know if we put like that man Elon Musk into a test of fire, if he will not fall like the way Duval fall. If you get what I'm
you don't think he gets like hate from all around the world? Like at one point he had to go and borrow money because he had spent it all on Tesla and SpaceX. He couldn't even pay his rent. Like, you don't think he's gone through, there were points when the entire world was like, you are going to fail. And he was literally like, if another rocket blew up, the entire thing was over. Like, you don't think he's gone through trial by fire?
Yeah, I think he went through it like any good scammer will go through it.
I don't get the scamming thing, because there's so many examples of him bring. If you want to, who's the scammer? Who's the scammer?
So my question to you is like,
who's the scammer? Lockheed Martin, who paid $6 billion.
You familiar with cars? Are you familiar with American cars, sir?
Yeah.
And they have the Impala. Well, is it the Impala 68? It was like so great of a car. Then really, it could not. It was an everlasting. But then they switched the way to do it, because it was like, we want to have cars that gonna be fixed. I don't think the Tesla are that much like, I mean, he's a businessman. He remained a businessman. I don't think he tried to trade. It's like you're taking the name of Nikola Tesla, bro.
Brother, I own a Tesla. I have serviced a Tesla. It is violently different than any combustible engine company that I've ever owned a car with. When you go into with a regular car, they fuck you in service. Why? Because that's where the majority of their profit comes from. They have to fuck you in service. When you go to Tesla, You pay like literally 10% on the parts. You pay almost nothing because they don't care about revenue from service. They don't want you to get raped in service. That was one of his biggest things. Like literally, if I want to fix my car, 84, you know what I do? I go in my app, I click a button. A day later, a technician shows up at my house, goes into my car, fixes it, and goes away. And I don't pay a cent. That's what service is with a Tesla, man. I'm speaking from firsthand experience. They radically change everything. My car gets better on a weekly basis. It does shit today that it didn't do a month ago, and it didn't do a month ago before that. Like name another car that does that.
They get updated and stuff like that. But this
like new games, new self-driving. When I'm on the my car drives for me 80% of the time when I'm on the road.
Okay.
It is just fucking radically. It is so radically different
that any other type of car than you ever was able to.
Everything, and the reason why, and I'll tell you why, is because the way that the traditional car market is that in a car they have about 50 different companies. One that made the transmission, one that made the seat adjustments, one that does the radio, one that does the lights. And for them to be able to get them all to talk together, impossible. Each one has proprietary
right, so much, right. Okay.
Tesla.
Okay.
Tesla wants to make like the lights flash and make the speakers make fart noises, which it does. I can make it do that if I want. They it's a weekend of coding because they own everything. They control everything. It's all centralized. They've just radically changed the whole thing of a car. A car isn't hardware anymore. Now it's just software. It just gets better all the time.
I mean, Tesla might be like the best option up there when it's about new car, even electric car, even if I doubt that if when we really go like all the way on the top of the line of luxury, right? I think we can find like other alternative, but it is a really interesting business. But I still go to what is Tesla, right? Nikola Tesla is it where he get it from? So, but even the name is
to that. Like it was not there when he got there, and to say nothing about, we're not talking about Tesla's solar panels. We're not talking about Optimus Prime, the humanoid robot that's going to be coming out in a couple of years. Like these things.
it was supposed to be out. No. It was supposed to be out way prior than that. He keep on delaying, and eventually he's gonna serve us. What?
The Optimus Prime, they never said Optimus Prime was going to come out before 2025.
Right, the boats. You're talking about the boats. The boats that he was supposed to sell.
The robots.
Right, they were supposed to be out like. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not following even more than me because like you're enthusiast, and it's no problem to be enthusiast. I'm just I've just tried to be a little critical. I'm just trying to be critical about X. I'm trying to be critical about certain behavior that I see and I've seen from that man.
Mm-hmm. And again,
exactly. So you have the energy to put up on Amber Heard. You have the energy to put up on Amber Heard, right? We see you on the stuff, but when it's time to come testify, you don't show up. I don't know. That looked like a shasty person to me.
If you want to judge him as a person,
because because you're libertarian, you think that is okay. Because you're libertarian, that you think is okay to be fucking with somebody else's wife. We got you. We know which type of people they are. We know what's up. We're not stupid.
But so you're judging. So break that down.
Yeah, why am I supposed to judge him?
You think that because he might have messed around with someone else's wife,
right? Even if they was going through what they was going through, right? Like Johnny Depp was going through whatever the fuck he was going through. That lady, it's still you come out with your money and whatever. Or maybe he was just trying to be a friend. But the fact that he ain't show up, right? We never know what the heck is going on. Now, does he have the right to not show up? And the fact that he didn't order him to come up. I mean, it's kind of whatever. I'm not even really tripping too much about it. I'm just trying to go like a little bit about some of the issues I'm having, and X. I think X was really interesting that So how old is that man now? Is like what, in his 50s, in his 60s? How old is Elon
52,
Musk? 52.
I think.
So you're telling me that this man at 52 years old, he needed to go all the way in Middle East to understand that what he was doing was not okay. Like, we literally had to show to that man like babies dying in awful ways for him to be like, look, like your so-called freedom, your so-called liberty of whatever what can go all the way down. And I'm like, I cannot take seriously somebody that at 50 years old still was not aware about what was going on in world politics.
Wasn't he?
He was not. He wasn't.
He wasn't aware of what's happening in the Middle East.
No, he wasn't.
So
that's why he needed to go there to see it by himself and to figure out by himself that, yo, this is real. I don't know, man.
This is his argument for content moderation on X, right? He says either you abide by the laws of the land where you operate, or you arbitrarily decide, right? And if you decide to arbitrarily decide, then someone is going to be, deciding what is and isn't allowed, rather than saying, hey, if it's not illegal, it's allowed. That's his position. And so you might take moral offense with things that he allows, that is legally allowed, but you think shouldn't morally be allowed. But that's just you applying your own moral position on the platform.
You cannot think morally, man. If you're in that kind of a position, like I know what's going on and I condemn all that shit that's going on. But if I think, if I put myself into the shoes of Elon Musk, if you're in that kind of a, big power, it is not easy to, make a statement and, be moral.
Being impartial.
You have to think a little bit more differently. I'm not saying it's okay, but, it's like being a politician,
Yeah, I mean,
it is.
I kind of like what Elon Musk do. You know what I'm saying? I kind of like this whole space stuff and everything. But my critical mind is to be like every time that I would get around somewhere than a despot in disguise of a savior. Like I got to say something if it could be. Like that's what that's the whole concept. Like I don't know. Especially like if the guy is using monopoly into his advantage that way, like it sound crazy. It sound like a ruthless capitalist, and not like this so-called quote unquote like high tech. I think the high tech stuff is just a front to what really he want, which is money. I don't think he care about Mars. I don't think he care about the future of humanity.
He does. Like he has to. Bert, welcome. We're talking about Elon Musk, though. Like, for your information, but it's like he has to have a stand to be able to accomplish what he's. In Turkish, we have a say. You have to say "uncle" to the bear till you cross the bridge. It's like if you want to achieve something, maybe he's trying to achieve his goals in a way that we don't understand. I don't know.
Okay, but don't blame me, right? To just be let's be a little bit like
I'm sorry. I didn't blame you. I didn't blame you. I just
okay. That's true.
I don't blame you.
Right. Which I kind of like what he got going on, but at the same time I'm just a little bit like careful with it. And even if it was going to, it's just like if like with all the money you got, like what are you talking about, like sending people like on the other side of the world? I mean the solar system. There's maybe you could use these resources to
As a French person, you have to be careful, man, with Macron. It's not easy.
I mean, it's not. I'm not really. No, we need to be more careful with Trump because Le Pen might make it in. Let's keep it 100, right? Not saying that Le Pen is the worst of the world, but I mean, it is what it is. Like I mean, so I don't know. Macron is another. I think Macron is another type of abuser, to be quite honest. But it's another story right there.
It's like, imagine we are talking here about our opinions, and right now people are sitting on tables and talking about war. Like, there are like people who are, making plans with so much fucking knowledge. I'm thinking, like, of course, what's right or wrong.
Right. Oh, I see you. Like that, and that.
But it's not something against you. I'm just talking.
No. I understand. I understand. No, I understand that. You're a smart person, and I totally understand what you mean. Like, it's nothing about me in particular. You're not
like
trying to
myself,
diss me. I
I'm
think you're
not
just being like, you're being honest. We're being honest. Like, so much we know, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, when we're lacking certain information, right? How could we get an informed stuff? And it's like, to think that I could have as much access to information as Elon Musk does would be foolish for myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have the same I guess opportunity to engage my own private investigation. Does that make sense?
For sure, everybody has some knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge out there what we can get, but still there's some people in rooms like, man, I wish I could like be a ghost and just listen to them. It's like what they talk about, what they plan to. It's crazy.
You wonder, right? You're like, what is going on with their mind? How does when they go home after after like deciding how many people are gonna leave or die tonight, type of stuff? Like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit, like it's we can criticize and think a lot, but it's but still the people are living the suffer, like innocent
but,
people.
Okay, so but to you, I'm gonna get your level, bro. I don't want to mess up your name. Kanner, right? Okay,
Kanner, yeah.
Kanner. Like so to you, so far, if we don't have no true evidence of any ill intention from that man, you rather than we look at it from a positive eye and be like, yo, this is something positive for humanity. At least that's some type of hope, I guess, in the middle of all that. Is it how you take it? When you think about Elon Musk?
It's like what I like about Elon Musk. I believe in his Mars missions, that he tries something, because like Jeremy said before, there's always a cycle that the Earth has some catastrophic things going on that the humanity is suffering from. And even though if you look at the old Mayas, Göbekli Tepe, everybody was always pointing about some danger which is coming from the sky. So if you look there are some places like built 6,000 years ago. People built 8th-floor, living places under the ground. Nobody knows how, how they, crave the stones, but they try to hide from something. Maybe Elon Musk is like, something like that is gonna happen again, and we have to get out of this earth. I cannot say, like I said, I don't have many knowledge that I can say, okay, that's 400% true what he's doing, but I'm sure that he's trying to do something in that kind of way. Like he's that kind of a different person that I think that he's trying to do something.
Okay, I mean, are you familiar with Marcus Garvey, sir?
Marcus Garvey, let me look it up, but not completely, no.
Okay, Marcus Garvey is G-A-R-V.
Garvey or Garvey?
Garvey. Garvey. Is the man who kind of created the Pan-Africanism.
Mm-hmm.
So he had this. He came from Jamaica. He was traumatized under the British rule in Jamaica, right? He was a black kid. He had a white girlfriend. His dad one day put him in like a tomb, like when you dug the stuff, and put him there and he abandoned him there, and he cried, and then he came out of it, and then it was like basically his dad like gave him this tough love, like in life, you're all by yourself, and then he would tell his oh, he's out anyway.
Bye.